So I pledged to find and kill every unique boss in Elden Ring, but after a 4-hour stream, I can't even find pants, which led someone to call me the Pantsu Goblin, and honestly, I kind of wish I called my character that. I am the maidenless one, come on. Welcome back, Classy Crew, to a new journey where we explore Elden Ring trying to find this man some pants, and so far, we are not victorious. However, I did slay my first 3 bosses, and so this pledge is off to a good start. Let me tell you what happened in day 1, because a lot of stuff happened in my first stream. The first difficult choice was picking my class. Now, I was going into this, I wasn't really aware of all the classes available in the game. Turns out there's 10. I knew about the samurai. I was like, it's going to be very hard for me to resist the samurai. As you can probably see by my samurai Gundam back there. I was looking at the stats. I knew I liked dexterity. I wanted to experiment with magic, so I needed dexterity and intelligence. And there were 3 classes that spoke to me. It was prisoner, but it was really ugly. Samurai and warrior, more than I expected. I was like, what am I gonna do? There's so many things, they all look so cool. But then the thing that made me go, aha, I know what I'm gonna do. Everybody said, oh, you can get samurai armor in the game. You can get any armor you want in the game. I was like, oh, then who cares what my starting class is? Let's go with the naked boy and start from level 1, the wretch, the lowest level, and let me just customize my build all the way through. I feel extremely comfortable doing this after my last few pledges in the Soulsborne games, so I was very excited to start from ground zero and building up my character however I wanted. Now, unfortunately, I wanted to build something, like I wanted to build a really unique character that I could put on thumbnails and be like, that is Hey Jay's boy right there. And somehow I ended up making a 70s porn star. So we ended up with this guy. I can't say I like him, but it's a good start. Hopefully I can change him later on. I'm not very proud of what I've created. We'll call him Porn Man for now. So the story started. We've got like some, I didn't realize the ring, the Elden Ring, I guess, has broken, and it's actually shards that we're after, from what I understand. In the most simplified version of the game, I think we're looking for shards. But honestly, I'm not playing this game so much for the story as much as for the gameplay. And I just have to say the gameplay has been fantastic. This game's amazing. It took what I loved about Dark Souls 3 and it pushed it more into the region that I like. And now we can jump, and jumping is a valid mechanic. Not only is it valid, I've heard it's even a meta. So a lot of the times I'm just like, what am I doing? What am I doing? Am I rolling this way? Oh, we got to jump, because now you can jump and attack, which sometimes removes the shield or does more damage. So jumping is a whole addition to everything. Everything feels just faster, more fluid. It reminds me though more Dark Souls 3 than say Bloodborne. So I'm back into my, if we had a chart, Dark Souls is at the bottom. Dark Souls 3 like made me go up. Bloodborne, kind of a dip, but Elden Ring continues that trend of like Dark Souls 3, Elden Ring. We're going up in the I like it chart. Eventually, we might be into the I love it range. So the first death of the night went to our good old friend Gravity, which was horrendously embarrassing. I really thought I was going to die to a boss first, with all these credentials, all these hours under my belt. But nope, I got curious and I started exploring a ledge and I fell. And then after that, kept exploring, found our first boss of the night, which was Grafted Scion. I was like, all right, let's warm up. Let's figure out the controls. I completely forgot what the roll button was, and he promptly thrusted his weapon through my entire body. Now, I don't know if you can even fight this thing or if it's insta-permadeath, but I put up a very poor fight against them. So that was not a good start. So then we get into the area where it's like, oh, you can go to the tutorial. I was like, we don't need a tutorial. We know how to play this. But the whole chat's like, no, there's a boss in there. You got to go fight the boss because it's part of your pledge. So I was like, all right, I guess we'll do that. But I don't need the tutorial. So down we went, and there I met Soldier of Godric. And remember, at this point, I'm still a naked little boy of level 1 with a little club. This fight, though, was pretty easy. There's nothing really memorable other than I learned how to jump and bunk, which was quite fun. And then we went out into the open world where everything was just so beautiful. Like the darkness was gone. We have beautiful trees, beautiful skies, grass, so much grass. It's so nice to see grass again. And it gave me that similar feeling of when Link runs out on Breath of the Wild and you see the world. Very similar. I'm just like, oh my god, this is a world for me to explore. It's all there. And there's a guy by the fire. I'm like, yep, gotta talk to this guy. And then there's like a golden dude on a horse. I was like, all right, we're gonna go pay this guy a visit. He's clearly there as a challenge. I could already tell, I'm like, nah, they put a hard dude here, but I'm a veteran of the series now. I can take this guy on. So the first thing I did was I took on the tree Sentinel after some very light exploring in the area. And I got the first bonk. I jumped him. I dodged. I rolled through his axe. I was like, I got this. If I got all those other hard bosses in all the other games, I can do it. So I had a few things going against me. I was naked and I was level 1. So after 3-4 attempts, I realized I could probably do this, but this would be like a 1 to 2 hour endeavor of practice learning the moves, just like I've done in all the other things. And I was like, I don't want to do this right now because there's so much to explore. So we're going to come back to this guy. So off I go. I'm running around naked in the field, and I make it to my first dungeon. Now I was a little bit worried at this point because I was really hoping I would find a way to level up before I made it to my first dungeon, or honestly, I was hoping to find some piece of clothing. I was told that clothing is all throughout the world, and I was honestly expecting to stumble across something, anything that would cover my poor little boy's butt. But we found nothing. And so I went through this whole dungeon with little imps that remind me of the little imps from Dark Souls 3 that I hated. Yeah, they're the same thing here, and I hate them too. But it was a good first dungeon, some good puzzles. I died a few times, made it to the boss, which was an Erdtree Burial Watchdog. And I have to say, this was probably one of the highlights of my night. This boss gave me an adrenaline rush. It's a fairly simple boss when you look at it. It telegraphs way in advance, but the fact that I was naked level 1 with a short bonker made the fight just as intense as other more difficult fights as I've had in the past. And so I fought 2-3 times and I learned the pattern, but even when I knew the pattern, I had to get the timing right, and pretty much messing up once meant I was dead, or twice. I could take 2 hits from this thing. But I persevered and I killed it, and it felt amazing. I was like, all right, let's do this. I'm excited. Unfortunately, it did not drop a weapon or some clothes, so off we went, skirting into the woods once again with my butt. So in the forest, there were more knights like hiding around, guarding. I was like just sneaking up behind them, bonking them, being like, you got pants? Can I take your pants? No pants. So I kept exploring, found an outpost, which was really interesting, but like, I am not exploring this outpost with no clothes and a little bonker anymore. I'm over this. It's time. I'm 2-3 hours in. I need to get some clothes on this. So I went and I followed the path of the yellow light, and there I got a horse. I met a lady who's missing an eye, who honestly looks pretty okay. Like when we go to Soulsborne standards, she's probably the fairest thing I've ever seen in this series. And she gave me a horse, and she's like, yeah, take me to the roots. I was like, I'll totally take you to the roots. You look very trustworthy. And she does. And so she is. I'm told I'm still maidenless, but I don't understand, because to me, she's a maiden, and she is now with me, therefore making me maiden full. So I don't know. Am I maiden full or am I maidenless? Apparently I'm still maidenless. I don't even know what that means. So from there, I got a horse, and I think I did actually. Yes, I did go through the encampment. I started exploring, and it's actually through the encampment that I found a nice shirt, which has some nice flaps that cover my thighs a little bit, but it's still drafty because I got no pants. I also came across an amazing sword, which is so much better than my little bonker. And that thing allows me to reach my enemies more proper. So I completely scavenged this thing. I got my first map, which was amazing. I'm like, oh, now I can see, I got to find maps now. This is like a thing I got to do. I can actually fight decently and actually kill guys in 1 or 2 hits. And I've got some level of clothing on me. And I met the lady who now lets me, I don't think I touch her darkness, but I do something that lets me level up. So I think I made it all the way to level 5, 6, 7. And in that camp, I also got my Stomp. So Storm of Stomp or Stomp of Storm. And now I'm ready to go. I've kind of reached the first echelon of this ladder. So I explored the area. I was like, oh yeah, there was this cave that I wanted to go check earlier, but I didn't want to go check while I was naked. So I go back there, and there was a bunch of wolves, and I killed all the wolves because now I got a sword. And I came across my third boss of the night, which was the Beastman of Farum Azula. Honestly, this boy was a pushover. All I had to do, he comes at me, I stomp the ground, whack, whack. Stomp the ground, whack, whack. He was done. He wasn't much of a challenge. So after that, I was going to go and explore all around the lake, but somebody pointed out that I bought a recipe or something that says go north of the woods to the 3rd church or something. So I did that. And that took me to the third church of Marika, where I got the Flask of Wondrous Physique. I'm not quite sure what this does, but my porn boy is probably going to enjoy it. And then I was making my way back down to go and finish doing my Circle of the Lake. But before that, I came across this like elevator, which took me down into this underground world. I am so off track at this point, and the enemies, they're not very aggressive. They're kind of tame. I'm not doing a lot of damage on them, so I'm avoiding them because they're very hard to kill. I don't even think I've killed one. And I've just been using my horse and like weaving my way through, and they seem to be letting me, which is very strange for a Soulsborne-like game. And I've made it to a point where there's a moose. There's a dead moose on an altar. It looks like an altar. And it looks like there are 8 torches, and I found that I can start lighting some up. So I think I got 4 torches lit, and there's some dudes in the area which are like shooting things at me, and they hit hard. I think it's 1 or 2 hits and I'm dead. So this feels like I'm in I'm super underleveled for this area. And then I went through a bridge. I jumped and like platformed my way, and there's this very ominous figure just standing on a bridge outside my reach, and I'm like, who is that and how do I get there? So everybody was all making like ooh ah sounds in the chat, so I assumed the knight or the silhouette, whatever it is, it looks like a knight, is probably a fun fight, but I can't get to it. So I made my way back, and in the most like weirdest stumble, I fell, screamed, but like I didn't fall, and I just was clutching to the edge, and through 3-4 good luck bad luck things, I've ended up on another platform, which gave me I think my first range weapon, but I'm not using it at this point. So I left the game because I ran out of time in that area. I was just actually having fun trying to find the torches, just avoiding everything because everything can kill me so fast. And I was trying to light the torches, and I don't think I'm going to keep going that route because I'm like, well, what's going to happen? This moose is probably going to come to life, and I'm going to be so underleveled. I'm still in single-digit levels. It's going to be hard to kill it anyway. So I might as well go back to my original early area of land, finish seeing what's on the right side of the lake. Once I'm done that, I'm going to go back on the path, which takes me into like a castle ruin area, which there's just so many interesting things to look at. I just want to keep exploring. And I was kind of upset that 4 hours had gone by so fast because I just wanted to keep playing this game because I was just pulled into it. I was sucked into this world, and I wanted to keep exploring and being like, what's that? What's going on over here? The what you're rewarded with, like what I got in that encampment was so rewarding. I want to go find other encampments. I want to kill more things to get stronger, to explore more things. Oh, this is what I like about open world games. It's the stuff I like. It's one of my favorite genre. And the fact that they've taken something that I was enjoying in Dark Souls 3, for example, and just been improving that, I just want to keep playing this. We're off to a strong start. I knew I was going to like this game, but I might actually end up loving it. So I'm so like craving the challenge. I'm just like, oh, I can take this on. Oh, I can take this on. Let's go in with a handicap. Yeah, so this should be a fun adventure. It's a good first 4 hours. Looking forward to the second stream. So I'll see you maybe on stream or during the next journal. And until next time, keep it classy. I met my first wall in Elden Ring called Margit the Fell Omen. Well, I'm going to share how I got to it, what my first fight was like, and how I intend to beat it. Welcome back, Classic Crew, to another Elden Ring journal where I document my whole adventure through Elden Ring as I seek to kill all unique bosses in the game without using summons. Now let's talk about what that means. The summons handicap was there to make my experience with bosses a certain level of difficulty that I was looking for. Now, I have learned that the game uses summons quite liberally in terms of the definition. The horse is a summon, but I mean, the horse is fair game. There are these things that you ring a bell and they summon. Those ones, I think, I just want to play with them, so I'm going to say it's fine to use them on mobs and out on non-bosses. I am making the personal choice of not using those on bosses. And I have also heard that some summons are needed as part of a quest line on certain bosses. Those will be the exceptions to my rule. When I made my pledge, I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't calling for unnecessary help for the boss fights. That's ultimately what I was trying to do. So anyways, this past week on my second play session in here, I left the creepy place where I was trying to summon a moose, and I went back to the tree sentinel because I was like, I got a horse, I got a sword, I can finally fight this thing. But on my way there, I saw this massive bear scratching a tree, and I thought it was a cat because it was kind of dark. And I was like, what is that? And as I got close, there's just this bear who's just having a good time with this tree, and I'm just like curious as to if I can do something to this bear. So I try to creep up behind him and I give him a little smack on the butt, and he just mauls me. Now he didn't have a boss health bar, so I guess I don't have to kill him, and I didn't really stand a chance against him either. So I just said, you know what, I got a tree sentinel to fell, so off we go there. So I teleported there, got on my horse, and I started fighting this thing horse to horse. And this was such a blast of an experience for me because I was very afraid of horse combat being kind of janky in this game, but it's so smooth. Like it felt like I was in a medieval game, like jousting with my sword in his face. And it was fun. Like I was just like dodging his shield, going my horse, bang, bang. And then he eventually tossed me off my horse. And then things were getting like, I was rolling through the swings. I'm like, I got this. I know how to roll through attacks. I killed the Nameless King. I killed the Orphan of Kos. I got... but then I came back at it, tried again, was a little bit more cautious, then knocked off my horse. And it was just about trading blows slow. You know, you watch for the attack, you let him attack because he does the big wind up, and off you go.
Tree Sentinel.
So the Tree Sentinel was felled, and that took me up to 4 bosses dead in my journey. But I did level up my dexterity enough to get the flail, so I got my first dexterity weapon. Now I'm on my horse just swinging by people and smacking them in the face with my spiky ball. It's a fun time. At this point, I also realized I had enough keys to go back to the beginning section and put the keys to open up this path. So I don't know what this path is. At first, there's like the music stops. So I was like, okay, this can't be good. There is poison everywhere. So I ran through the poison only to encounter this dude who takes the whole hallway and just, he looks like a guy you don't want to fight. So I snuck around. I found that there's like holes in the walls and I'm just sneaking by. And at one point, I think I got curious. I was like, can I hit this guy's wheel? The answer is no. That's insta death. So I played around that area for a good like 30 minutes, and it's an area that keeps going down or something. I eventually got bored of it because it was kind of tedious. It's a lot of running. It's a lot of dying. And ultimately, the game is not incentivizing me of like, what is down here? Like, they could have sprinkled something to whet my appetite of, is it worthwhile? So I was like, I don't want to do this. there's so many things to explore over there out in the world. Let's go see what's out there. So last time, I think I shared how I wanted to explore around a lake, like the southern part of the map. So I finally made my way there to find out that there is a castle there called Castle Morne. And I got to explore this on the Weeping Peninsula. Oh, the naming, Castle Morne on the Weeping Peninsula. What a sad place. So on my way there, I met a lady, and she's like, "Oh, can you give this letter to my, I think, uncle, father figure in her life?" I was like, "Yeah, sure." There are so many maidens in this game. This is going to be a recurring theme. I met so many maidens, and yet I still remain maidenless. But this game is very generous with how many like pretty ladies they sprinkle into the game, and it's very jarring coming from Dark Souls and Bloodborne. It makes me wonder why there's this theme of pretty ladies everywhere. So anyways, I make my way through there. I meet some dogs. Oh, I met my first riddle tower on my way there. So there was like this tower and a blue door. I was like, well, what the heck does this mean? And people were like, oh, it's a puzzle. You got to figure it out. So I found a book, and they're like, oh, you got to find the spirit animals. I was like, what's that? And there was a message that says, go look at a lake, and I could see something splashing. So I hit it, only to find out it was a turtle. Oh, I'm sorry, a dog. And I was so sad because it died. I was like, oh no. But then I found out I was supposed to do that. So now I'm looking for the other dogs in the bushes and stuff. I killed them, got the tower, got a memory stone, which I think is like a spell slot, which reminded me that, oh, I want to learn spells one of these days. So I got my memory stone, and off I went to Castle Morne. Things were hard to kill in there, so I was hitting a few of them. I was dodging some others. I eventually found a cool turtle shell, which actually refills your stamina, and this is probably my best moment of rewarding my exploration, because it was up in a tower and there was like a little stone ledge on the edge. I'm like, I bet I could actually jump with my horse on that ledge to get to the top. And I was really curious and sure about that. And when I got up, that's where I got my cool turtle shell. I was like, oh, this is so cool. This is my stamina shield, like in the Dark Souls games. And the bonus part is when you wear it, you look like a Ninja Turtle. Anyways, made my way through the castle. Nothing very significant happened. I got like a claymore, which people got excited about, but I don't use claymores. What's more interesting is I found a whip. And that whip was key to the next part, which was my next boss, the Leonine Misbegotten. This thing woke me up to the dangers of my pledge, because this thing has combos for days, and the fact that it's an early, well, I don't know if it's an early boss or not, but it's an early boss for me, and I'm just like, this is leagues more difficult than everything else I've fought to this point, which is like 4 bosses. But I'm like, it's in your face. I went in with, I tried blocking. He said nope. I went in with, I think the dexterity weapons. He said nope. I went in with the sword. He said nope. People were saying, go, you gotta level up. You gotta go back and you gotta like level up your weapon. And I was like, no, he must be got. Like, I'm sorry. I just had to try to sneak that in there. Anyways, I got my whip. I went back to Leonine and I learned that the whip interrupts him. So it was just a matter of whipping him and then managing my stamina. So whip him 4 or 5 times. Every time he whips, he stops his attack. And then you just gotta like dodge him for your stamina to recharge and then whip him again. It was the most satisfying, fun fight. Like, it was so different. That's why it was fun. It was different. I didn't have to roll. I didn't have to get on his butt. All I had to do was whip, and then dodge without losing while my stamina recharged, then get back in the whipping. And it was just such a good like dance. It felt good. And I almost messed it up. I was down to 1 last hit and I tried to sneak it in when I had no stamina, which caused him to hit me, and I tried to roll away, and then I kind of like healed myself, and then he hit me 3 times, and I was like, oh my god. And then I was down to maybe 2 HP, and I could not get that last hit. And I thought I would have to restart, and I was really dreading restarting that fight, but I got him, and I got some really cool sword that I'm way too under leveled to even consider using. I think I need like 40 strength for it, and I have like 14. So from there I went back and I was about to leave, but I was like, oh, we still have to deal with this letter from the maiden. So I went around the castle, found the commander, almost died before delivering the letter. That was a whole other story. And he's all like, oh, I must protect the castle. I'm like, don't worry, bro. I killed the one that must be gotten. I love that name. So anyways, he's like, all right, I'm gonna go see my daughter or niece or whoever she is in my lineage. And I was like, all right, mission complete. We failed the beast. We saved the dude. We are living our best life. And so back I went to the beginning, and my fair maiden was killed, and I don't know why. So I think some dudes killed her. The guy was too late. He was pretty pissed about it. It didn't end so well. Typical Soulborn ending. So from there, the chat guided me to the Church of Eli. They were really upset that I hadn't gone there before at night. So I went at night. Another fair maiden showed up, the one with the weird eye, and then she gave me a bell, and that's when I learned about the summons. So I used them a little bit. They're okay, but nothing that I really need. And then I went exploring a little bit more of the Weeping Peninsula, and I found another bear in a cave, and that one has a boss bar, and I noped out of that because he bear hugged me. Actually, he bear hugged me to death, and it was very intimidating. Bears scare me, and I don't know when I'm gonna do it. Which anyways, so I'm like, you know what? Let's just get back to the story main path that this game was like pushing me, which was to go to Castle Storm something. You notice how there's always Storm something in Castle, like Castle Stormwind. I'm sure there's other castles with Storm. On my way there, I eventually encounter Margit the Fell Omen. And this felt Soulsborne. He has that delayed attack where it's like, I'm going to hit you, but you don't know when, and then smack. And I was starting to learn that. I was like, okay, this I can deal with. It's very similar to Nameless King. What I couldn't deal with is when he would do his long stick attack and then he'd pull out his short sword and like whoosh, whoosh. That I couldn't deal with. And the bigger problem is I tried the whip, I tried my flail, I tried the sword. All my weapons were doing very little damage to him. And I was like, okay, even if I managed to learn how to freaking dodge this guy, I'm going to be here for an hour chipping away at his health. So I was getting a little demotivated. I was like, oh, this is a big wall. But I still felt like I can probably learn. I'm still not in the, oh my God, this is so impossible. I've got a whole new mindset from my last playthroughs, my last game playthroughs. But the chat's like, oh, go back to your bonfire and see what happens. I'm like, all right, what happens? So the lady with the weird eye showed up and she sent me to what I learned is now a hub. So I guess you're supposed to get walled by Margit. And now in the hub, I met another fair maiden, and this one hugged me, which is nice. And she gives out free hugs, as many hugs as you want. So I took 2. I wasn't too greedy about it. and she gave me a blessing or something, which I have to get back and figure out what it is. Here there was the great debate in chat if I should level up my faith or my intelligence and what the different spells are, because I do want to learn spells. It sounds like faith is elements, which is cool because you get fireballs and lightning, but intelligence, you get like that little blue thing, and apparently like space spells. I'm drawn to space spells right now, but I don't know where to go. So I'm a little bit more committed to intelligence, but everybody's like, boo, go faith. So let me know what I should do. There was one last boss of the night. I ended up being like, well, I'm not going to go back to Margit right now. I need to level up. I need to find a better weapon. I got to like level up my stuff. I found a blacksmith so I can level up my weapons. I need better armor. I just need to like level up and get good. So I went out and I ended up in a cave and I found a cemetery shade, which was this thing pissed me off because it's always away from your range. It's always like teleporting away from you. And then when you hit it, it teleports away. And then when it's attacking you, it just doesn't stop. It's just like, I'm in your face. And it just eats through all your health. It was pissing me off so much. And I was using the whip to kill it. And it took me a good, like, probably 5-6 tries. And finally, that's how I ended my night. I finally killed the cemetery shade, which took our total boss count down, or up to 6. So now there are 6 bosses dead in my pledge. Still many more to go. And now I have this Margit the Fell Omen to deal with. And I also have some bears to go pay a visit. So I'm not quite sure where I want to go next. There's so many things still to do. I'm just going to wander, I think, for a while, and probably wander till I hit level 25 or so. And then I'm going to come back and dance with Margit the Fell Omen and see if we can fell this Omen. So hopefully I'll see you when we stream that, when I stream that. Otherwise, I'll see you in the next journal. And until next time, keep it classy. Last time on my journals, I shared just how much Margit punished me, but after traveling through the land, leveling up, gearing up, killing 4 more bosses, I took them on again and Welcome back, Classy Tarnish, to another Hey J journal as I go through all of Elden Ring trying to slay every unique boss on my own and document my whole journey. I am now at 10 bosses down as I have killed 4 more bosses in my great thing. I think this takes us to 10% of bosses have been felled, and I've pretty much went back to explore the rest of the starting area map, everything before Margit. Last time, Margit punished me hard, so I went back to the Weeping Peninsula area. Next to it, there's like a whole section there where I died to a bear. So I was like, all right, let's see what I can do here, and let's see what there is there. So I was right next to a tree upon loading my game. And right away, I encountered an Erdtree avatar, which was a really cool boss. So the first thing is I went in with my horse, and I was like, all right, let's whip this guy. And he's like, nope, try again. So I came back without the horse because he has such massive swings. I was like, I can see these swings. I can roll through them. And that's exactly what I did. He was a very fun fight because he's a big chunky boy, and he telegraphs his attacks, and that rolling through them, coming out the other side and just whipping them feels good. I didn't quite feel it in the fight, but I did realize it afterwards when someone's like, don't you recognize this rig is very similar to one of the bosses from Dark Souls, I think the Asylum Demon or something. I was like, oh yeah, I see it now with the big like chunky sword and how he moves. It felt way better in this game though, so had a lot of fun there. And then he dropped some orbs which let me use my Flask of Wondrous Physique or whatever. So now I have an extra little thing that I can heal with and do some cool stuff with. So from there, I kept exploring the area, and beyond a cliff, I could see like a tower bopping up and down, moving. And I was like, what is going on here? What is that? How is a building moving and bopping? And I could hear like, I'm like, oh, that sounds really cool. So I headed over there and I saw like this tower on a turtle-like thing with 4 legs and a bell underneath it. And I was just like, what is this? Is it dangerous? Is it going to attack me? So I got close to it. And of course, the legs, I mean, you could get squished, but otherwise, it was pretty harmless. It was just kind of wobbling around, and I'm just like, what is this thing going to do? What do I do with this? And I just started exploring and started whipping at its legs to see what would happen. And I saw like these skull things coming off. I was like, oh, do I have to remove all the skulls? So I cleaned the skulls off one leg, nothing happened. I cleaned the skulls off the other, and that's when it collapsed into place. And I could actually jump up top and get inside this thing, which I learned was a mausoleum. Now, I couldn't do anything in it. There was some altar that said something about remembrances, and I have counters for that, but I still don't know what they are. I haven't encountered them in the game. So we put that aside, kept exploring the area, and then I found a pit which looked super... So anyways, I needed keys to unlock it. So got some keys from a nearby merchant, unlocked it, went down into this thing to see what happened, and just got destroyed by an ancient hero of Zamor. The first time I took him on, I again had my whip, and he was very slow and passive, and I was like, okay, this isn't too aggressive. I can get close, whip, and then he has these very aggressive moves. I'm like, okay, step back, dodge, I can do this. And when he hits phase 2, he's just like, freeze everything, smack your face, get out of my jail. I was like, yes, sir, I will leave and come back when I am stronger, because I felt completely overpowered, and his freezing ability and status ailments were just making me a big squishy dead man. And then I went back to the very beginning where you start the game, and there was like this pond area that I had not explored. And I was like, what could be here? So I legit got scared because I'm running with my horse, and it's kind of like a swampy area. I was like, oh, what's going on here? And out of nowhere, just this big dragon comes up over me and like burns everything. And it came like through the trees, so I didn't get a good view of it. I was just like, holy shit, what is this thing? Turns out it's the flying dragon Agil. And I'm like, oh, I have to fight a dragon? Is this the time to fight this thing? This thing's really intimidating. So I kind of like was trying to get close to it. He was flying a lot. Went on the ground, and I whipped him in the face a few times and on the butt and everywhere, and it wasn't doing a lot of damage. I was like, oh, I don't think I should be fighting this thing yet. So I explored the area while dodging him, and then I found another chest which teleported me to Florida, and that place sucked. It sucked so much. The sky was red. Everything wanted to kill me. I made it to a village of sorcerers. They all wanted to kill me, and they were very good at killing me. And then on my way out, I came across this other dragon called the Decaying Ekazyke, and that thing was terrifying too. So I'm like, nope, where am I on the map? I opened the map, and somehow this chest teleported me all the way to like the northeast part. I was like, get me back to my safe starting zone. So I hustled all the way back there. I was determined. I'm like, okay, if this flying dragon is in the starting area, surely I can kill it. So I went back in, stuck to my horse, because the dragon has a lot of range when he flies around. So I'm like, okay, I need the horse to like close the gap quick. So I went in, I was whipping it. I was like, okay, I don't feel this. The whip's not working. Let's try these cool twin blades I found. So I went in, I'm like, shoot. Nope, not feeling this either. So I'm like, well, let's do it the old traditional way. When you see a dragon, you probably should get a sword. And so I got a sword, and I learned that as I'm like riding my horse, I can like charge the sword on the, like he holds the sword down. And then if you get really like, if you time it right, you charge it, you get close to the face and you go smack. And it's the most satisfying thing ever. I think I got to do it once. It's really hard because you have to manage the fight, and its head is high, so you have to time it when the head is down, and you have to have like a 5-second charge up, and you ride up with the horse and just like bam in the face. Oh, it feels so good. So I figured out its pattern pretty quick. He basically has one melee attack where he like tries to stomp you, which you can see coming from far away if you watch him. And then he has his fire attacks, which it's either like he breathes in a range this way where you just like avoid it, smack his face, or he flies and breathes one way, which you come in the other side. Once you can see those patterns, he's very easy, and then it's just a matter of creating those connections. Fantastic fight. I had so much fun playing this thing. I had so much fun playing this game. So that was my second boss of the night down. From there, I entered a mine that was near his domain and killed a bunch of stuff. What's important is I picked up some smithing stones, the level 1 ones. So I had tried to level up my weapons before, but I didn't have any of these stones. I only had the level 2 ones because I guess I was doing zones out of order. So I was so glad to find this mine. I'm like, finally, I can level up my weapons. Give me all these stones. And I made my way through the caves and eventually came across a stone digger troll, which was fantastic for a user with a whip, because the whip was just eating his health like crazy because he's made of stone. And otherwise it was a fun fight because he had like these massive attacks. He was just this big chunky boy, and it was a very enclosed space, which makes it a lot more stressful. But again, it was a fun fight. I think I got him on my first try. All these bosses were just really fun that night. And then I was able to go back to the hub, level up my whip to level 3 now. And at this point, I'm at level 25. I was like, all right, my whip's leveled up. I killed a bunch of bosses. Let's go back and take on Margit. So I headed back to Stormveil Castle. And before going to Margit, I was like, well, let's explore like around here in the castle and see what's going on there. So from there, I got my first spell. I think it was in that area, which lets me, or I bought it in the hub. It lets me cure myself from poison. So my first spell, it's not the most useful, but at least I can cast something. In that area, I found a pot man. So there was this talking pot with arms and legs that was stuck in the ground. I whipped him out of there. And then he's like, oh, come visit me when you go to Florida again. I was like, oh man, why are we going there? I don't want to go back there. But maybe Potman is going to make things better. Maybe he'll make the sky blue. I don't know what Potman's quest line or journey or purpose in this game is, but he's a cool dude and I'm glad he's in this game. I was really looking forward to meeting him and I'm glad I finally met him, but I want to know more. How do you get there? Who is he? What does he do? What are we going to do together? Do I have to fight him one day? What's inside him? I don't know. Also, while exploring there, I forgot this other boss because I almost forgot there was a boss here. I made it to like a destroyed village and it's kind of flooded and there's a dude in a boat and boss music starts when I see it. I was like, are you serious? It's like a summoner. His name is Tibia Mariner, I think. And he just goes around in his boat. Sometimes he smacks you with his boat and he's basically summoning things. It was the easiest boss so far. I'm just like, okay, we'll just keep smacking him. And he died. So that was boss number 4 for the night. So with all of that, I was like, all right, I can either go to Florida again or I can go to Margit. Margit is way more attractive. And by Florida, I mean where the sky is red. I actually don't know the name of this place. And for those who live in Florida, I apologize, but also everybody called it Florida in the chat. So I figured it was a community reference, or maybe just the community doesn't like Florida. Some people also called it Brazil. So I went back to Margit and I had very little practice with him last time and I just got destroyed. I didn't know how to do anything. So this time I went in again with the whip. And I got a lot better at dodging his first phase. So I started understanding his mechanics, when to dodge, and I ended up switching weapons and experimenting. And what I got the most results with was the Claymore, the thing I got back in, I think, my first stream. So I was like, the Claymore does the most damage. It's actually quite hard to get openings on Margit. So maybe I should equip the weapon that does the most damage. So when I get my opening, I'm killing him faster. So I got better at anticipating his stick attack and even his like swoosh swoosh double dagger attack, and I could dodge those quite comfortably. And I also learned that the Claymore has this ability, the L2, where he like you like charge and you jump and you flip and it's so cool, it's so satisfying, and it does so much damage. So with that said, I made it to phase 2 on Margit, which is huge progress. Now he started pulling out his hammer. And now it's harder because when he jumps and hammers, that's easy. I'm like, you jump, okay, I roll here, and then I hit you. But he's got way more combos, more aggressive. I was also getting quite tired. My personal stamina was gone for the night. But man, I'm having so much fun with him because it's all coming together, and I can see the dance. I'm like, okay, this is good, like boss, good Soulsborne boss, because it's all about roll here, there's the opening, roll here, okay, now we're going to change it up a little bit, can you keep up? And I'm like, I can try, but I didn't. I think once I go in fresh, I'll be able to kill him. If I had 5 more levels, like if I was at level 30, I could probably do it a lot easier if I could just like kill him faster. But otherwise, I'm pretty sure Margit's going to fall next time. I can just see it. It's all coming together. I'm getting that experience, and it's probably going to be with the Claymore because the other weapons I don't seem to be progressing as fast on him with. So probably the Claymore. Oh, another ability I got when I was exploring the Stormveil is the sidestep, which has been really useful in Margit. So now I can roll, but I can also sidestep. So it lets me dodge 2 of his attacks like boom, boom. And I heard that the sidestep is like one of the OP abilities. So it's either I sidestep or I do my like jump and boom. It's kind of a hard one. Is a defensive ability, one's an offensive ability. They're both really good. What do you call those things? The Ashes of War. So I got that for the sidestep. With the whip, it was awesome. I'm just like whoop, it felt so good. I think that's one thing this game does better than the past games they've made is when you execute everything, you like it's so stylish and badass. You're just like, oh yeah, I'm styling on these bosses and it looks freaking cool. So join me next time. I should have Margit felled. That will be probably in 2 weeks as I will be away on a business trip. So I'll be back to fell Margit, and then I guess we're going to Florida, which it looks like the game gets a lot harder from this point on, as they usually do. So I will see you on the next journal, and until next time, keep it classy. Margit, dead. Godric, dead. The quest to fell all bosses in Elden Ring, dead. I'm a dead dude. Welcome back, Classy Crew, to another Elden Ring journal as I travel through this game to fell every boss in the game. That is close to 100 bosses, if not more. Unique bosses without using any summons. If you're into that, be sure to check out the rest of my journals. Now we are on entry 4, and I've hit a ton of milestones where I finally overcome my wall, which was Margit. It took me 3 weeks. I wasn't consistently on this thing. And then I encountered Godric, which I thought was going to be my next wall, but I got to beat him in the same night. So overall, it feels really productive, moved a lot of things forward. Story beats, area beats, skill beats. So let's get started with what happened. I guess the biggest difference in my fight with Margit is I started to rely more on my jumping. So I've been using the Claymore as it's been the most effective weapon so far for knocking off big chunks of health on this thing. I had it upgraded to +3, so I'm not sure if it was upgraded last time, but I boosted it a little bit so I can do more damage. And this thing has just been really good in boss fights. I'm not a big fan of using strength weapons in this run, but for this boss fight, it's been very useful, and also for Godric later. So anyways, the ability to jump and smack him really helped me have more maneuverability instead of just relying on holding R2 and like thrusting him. I also learned more about how to stagger him with more intention. So if you use, I forget what it's called. It's the one where you like do a little pirouette, smack him, and I do some jump smacks on him. If I do about 2 or 3 of those with the pirouettes, he'll stagger, and then I shove my sword in his. Overall, the rest was really just getting the timing down, which I had a lot of troubles with getting, rolling around his attacks. But otherwise, he died, and I have to say, fantastic fight. I can't say anything bullshitty about him. This is a just very well-designed fight. The timing, you can't do it instinctively because if you panic roll, you're dead. It was just a fun, satisfying fight. And when I overcame that, whoa, my God, the endorphins, the adrenaline, everything was just through the roof. It felt amazing. So with him down, I could finally make my way through to Stormveil Castle, which was a pretty good time. So at the starting point, you can either go through the main gate. If the guy's like, oh, there's a secret passage here, I'm like, I don't trust anybody in these games. I'm gonna go through the main gate. Let's try the side. Here I encountered some birds, and the chat was like, oh no, the birds! And I was like, oh great, what do I have to fight here? Now at this point, I had switched out to the whip, which is my preferred weapon so far. I guess the Castlevania in me is running strong. Honestly, I think in my entire playthrough, I've only gotten hit once by a bird. So these things, no problem to a whip user. Made my way through, explored. There's a lot more I need to explore. I encountered Godric before I was actually satisfied with my exploration of this castle. So I'm gonna have to come back later and check out a few nooks and crannies that I haven't looked at. I came across this dude with a lot of arms at one point who looked super scary, and I didn't want to fight him, but then I'm like, you know, there's the hunter in me that kind of wants the challenge. I'm both equally scared of things, and I don't know, I want to fight things. It's this conflict in me of run away or fight it, see if you can kill it. So the multi-arm dude, I challenged him. I think I died the first time, or maybe I almost died and ran away. But when I came back with my serious face on, I'm like, okay, we got some pillars. It's time to Ornstein this guy. And that means basically use the pillars to keep him between you. And then I was using my whip, and he was just stuck on the pillar. He's like, oh no, I got too many arms to come across the pillar. And I'm just like, oh my God. So he really should have been a boss. I'm very disappointed he did not have a boss health bar on him. From there, I found a shortcut, which was I was pretty proud of. So after you kill the multi-arm dude, there is, not Godric, because I learned he has a lot of arms too, but this other guy, there's pretty much a doorway, and there's all these soldiers just waiting, pointing at the doorway, waiting to like ambush you. And I tried a few times to like sneak around, and there's always a dude who's got like a hunting horn, and he just kind of like, wah, and everybody comes explicit. And I was like, I really don't want to go through here. This part's bad. So I kept spawning a little bit higher, and I was like, oh, I can actually see the courtyard where I'm getting like jumped on. If only there was a way for me to skip that area. And I was looking around, I was like, wait a minute, this gap, it seems jumpable. I wonder if this is an intentional shortcut. And so I'm like, I'm pretty sure I can do this jump. And I did the jump, and it was like the perfect length. Like if you were a little too short, you would fall to your death. And I made the jump. I was like, oh my God, I actually discovered a shortcut. And I started exploring, and sure enough, it takes you behind that group of ambushers, but it also takes you to a whole other area you can explore. So I felt like so proud. I'm like, good job. Look how far you've come. You actually know how to explore, sort of. And then in this area is where I came across Godric. I was like, oh my God, this guy. I have to. At first, I actually thought he was Margit. I don't know, like hunched, weathered dudes with like cloaks. They all look the same at this point to me. But I get it. He's got a bunch of arms sticking out and he has no tail. So he started standing out more. In summary, Godric was equally as fun as Margit. I had a great time with both of them. They were a fantastic challenge. Godric I found was a little bit easier. I learned how to pretty much dodge all of his openings much faster than with Margit. I got the timing for Godric down better, with the exception of his tornado thing. I don't know how to dodge it, and I got hit with it almost all the time. So at one point, he swirls a tornado around him, and he goes like woo, woo, twice, and then he rolls and jumps, and that's his opening where you can dodge the jump and kill him. But I could never dodge that tornado thing, so I don't know how to do it. Everything else was pretty manageable, from like his wacky like throwing axes at, not throwing, but swinging wide axes at you. And once I got it, again, I switched to the Claymore at this point because it was doing more damage, and it felt similar to Margit in play style, and it was just better for me to go in with the Claymore to get his health going down faster with the limited amount of openings I had. And so it took me a few times and then phase 2 happened, and he grafts a dragon to his arm, which was really cool. And then I guess a lot of people didn't see this move, but he kept biting me with his dragon and hammering me, like putting me in the ground and then blasting me with fire. I hate being grabbed in these games, so that was kind of rough. But that too, the dragon's attacks were pretty easy to, like when he does the fan, you can roll through the fire just like any dragon attack. Then he kind of shoots things into the air. That's pretty easy. You just run up to him and hit him. The worst one is when he like spews pretty much a sea of fire towards you. I don't know how to dodge that, and then he walks slowly, other than just running away. So that's how I dealt with that. But for the most part, same strategy as Margit. Jump, attack him with the sword, get the timed rolls in, do my like pirouette smack, try to do many of those in a row so that I can, break his thing, and then shove my sword in his face. Everything was coming together, and actually there's one time you couldn't even see health on his bar. Like I was one hit away from killing him. He probably 1 HP, and I choked, and he just comboed me to death. It was the most upsetting thing ever. But that energized me for the next fight, which was I went back and I just got so aggressive on him, and then I killed him. Oh, I killed him epically. I didn't just kill him. So I was at the top of the stairs, and he came up, and he was jumping to come at me, and I jumped from the top of the stairs, and we both like clashed, and that was my winning blow, where like I just came from the top of the stairs jumping, hitting him, and he was coming from the bottom. Like, I have high ground. I didn't actually say it because I just thought of it right now, but it was so cool. Like, oh, I live for these moments. It was just such a good time. Now, I didn't get Godric all in one hit, all in one go. I did take a break while I was fighting him to go do other things. So at one point, I made it out to another mine because I wanted to level up my Claymore. And so I went back to the Weeping Peninsula, found a mine there to get a bunch of stones to level up my Claymore. And here I actually encountered another boss of the night, which was the Scaly Misbegotten. Because he's a unique boss, he must be gotten. Pretty easy at this point. I was there with a whip. His attacks were super easy to dodge. He did not leave much of an impression. Otherwise, he dropped a Rusted Anchor, which is a cool looking weapon, but one I will never use because it's massive and clunky. So that's another boss down on the list. And I got a bunch of stones, upgraded my Claymore. I think we're at +4, maybe +5, roughly. I also, back in my hub, there's now a lady with like 2 giant fingers, and the fingers talk to me, but the lady talks to me, and she did something, and I forgot what it is, and the fingers want me to do, I don't know. I really don't understand what's going on. I got a bunch of lore, but I was just like, why are there 2 massive fingers talking to me? Why are there 2 massive fingers in the first place? It's just too much for me. And then we also unlocked dialogue with another guy behind his desk who's like, here's 5 or 6 targets, one of which is Godric. He's like, go on. I was like, here's the open world. I can go on after all of them. There was one in a volcano, one dude I have to hunt in a volcano. I'm like, I want to go kill this guy. And the chat's like, maybe pick someone else. So we're going to see what I do next stream for that. And also I got some rot, some like death rot or something. And I was told to seek out the Beast Clergyman. So I went out to close to that elevator that took me to Pain Town, and there's so many Pain Towns. That teleported me back to frickin' Florida, and there's a dude that was standing out like a big thing called the Black Blade Kindred, which I'm like, oh, that looks like pain. But then I talked to the Beast Clergyman. Oh, this isn't Grail's Dragon Barrow. That's what it's called. He's like, give me some rot. I'm like, here you go. I got some rot. He's like, delicious. Bring me more rot. Here's an eyeball so you can find it. So I'm like, all right, this is like a side quest where I have to find this boy some rot, and I guess something good will happen. So now I'm looking for some rot. And then on the way out, of course, I'm curious. I'm like, what would happen if I hit this big black bird? So I hit him. Didn't do a lot of damage, learned he was a boss, and he one-hit me. So I was like, okay, we've been in Florida long enough. Let's go back to Godric and kill him. And that's what I did. So overall, lots of stuff. I think I'm pretty much done the early area. Of course, there's a bunch of stuff I missed. When I go back on stream, I do want to spend a bit more time in Stormveil Castle. I want to explore what I missed. And then I have to go to this tower beyond the bridge, which I think I know where it is, to activate the Great Rune. And then from there, who knows where we go? There's so many places to go. I got 5-6 targets. I don't want to go to Florida. I'm going to go look at them over again as to who I can do. And it's going to be a matter of what feels right. Where do I go from here? I think our time in Limgrave is coming to an end. And the only other area I know of is Florida. And I don't want to go there. So we're going to pick a different area than Florida. So I feel like the training wheels are off. It's only going to get more painful from here. We're at about 12 or so bosses slain. That's maybe 10% of my pledge complete. So I will see you either on the next stream as I continue to hunt these fell beasts or bosses, or on the next journal. And until next time, keep it classy. In my quest, I came across the Bloodhound's Fang in Limgrave. And is this the best weapon in the game? Probably not. Welcome back, Classy Crew, to another Elden Ring journal as I journey through Elden Ring, eventually slaying all bosses. Last time there were 13 bosses, and by the end of this journal, I'll update you on how I am now at 19 bosses, and I have entered Leonine of the Lakes. Is that how you pronounce it? I don't know. But let's talk about this weapon, what's it called again? So last time on Hey Jay, I killed a bunch of walls, Margit, Godric, and there was a lot of exploration left to do in Stormveil Castle. So I did all of that, a lot of it getting lost. I couldn't quite figure out how to get to like the central part, and I kept running around in circles. But I'm glad I did, because through that, I came across this door I had missed, this fog door. And in there, I found the Iron Wet Blade, which, if I understand it correctly, it basically lets me change any weapon I want into a dexterity weapon, or most weapons. So while I was exploring, I was falling off rooftops, running into a bunch of things, and just kind of constantly running in a circle. And I just couldn't figure out how to get to the east part of the castle. So I'm like, screw it, we're going to the main gate. Where is that coming from? Okay, we're just gonna book it. So I ran and I went right, and I'm like, eventually something's gonna happen. And something did. A big lion came out of nowhere with like a sword or something. And I was like, a lion thing? No. And I did make it to a place where I eventually came to a bridge, which is where I wanted to go, because I know that if I can take the rune of Godric to the tower or something good will happen. So on this bridge, it was really like dark and somber, and there's massive golems spewing fire and like shooting me with arrows, massive arrows. Blasted my way through that. It was pretty comfortable, and then made it all the way up to this tower where I did something with, I got Godric's Great Rune basically, and this boosts all stats. I don't quite understand how it works. I understand that you can equip it at the fire, and if you die, you lose it. So I don't know if you have to re-equip it every time you die, if that's how it works. Because people say it's like the Amber from Dark Souls 3 or the Humanity from Dark Souls 1, which is fine, but those are consumables that you lose. So is this just a Humanity unlimited consumable that you just keep using every time you die to get all the boost on your stats? Because that's what it sounds like right now. So still have some figuring out to do. So at that point, Stormveil Castle, I was pretty satisfied with what I had found in there. I was like, all right, before we move forward with the game, what else can I do in Limgrave? What outstanding things are left in here? So we went back to the Fringe Folk's Hero Grave, which is the dungeon I absolutely hate. So I made my way down, eventually made some progress, made it to a bridge. I'm like, this is clearly a trap. So I'm walking and I'm like, and a grafted, I think they're called scions, maybe grafted dudes with all the arms, drops down like, oh, of course. I'm like, nope. So I run back on the bridge, only for another grafted guy to come down. I was like, oh, well done, FromSoft. That is some good setup. So now here I am on a bridge with 2 grafted dudes coming at me from both sides. And of course I fell off the bridge. I mean, I tried to fight them a little, but it didn't last very long. So on my second approach, I went back, charged, did not backpedal, so that prevents the second one from falling. And I just fought the one dude and got the item there. I don't know if I killed the one dude or if I just grabbed the item and got killed. I think that's more the likely scenario. But I did get the item there, which was Erdtree Favor, which is a talisman that ups your HP, your stamina, and your equip load. It's a fantastic talisman, and I equipped it right away. And it was well worth the journey. So I go all the way back down, and I come across the boss, which is the ulcerated tree spirit. And on first impression, I'm like, this thing's disgusting. It's fast. It moves like a snake made of wood. What? And I would have felt so hopeless if it wasn't for the fact that I accidentally iframe rolled through his first like whoosh. I was like, okay, he's fast, but you can iframe him well because he's fast. You can roll through like most of his attacks. So he hit pretty hard and it was pretty unforgiving, but it did not feel impossible. So I went up against him a few times. I was using my claymore again, which I just feel like a renewed sense of maneuverability with this greatsword. It just feels fantastic to run, jump, swing, do my like flip. The move set is just so satisfying. And I was just doing so well on it. Like I was hacking on him, and then I was able to, what do you call it when they get knocked down and you shove your sword in them? I forget the word. Stagger? I got to stagger him. And then I discovered that after you stagger and you shove your sword in him and he's about to like raise, I did like the pirouette move and it hit his head and I saw like a big chunk of health go down. I was like, oh, his head is weak, but that wasn't that useful because his head is always out of reach. But I'm like, okay, after I stagger, I get that hit to like get, I think it was like 600 HP off of him. So it took me 5-6 tries, but I killed him, and it was a honestly fun fight. It felt extremely challenging, not extremely, but it felt comfortably challenging. Maybe. So that took our boss count up to 14. Next up, I had a few jails in the area. There's one jail I did not go back to, which was the ice guy. Maybe I should go back to him, but man, he felt really hard. Instead, I saw in Limgrave there were a few other jails to check out. So there's one I found with the Bloodhound Knight Dairy Will. I think that's what you say, Dairy Will? Saying that out loud does not sound like a very impressive name. And this is the guy. I beat him with a whip. Loved this fight. He's not really that challenging, but as soon as you discover he has basically a 3-swing combo, it goes like roll, 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 whip. And he fell pretty quick, and I got the Bloodhound's Fang weapon, which I learned is a unique weapon, which has been so cool to use because you like, it's massive. You swing it, you backflip, and then you hit like, I think it's R2 or L2, and then you like teleport into the whatever you want in front and like swing again. It's just a super like anime protagonist attack. So I might be switching to this, and this is why I'm like, is this OP? Because I was using it on some later bosses, and man, the bosses were dying fast, and I'm just like, I don't want, because I know this game has some really like dialed up weapons, and I've heard of like a katana that causes bleed, which is like the broken weapon. I don't want to seek that out because I don't want to like just take the easiest route. I want to use whatever I come across organically, which is why I tell people, don't tell me if I miss bosses unless I ask. Let me explore it comfortably, and we're going to go back and we're going to clean up early game bosses at the end, because I really want to have an experience where I play through it and I make do with what I have. I don't want to have the optimal gear, the optimal setup, or anything like that. So I got that. The second jail was closer to Stormveil, and that's where I met the Crucible Knight. And I don't know if they nerfed him or if it's my skill. I'm going to say nerf because nobody wants to believe I'm skilled. But the chat was like, oh boy, Popcorn, he's going to have a hard time with Crucible Knight. So I killed him in 2 tries, but apparently, so they say, Crucible Knight was like a wall for a lot of people when it first dropped. And they were a little disappointed with Crucible Knight's performance against me. Now, to be fair, at the beginning, his phase 1, I was like, this is why are people making like such a big spectacle of this boy? He's just a big chunky knight. He's pretty easy to fight. But then when he pulls off his magic, he gets some wings in phase 2, and he like harpoons you or whatever, thrusts you. And then he's got a tail too. I was like, what is all this magic this guy's pulling out of? He almost got me with like this massive range, like tail attack that I just didn't see coming. And if I didn't have the time to heal, I would have died. And he actually did charge me, and I was just out of range when he thrusted. I'm like, drink, smack, smack, win. Crucible Knight is dead. I don't even know if he dropped anything of value, but the chat was disappointed, and I was happy. So I'm like, all right, we can keep going. Then I was guided to a place upstream where I met another boss, quote unquote, which is Patches. I'm like, wow, they actually put Patches as a boss in this game. So Patches is the character that keeps coming up in all the Soulsborne games. Of course, he gets you when you try to steal his treasure, and he was pretty easy to fight as well. I almost killed him by accident. Luckily, he disappeared off screen before my follow-up attack showed up. I don't remember much about him. Like, I don't remember what that scene is other than he said, "Don't touch my treasure," and then I touched it and it teleported me to the bear forest where I killed a bunch of bears. And I also, yeah, that's about it. I killed some bears. So from there, I went forward in the story, made my way to Liurnia of the Lakes, where it's like this beautiful scenery of a lake. Surprisingly, it's not poisoned. And it seems like there's a magic school. Like there's a big castle in the distance, which I have to work my way to. It's sealed, so I have to find something to break the seal. And this area just feels like, if the first area, Limgrave, feels like the starter grass area, this water magic area really feels like, it does feel like a level 2, but it feels like this is where magic is going to become more important, or more accessible, I should say, as I still don't have much magic available to me. All of the enemies I'm fighting, a lot of them I'm finding, instead of encamped knights, I'm finding encamped sorcerers. So just thematically, I feel there's more magic. Oh, I also came across a jail in this area, and I fought Aiden, Thief of Fire, which I can't even say was really a boss. This is also where I discovered how powerful the Bloodhound's Fang was, because every time I swung this thing, Aiden lost like 20% of his health. I think he was a sorcerer too, so maybe it was just a really good matchup of weapons. I don't know, but this was a really disappointing Aiden, a very disappointing boss. And for all the Aidens who are watching, I'm sorry this Aiden represented you so poorly. So anyways, after that, I kept exploring a little bit of the waters, saw a big lobster, noped out of that, and made my way up near the castle, but pretty much I didn't get too much time to explore this area. And for the end of the night, everybody was like, you need to go back and kill the bear in Limgrave, which you ran away from. Well, I didn't run away from him. He killed me with a bear hug many streams ago. So I went, killed the rune bear. It was a lot more manageable. I was actually able to take more hits because, of course, I'm like level 35 now at this point. By the way, throughout this whole stream, I was between level 30 and level 35, if you care. Yeah, rune bear with the Bloodhound's Fang was way more manageable, and that brought my kill count up to 19 bosses felled. So I think I've got about another 80 or so to go, and I've just entered the second proper region of Elden Ring, so that's where I am in my journey. Still a long ways to go. I'm surprised that the next area seems so serene, like a nice little water world. I usually don't like water, but water and magic I usually don't like, so who knows what horrors await for me in that castle. But I'll find out on the next stream with all of you, or on the next journal, and until next time, keep it classy. I made a pledge to kill every boss in Elden Ring and document my journey, but I'm going to one-up the ante and also say I'm going to try to document all of the lore without looking at Wikipedias or YouTube videos. Welcome back, Classy Crew, to an Elden Ring journal, another one where I document my journey playing through this game. And this past week has been far more about exploration than really boss hunting, which made me appreciate a whole different side of this game. Of course, the Soulsborne games, I went into them to really test my mettle and fight bosses and bosses and bosses. But Elden Ring offers so much more than just boss hunts, and also, since I've gotten my Bloodhound Fang weapon, bosses have not been as difficult as I expected them to be at this point. But this has let me focus more on exploration, and I came across a very wise turtle called Miriel, which served me lore in a way that I really like to consume it. And if you've played Dark Souls, you know that the lore in those games is a lot harder to get a hold of and grasp, and you do need something like a good YouTuber who has spent a lot of time studying and stitching everything together to explain it to you. But I feel in Elden Ring, I can already start grasping what the lore is. And so I want to focus these journals on stitching together what I'm learning just through my journey, my organic journey. And by the end of it, I know I'm going to be missing a lot. I'm not going to have it all, but I'm curious to see in my first playthrough, how much of it can I grasp and how much of it can I put together? So let me walk you through that, and then we're going to talk about really what I've learned about Miriel. This past week, I spent a lot of time exploring Liurnia of the Lake, which is the new area I discovered. So I'm mostly done with Limgrave. I've kind of exhausted the places I want to explore in Limgrave, and I've actually finished killing the last boss that was on my map there, which was the ancient hero of Zamor, which destroyed me before. But now going back with my Bloodhound Fang, he was a lot more manageable. I was also a lot more buffed up. I think I was like 15 levels higher than the last time I took him on. So with that, I set it out to, so you have the lake in Liurnia of the Lake, of course. I decided I don't like water. I know I don't like water. So I'm going to focus on the east side where it's all land. And we're just going to see what's up there. And honestly, it took me 4 hours to do that entire stretch of land. Now, next stream, I don't know if I'm going to do the west coast or focus actually in the water zone or both. But the east side has been discovered. So the first place I went to was the Carrion Study Hall. And this place is like a tower where there was this really interesting fight mechanic that I like how they set up. Basically, you get all these ghosts that spawn for melee attacks, and then you're basically chasing this mage user who shines this like blue ball light with all these missiles that come at you. And while you're fighting the other melee things that she summons, she hits you with this like really powerful bow. So it's a really interesting fight because you're constantly chasing her, fighting the melee users, and watching her while you're fighting the melee users so you can dodge the bow. I really enjoyed that chase, and you're rewarded with one of her spells if you kill her. Otherwise, I hit a dead end there, so I could see that there was like a spiral staircase in the ceiling, that there's got to be a way to bring it down. There is an item that you can put at the beginning of this tower, which I clearly didn't have. So I'm going to have to come back when I find whatever that item is. Kept exploring that area, came across another Tibia Mariner. Mariner? I don't know. But I'm not going to focus on bosses I've already killed. If you care about it's the guy in a boat. He was even not that memorable the first time I fought him. Anyways, kept working my way south. Found another catacomb called the Cliff Bottom Catacombs. Really enjoyed exploring that one, and fought another similar boss which I had killed previously. This one was an Erdtree Burial Watchdog again. However, this one had more magic spells to it, but it fell pretty easily, and he gave me the Kaiden Sellsword Ashes. All the way at the bottom near the bridge, I came across a chariot with a chest in there, and there was a really cool weapon called a Tree Spear, which Chad got a little excited about. Now, I'm not much of a spear user, and I think this one is also, I think you need faith or something. It looks more than just a melee weapon. So I'm sure it can do something cool, but I'm probably not going to use it because there's just too many weapons. So now that I had made it all the way south in Liurnia, I decided to go all the way back up north along the coast and made it to some ruins, found some more Shabira grapes, met the lady again who's blind, who loves to eat grapes because she's chasing the light. So now I'm like starting to figure that, oh, she's probably like on a pilgrimage through this area because I encountered her right after I killed Godric? And I gave her some grapes then, she was happy, and now I'm finding her here and she wants grapes. I'm like, oh, where does this lead to? Like, if I give her grapes throughout the whole land, this is probably a side quest that I want to complete because I'm getting more invested in the lore in this world. And then from there, we made our way still more north, and it was nighttime, and there was this really cool thing that happened. The spirits came up from, I guess, two like warring factions, and they were fighting each other. I've never really seen that in this world. So I'm like, oh, there's like clearly a battle. Like, this must be an old battle. And there's this massive like tree ant or something, like a giant ogre which spawned as well. And he was just like killing everybody, and I was getting the runes for it, which was fun. But seeing that, I didn't partake in it. I just watched. I was like, is this telling me like the tale of an old like battle? And the more that I went north, the more I learned that there was a war that went on here between certain factions, and I'm not quite sure what those factions are yet. But I'm just going to get into a little bit of the lore because I feel I'm starting to grasp just some things. Because I made it to the Church of Vows, and there I met Miriel, which is a turtle with a nice pope hat. And he told me about Radagon and Lady Rennala, which is really what got me curious. So Radagon, I learned, was a champion of a certain of a certain faction who came to Liurnia to, and please correct me if I'm wrong with any of this, to fight. And for some reason, he met Lady Rennala, and he's like, screw fighting, I'm going to marry you. And then things were about to get nice. He even gave her a secret, which was an amber egg. And then I don't know why, and I don't think the game has told us why yet. He said, screw it, I'm gonna go marry Queen Marika, and he became her second husband at the Erdtree capital, which I have not been to, but Erdtree is a key word in this game. Now this queen I don't know much about, but from what I understand, she births the lords, which I'm hunting in the game, if I understand correctly. And I learned that the first Elden Lord was called Godfrey, which I kept messing up with Godric because I thought I was just interchanging the names. But Godric is actually the son of Godfrey, but he was either the weak, I think Godric was the weak one, or I don't know, they didn't like him. Maybe it's because he grafted things to himself. So I'm learning, okay, so we have Queen Marika, married Godfrey. I don't know what happened to Godfrey. He died eventually or something. And then she decided to marry Radagon, and that made Lady Rennala very sad. And now she's holding an amber egg in the library somewhere in this region because Lady Rennala is the governor of the Academy of Raya Lucaria, which is kind of the region that I'm focusing on, this kingdom. And she's also known as the Moon Witch. I don't know if that's relevant. So back to my exploration. It was nighttime in that area. I came across another unique boss, which was the Night Cavalry. Looks very much like a Nazgul. Had a lot of fun. Fought him horseback to horseback. Everyone's like, yo, you shouldn't fight him on horseback because, well, they say it's not as entertaining to watch and that you do more damage on horse. Probably true, but to me, a horse, like you have to fight horse on horse, and you have to fight non-horse on non-horse when it comes to bosses. It's just like proper combat etiquette. So that's the etiquette I follow. Then we kept going north, and this is where it got a lot less fighty. So I came across like these Beastman, which had terrible snipers, terrible as in they were killing me. So they were actually excellent snipers. And came across 2 walking mausoleums. I don't know why there were 2 next to each other. These ones did not have bells hanging below their legs. So I don't know why these things are exciting. I don't know why there's a variant without bells, and I don't know why there's 2 next to each other. That seems extremely redundant to me. But anyways, I slayed them, and so now I can access them. There's also a third one down in the water with a bell, and I don't know how to do that one. Apparently, because it has no rocks on its legs or no skulls on its legs, so I'm not sure how to make it stop walking. But in that area, I also came across the Raya Lucaria crystal tunnels. So this is another great place I discovered to start farming up my smithing stones so I could level up my whip, my Bloodhound Fang, and all that. And here I met another boss, a unique boss of the night, which was Crystallion, which was beautiful boss. Love the moveset, but again, super easy. I just whipped her and she died pretty easy. So all the bosses died pretty easy. I think I might be a little over leveled at this point. From here, I spent a lot of time in the hub, again, piecing together lore. So I learned that the hunter girl that I met in Limgrave, sorry, I don't remember her name, but I learned that she is the adopted daughter of the guy with the mask who looks like the Mandalorian who sits at the table. And that guy is Sir Gideon Ofair. He is the leader of the Round Table. He's a very important character from what I understand. And now I understand he has an adopted daughter and she's going to leave. I don't know what she's going to do. So he's giving me all this good stuff, telling me Godric is Godfrey's son. He talks about Rodan, Rykard, Morgott, Rennala, Nefeli. And I only really know something about Rennala. Rodan's interesting because I learned that he's the Red Lion. He was known as Red Lion, but more importantly, he fought Malenia. Malenia? I don't know if that's how you say it. And I only know her because of all the memes. She seems like a super tough boss, which I look forward to fighting one day. So that's where I am right now in my knowledge as well as my exploration. I'm really excited to having like this different aspect of the game and not just focusing on, oh, I fought this boss. He hurt me very bad. This is how I overcame him, because there's not that same level of challenge right now. It's just really have fun, see what the world's about.
No, frick.
So that's where I'm at. Let me know if there's anything I should know or that I got wrong with the lore, or things that you may have noticed in the areas I've pieced together. Otherwise, don't spoil too much of the lore for me. I will see you on my next journal or the next stream as I continue to progress in this region. And I guess our next sites is going to be Rennala eventually, as I seek out this library that I think she is in. So there's like a castle, I think, here that I've uncovered, and a library. So that's where I'm going. So I'll see you then, and until next time, keep it classy. This past week in Elden Ring, I invaded someone else, giving a whole new meaning to invasion sensation.
Invasion sensation.
Welcome back, Classy Crew, to my Elden Ring journals as I journey through this game trying to kill every unique boss. Progress update. Last time I had 22 unique bosses. Today I have 26 unique bosses complete, which I think puts me at roughly 25% of the game of completion of my pledge. To my understanding, there's about 100 bosses, roughly, give or take. So let's talk about this invasion, because I've played Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, and now Elden Ring, and if there's one thing I kind of avoided and never really did was invade other players, mostly because in Dark Souls I didn't like it. In Dark Souls 3 I was starting to like it and I didn't want to ruin someone else's experience. In Bloodborne I just wasn't very good at it. But in Elden Ring, you know, I've been getting fingers left and right, and I have this whole collection of fingers, and the latest finger I got, people said, okay, it's time, Jason, to leave and explore other worlds with one of these fingers, and I invaded someone else's world, not knowing really what to expect other than probably pain, because I'm like, at this point, the people still playing this game are most likely, and the people playing online are most likely veterans in endgame gear that are just going around slapping noobs like me. So anyways, I put the finger thing on the ground, and then I invaded a world, and there were 3 players in here, and I did not understand what was going on, so I was hitting everybody because I saw everybody was hitting somebody, and I got the text that said, go kill this guy, so I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go kill this guy. But then this other guy was attacking me. Anyways, long story short, I learned it was 2v2. I thought it was 1v3. Whoops. It was an interesting experience, but it's not what, I can't say it's a better experience than the core game itself, mostly because of the lag. So when you're playing the base game, you slash, you hit your opponent, they get hit. In PvP, you slash, sometimes you hit your opponent, and sometimes you slash air and it still hits your opponent. Sometimes you make contact with your opponent and they don't get damaged. So the whole like lag mechanic of PvP throws me off. I think it's an acquired taste. I think you can definitely get used to it. But it just feels off to me that, you know, I can see my weapon connecting with the character and they don't get hit. And sometimes I'm just hitting air and I see blood come out of the opponent. So that's weird. Happy to say, though, I did complete, I did kill my first invasion. And it was thanks to my buddy, which I didn't know was my buddy. So I was hitting him as well. Anyways, let's talk about these bosses and what I did. So this past week, so last journal, we were in Liurnia. Look at that. I remembered it without writing it. And I explored the east side. And so today, this past week, I figured I'll explore the west side. And maybe if there's time, we're actually going to explore the wet lake area. So I went up the west side, came across a village called the village of Albinorix. Not a happy place, let me tell you. The inhabitants looked a little dead, a lot of them hanging from trees. And here we met Nepheli again, who was the lady hanging out at the hub. She was the adopted daughter of Sir Gideon, and yeah, she was pretty disgusted with what happened at the village of Albinorix. It looks like there was a slaughter that happened here. I explored around. I found something really cool, which is called the Haligtree Sacred Medallion. I got half of it, and apparently if I find both of them, this unlocks a lift that takes me to Miquella's Haligtree. I have no idea what this is, but the fact that I need a medallion to get to it makes me want to get to it. So I've got half the medallion, got to figure out what the other half of the medallion is. I learned where the other half is. It's somewhere in the west side of on the west of the ruins in Liurnia, because Sir Gideon talks about it. He's like, oh, you got the medallion. Well, the other medallion's over here. You should go get it. I'm like, okay, I will. The other thing in Village of Albinorix is there was a Capra Demon wannabe here called the Omen Killer. He's got 2 swords and two dogs. So I killed him. Really, that's all there is to it. He was a little intimidating at first. He's got a cool, like, fire breath thing. I think I died once, but then I killed him. And we got a talisman from it that I probably won't use. So I did a bunch more adventuring, but then I went back to the hub. This was very different. I got attacked this time. As soon as I arrived there, I got attacked by Ensha of the Royal Remains. And I wasn't sure who this was. Like, I'm like, why am I getting attacked? So I killed them. And then I got back into the normal area. I was like, what the heck was that? Who's that? Why did that happen? What was the trigger? And then I realized the dude who hangs out Sir Gideon's office was no longer there. There was just some armor, which I took, and now I wear. So I'm like, oh, it's the guy, aka Edgelord. He attacked me. Why did he attack me? And then I'm talking to Sir Gideon, and he was telling me that Nepheli has now been disowned. I was like, why are you disowning your daughter? He's like, oh, she got in the way. So I think because I killed Omen Killer, who killed the village of Albinorix, that was not approved by Sir Gideon. Oh yeah, we're getting into some lore here. So he disowned Nefeli because Nefeli's like, that's not right. You shouldn't be slaughtering people. And I'm like, yeah, I agree with you. You probably shouldn't do that. So she got blamed for what I did. But now it's like, Sir Gideon, why did you want to kill these people? Why was the Omen killer a boss on your side? And why did your edgelord attack me when I came back? Something's going on here. Sir Gideon is not the good man I thought he was. I think I'm going to have to fight him. He knows too much. And then I kept exploring the west side. I came across another Erdtree avatar. This is like my third one at this point. And I found a new catacomb called Road's End Catacomb. This was a super interesting catacomb because I walked in my usual, like, all right, what's going to jump me? And I made it to the end. I got my Ash of War and there was no boss. And I was like, well, this is exceptionally weird. Now, the end of the catacomb ended with a wall that was a mirror, like a transparent wall or a fake wall. And once you go through it, then you get your Ash of War. So I'm like, oh, that's an interesting illusion. So on my way back, I'm like, that can't just be what it is. And I could hear things like monsters in the walls. And I started rolling into walls. And I found another invisible wall or a fake wall. And I killed the guy there. And then within the invisible wall, I found another invisible wall. I was like, oh, this is one of those catacombs where all the walls are fake walls. And so I started rolling into all the walls. And there were so many here. And I eventually came across a boss room. I was like, oh, I like this catacomb. It flips my expectations on its head. And here I came across the Spirit Caller Snail. I was like, oh, that's a cute name. And then this very familiar image appeared in the middle of the room. I was like, why does this look like one of those knights? What are they called? They're I killed it. I killed one of them. Oh shoot, I forget what it's called. Anyways, he destroyed me. He was so aggressive. He's just like walking slowly. And he just bam, thrust and kills me. And I was like, okay. And I was attacking him and I noticed his health bar wasn't moving. I was like,
immortal.
it's one of these gimmick fights I see. Now the fact that the name of the boss is Spirit Caller Snail was the hint. First of all, I'm like, well, this does not look like a snail, first of all. So I figured there must have been a snail somewhere in the room. And the fact that it's a spirit caller and this thing looked like a spirit, I'm like, okay, the snail called the spirit. But I'm like, I can't find the snail. So let's deal with this thing and then I'll find the snail. So I killed the knight and then the snail appeared. And then I started like bashing on the snail and he was like singing. I was like, oh no, he's going to call another one. And he was summoning another one. But luckily I killed the snail before he could summon another one. Then also something new happened in the hub. So I've been advancing Rodrika's quest, talking with the blacksmith and stuff. And now she's moved into the room with the blacksmith and she's kind of opened up a shop for spirit tuning because she's being trained in that. And she has like, I don't know, skills in that. Well, now I can level up my ashes. I think it's called the Nash. The summons. I can level up my summons, which is useless because I'm on a pledge of no summons, so I'm not going to be using this, but cool that I unlocked it. And then afterwards, I was pretty much locked out of the west side. Like the rest of that territory is on a really high cliff, and I don't know how to get to that. So I focused in the water area instead, and I was just kind of exploring on the west side. Oh, I was actually trying to find the second half of the Spirit Medallion. And anyways, I didn't find it, but I found a dragon called the Glintstone Dragon Smaragd, which I love that name. And I don't know why I get so excited at big monsters now. I mean, I probably do. It's because I've been fighting them for the last 2 years. So I'm like, oh, I'm going to attack you. And I took on this dragon without a horse, which is a big difference from before. I'm just like, I think I can take on this dragon without a horse. I'm pretty sure I can do it. I just got a position, get between his legs. He was a good fight. I killed him. And then I found the key. This is the key that I've been looking for in this region that unlocks the academy. So I'm like, I can't believe I found this organically without trying. I was so excited about that. I was like, well, we're done exploring the region. Let's go explore the academy now that I got the key. It felt so rewarding to find that on my own without help. And I went into the academy and it was a nice steady like trudge through like opponent after opponent. There was a bunch of Burger King man in there. And they were like casting spells and like roll through the spells, attack. I just felt so comfortable with this, with my skill set, with my level, with everything. And I was just destroying things. And I'm like, I'm going to have it my way. Sorry, I had to throw that in there. And I worked my way through and I came across the last boss of the night, which was the Red Wolf of Radagon, which now I understand. I'm like, oh, this is the puppy of the guy who came here and screwed over the queen of this land to go marry another queen so he could become lord. See, I'm remembering things. This red wolf was aggressive as heck. He's got a flame sword. He jumps at you. He breathes fire, if I remember right. He killed me many times, but I eventually found the openings, found the dance, the rhythm, killed him.
Damn.
And then the last thing is, so I ran around the academy, found a second key, which I need a little bit of help here because people are like, oh, you can give that key to Sorcerer Thops, which was a sorcerer I met at the beginning of the region like many weeks ago. So I went back. He's been looking for a key to get back into the academy himself. He's kind of a weak sorcerer that sells you cheap spells. So I'm like, hey, I got your key. He's like, yeah, I can go back to the academy and I can continue to study. I'm like, yeah, happiness. And then he goes back and I found him in the academy and he was dead at his desk.
Oh, no, he's
In true Soulsborne lore fashion, and he gave there was a spell there for some protective thing, and when you read the description, it's like he's worked his whole life to create this spell, and it's apparently an amazing spell. And so Sorcerer Thops, we helped him achieve his life goal, but it cost him his life. And that is just very depressing. So here we are. I'm now at level 43, 26 unique bosses down. I've killed 30 bosses in total, if we count the duplicates. I've found a spare key, I think, as well in the academy. I'm not sure where to go in the academy, honestly. I've gone through it all, and I think I got a key that unlocks an area that I forgot was locked. So I have to find that area again, which means I have to scour the whole academy once more so I can make progress. But we're pretty much done with the academy. I know that there's a library in this region, and that is where, I forget what her name is already. I should have written down her name. What was her name? Lady Rennala. She's, I think, the pivotal figure in this region. So Lady Rennala, I have to discover who she is. And there's a few other things left in this region, but I think I am winding down with Liurnia. I'll probably hit roughly level 50 before I move on to another area. I don't know which one yet. And I'll keep you all updated in my next journal. Hopefully I see you there or in the next stream. And until next time, keep it classy. Welcome, friends, to my journey through Elden Ring as I seek out all the bosses to kill them all and find the most disgusting one. And I think I found it. It's not even a boss. It's a stupid common enemy. It's like two hands together that looks like a spider. It's disgusting. So disgusting. Welcome back, classy crew, to another Elden Ring journal. I believe we're at number 8 as I journey through Elden Ring to kill all unique bosses. That's the pledge. I am now at 26 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus 6. 32 unique bosses have been felled. Lots of progress last week. Killed 7 bosses, made my way around Liurnia. I'm going to recount it all for you. And we're going to get to the stupidest part of this thing. I met some gross things. The bosses looked fine, but I met a tentacle monster. I met some spider monsters that weren't spiders, but their hands, which are probably worse. I didn't know that there were worse things than spiders. Like, what's creepier than a spider? Just replace the legs with fingers and put some hair on that stuff. The way they move, the way they touch you, it has like the creepiness of a bug with the creepiness of a molest. So when I was last time, we explored Eastern Liurnia, I believe, and a little bit of Western. This past week, I decided I needed to explore the rest. So when I started, I saw where the map was in West Liurnia, and it's like it was in an area a little bit to the northwest. I was like, well, I can't go through that way. For some reason, I thought I couldn't. Turns out you can. So I'm like, well, what if we go back to the academy, cross the bridge, and try to work our way around? Because I thought it was all on a cliff. So that's what I did. I crossed the bridge, and there I encountered our first boss of the night, which was another Night Cavalry. This was my second one. Now, people made fun of me for fighting the first one on a horse. I said, all right, chat, we're going to get off this high horse. We're going to fight him with our blood or whatever, our sword on legs. And we left the Night Cavalry on his horse. So he died. Damn. Next, I went, there were 2 paths. I could go down into towards like a cave system, or I could go and do a fortress. I ended up doing both. But first I went to the cave. This is where I made my way through the cave and lifts, made my way up this cliffside. That's where I found a big tentacle monster, which was super creepy. I've seen these across the land, but I never got close to one. This one looked like, I thought it was just a ball with tentacles, but no, there's like a pulsating butthole in the middle, and I was like, that's enough. But no, inside the pulsating butthole comes a beak, and the beak like squawks at you. It looks like the Sarlacc from Star Wars Return of the Jedi, special edition specifically. They didn't have a beak in the original. And so I kept going until I found a boss. Was not expecting a boss through this whole cave system. So I was a little bit worried because I didn't level up. By the way, throughout this whole journal, I'm between level 43 and level 50 roughly. So Magma Worm Makar was the first unique boss. Super scary boss. I'm like, oh no. But he turned out to be super easy because he just kept spewing lava in the wrong direction. And I was like, all right, you do your thing. You spew your lava. I'm going to slice you on this side. And so he didn't really attack me. I didn't get hit by many of his attacks. And I just sliced and diced them. So up I went, and I thought I was at the top of the Liurnia cliffside, so I could go west. And everyone's like, "No, Jay, no, you're lost. You went the wrong way. You're leaving Liurnia." I was like, "What are you talking about? This is the way." And then, of course, the text appeared on screen where it says, "Welcome to Atlas Plateau." And I was like, "Oh, well, this is not where I want to be." So I sat by the fire. My buddy Malenia came up. And she started talking about herself again because she never asks about how I'm doing or how I've been since the last time we chatted. It's always about her. So from this point, I tried a boss, or not a boss. I tried an enemy, and I was like, all right, they're kind of chunky, but maybe I should finish my business in Liurnia before I keep exploring this Atlas Plateau. So back I went to across the bridge to go to the other path to the fortress. There I got assaulted by catapults, which I did not appreciate. So I stealthed my way there, and then I killed all of the catapult launchers, and then I explored everything, only to find that's a dead end. I think I need my medallion to ride the lift here. So as you remember last journal, I found half the medallion, have not found the other half, so I cannot use the lift. I don't have the special privileges. So I just went west, and I ended up being in the exact area I wanted to be. I'm like, why didn't I just try this in the beginning? Instead of going east to go north to go west, which didn't work, you just go west to go west. It's silly. So from there, I met, I decided I was going to focus on cleaning up that whole area. So that includes a jail. And then there's also the Caria Manor, which is where we found all manner of... The jail held another boss, which was Bowles, the Carian Knight. I can tell you, he was quite the ballsy boss. I'm trying too hard with these jokes. All right, so he fell pretty easily. He was a big giant with a big sword, and I was a little guy with a big sword. So, honestly, the bosses, I'm either over leveled or using the right weapon. They're not really... they're fun challenge. They're not wall challenge, and I'm okay with that. We don't need too many walls. So I went to the 4 belfries, which is 3 or 4 towers that all have portals. There's definitely 4 towers, but I think there might be 3 portals. So I went into the first one, which took me to a place with a lot of tornadoes called the Crumbling Faru Mausoleum. This place was absolute pain. I encountered, first of all, you're jumping on things floating in the sky, which is never a good sign. And the second thing is I can barely hurt the enemies, and they do half health bar damages to me on each swing. So that was not a fun place. I lost all my runes. I'm not going back there anytime soon. Found a grace, and then someone said, go into this portal. This is the safe portal. I was like, all right. So I went to the Chapel of Anticipation, anticipating what I would find. So there, that took me back to the opening area where I got my very first death from the Grafted Scion. It was time for some sweet, sweet revenge on this thing. So I slapped this boy silly, and we killed the Grafted Scion, taking our count up to another 3. So we were at 29 at that point. Once I was done with the Grafted Scion, made my way back to where I was with the 4 belfries. I can't get into the 3rd portal because I'm missing a key to get it. You need a special unique key. I only have 2. There's 3. So I kept making my way north. There I came across some ruins. I was guided a little bit to find a hidden path under the ruins, and that is where I came across probably the worst boss I have ever encountered in this game. I have to admit, this thing sucked. It was called the Royal Revenant. Whoa! Bloodborne flashbacks. I couldn't tell where the head and the arms were because I had probably too many of those limbs, and it screamed all the time, and it comboed, and it flailed at me, and I'm just like, no! Come on! I hate these things. Why must they scream? And why must they be so aggressive while they scream? So I died a lot of times to this thing. Eventually I learned the pattern, got patient, and it died. Then things got interesting. So I met a lovely giant called Master Iji. He was quite nice. Didn't really do anything about him. He warned me about, if you go into the manor, there's some Caria Manor, there's some spells that are going to try to stop it. So I ran through all of this raining magic, made it into Caria Manor, met the hands, hated the hands, dealt with the hands. Oh man, I hated that. And then once I got through the hands, it was a little bit more comfortable to navigate everything. But man, those things suck. and I made it to a boss called the Royal Knight Loretta. Now, this seemed like a very significant boss fight, and I was kind of surprised that I just casually walked up. Like, I felt like the dungeon was not as long as I was expecting it to be. I was expecting a much bigger dungeon. I don't know if this counts as a dungeon. So the Royal Knight Loretta was awesome fight. I died once, but I loved her attacks. I loved her combos even. Just all her movements were so good, and I knew how to dodge them. And when I screwed up, like, I really felt like it was my fault, as you do in these games usually. But it was so fun, just like rolling through all her magic attacks, closing the gap, smacking her, running away because she's got a really long weapon, and killed her. And yeah, she just seemed like a very important piece to the whole like lore puzzle. I don't know what her role is other than being a royal knight, but this place seems very special to the lore of the region. So just beyond that is the Three Sisters, where we got 3 towers and a ton of lore. But before that, I had to kill the Glintstone Dragon. No, I did not have to kill it. I had to fight the Glintstone Dragon Adula, my 3rd dragon, and I was having some fun with it, and then it just flew away. It didn't want to play with me anymore. It kind of sucked. So up the tower I went, Renna's tower, and there I met Renna, who I had forgotten her name. But this is the lady who gave me the bell to use the summons, which I don't use. And she told me about the scheme. Now we're getting into some stuff. So she seems to be scheming to ruin the thing about the Tarnish, which reminds me of what Dark Souls games always do. They're like, yes, you can fulfill your goal of doing whatever you're doing, like extending the age, or you can say F you to what everybody's been telling you, and you can do things my way. So I'm like, oh, let's see where this goes. So I pledged myself to her. She told me, cool, go talk to my buddy Blade. I think Blade, I forget his name. Celavis, and then we can get stuff done. So, oh, and EG. EG's her boy as well. So I met Celavis. Huge jerk. This guy's like a mage with something stuck up his butt. And anyways, I'm like, yo, I'll do a favor for you if that'll make you nicer. So he's like, bring this potion to Nefeli, I believe is her name. And I was like, well, this looks suspicious. So whatever, I'm all for doing side quests. So I went to bring it to Nefeli, but first I talked to her father, and I was like, yo, do you know anything about this potion? He's like, that's what he's up to. I don't care what you do, but you could probably just give me the poison instead. I was like, oh, decisions, what do I do? I was going to fulfill the side quest, so I went to give it to Nefeli, but I couldn't. The game wouldn't let me, so I think something happened where I progressed her quest too far, and I could not give it to her. So my only choice was to give it to Sir Gideon. So I gave it to him, and he chucked the I don't know what he's doing with the potion. But anyways, Celavis thinks I gave it to Nefeli. I lied to him, and he's all like, I'm in his good books now. So that's where we are with Celavis. Meanwhile, Blade is apparently waiting for me in that underground place that I saw in my first stream. I'm like, whoa, I was supposed to go there when I was level 50? Well, now let's try that again. And he's looking for the hidden city of Nokron. So now I'm like, all right, I'm all down for going back to the beginning. I can't believe I was in that area at like level 10 and I was trying to find my way around. I was trying to revive a moose at that point. You remember Journal 1? Maybe it's Journal 2. So that's where I went, headed out to go see our friend Blade, and haven't met him yet. I'm back to trying to find the lanterns to summon the moose. It's gonna revive the moose, I just know it. But instead I ran into a dragonkin soldier. Huge boss, really slow, but still so fun to fight. Killed him, he didn't kill me. It was just a fun fight to run around him, and like if you got hit by his attacks, he hits super hard. I just love epic fights like this. The thing is, the bosses, sure, they're easier, or maybe my skill's better, but man, they're just so much fun. Like, I have a lot of fun with them. And that's where I ended the stream. So that's where my journey has taken me so far. I think I'm just about done with Liurnia. Anyways, I'm on a new direction. I'm out of Liurnia now. I know that there's the Atlas Plateau as my next destination, but let's go see if we can find this hidden city, because that sounds pretty cool. I like the direction all of this is going. So that's where we are. 32 bosses have been felled that are unique. In total, I'm at 37 bosses. I believe there's 140 all in. I think we have the definite count now. So I'm like, hey, if I'm going to kill all the uniques, I might as well maybe just kill all the bosses while I'm at it. So I'm tracking both now, and I'll be back at it on stream tonight on a Tuesday, or I'll see you on the next journal. So until next time, classy friends, keep it classy. This past week, I encountered Radon, and my viewers said, Jay, this is where you can cancel your pledge summon. You can summon for this boss. You're not going to be able to do it alone. And I said, no, I will challenge this my way. Do it solo. No! Welcome back, classy crew, to my Elden Ring adventure as I journey through all of Elden Ring to slay every boss. So this past week, I encountered Radahn. I encountered quite a few demigods. Radahn, who's the other one? I think they're called demigods. Rennala. Hunted a few bosses, so I was at 32 last week. Now I am at, you know what? I didn't write it down, but I think I'm at 36 bosses. So I started the night in the underground. I'm looking for the lost city of Nokron, and this is where we were looking for Blaidd, I believe. So here there was quite a few things I hadn't really explored, much to my surprise. And even further to my surprise, I didn't know that there was a map, and I don't even know how I missed the map because it was literally right next to the moose the whole time, right next to the pillar. So I was like, how did I miss this? And everyone, of course, did a collective facepalm. So I got the map, I explored the area, I lit my lanterns, we got the moose back. Well, I was expecting the moose to come alive, but what you do is you go inside the moose and you kill his spirit, which is kind of messed up when you think about it. This really struck me as a vastly different kind of boss fight than I've ever had in an Elden Ring or Soulsborne game. The music was like serene and peaceful, and it was beautiful. I've never used the word beautiful to describe a fight. I've used, a good dance, fun, amazing, terrible, bullshit, but never beautiful. But this fight was beautiful. It was a nice pattern of here's my attack, I will dodge, I will attack, I will dodge, I will attack, all while this like beautiful serene music was playing. It was just very surreal and very different. So loved what they did there. Eventually I did find Blaidd, and he says he doesn't know where he's going. There's the city. We don't know how to get there. He says maybe Sullivis, that a-hole, might be able to help us. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go see Sullivis. But before that, I actually did make it all the way to another elevator, which takes us back into Florida, aka Khalid. And I was like, no, I don't want to be here. So I went back into the manor. We saw Sullivis. He didn't give me advice, but he gave me a scroll, and he's like, maybe if you give the scroll to a lady, it might help you. I didn't know who the lady was, and I'll admit the chat helped me, and they're like, it's time, Jay. It's time you meet the sorcerer that you missed in Limgrave. And so made my way back to Limgrave, to the Waypoint runes, which I hadn't covered. I had walked by it, but this was before I knew I had to explore runes. I had come across the Waypoint runes very early in my gameplay. So I went back there, looked around, eventually found the stairs that go underground to another boss. I was like, oh yeah, a new boss. And it was the Mad Pumpkinhead. I was way over leveled at this point, so it wasn't much of a fight. I think I took him down in like 6 hits. So made it through there, and that's where we met the sorceress Selin. And she gave me some tips about Radahn, if I remember correctly. Is that his name? Radahn, yes. Kind of saying what was going on there, and apparently that's the tip that's going to help us find Nokron. So I gave the information to Blaidd, and he's like, I might be paraphrasing here. There was a lot of fetching and moving around, but ultimately I found out that there was a festival, a warrior festival happening in southern Florida, and that's where I had to go and meet Blaidd to fight Radahn. So I'm like, well, we finally have a story reason to go there. We might as well go. I'm not going to explore the whole thing. I'm just going to go to this castle down here and see what Radahn is all about. Totally expecting I was underleveled. So on my way there, I came across a decaying Exite. It's like a dragon. I'm not sure if this is the one I met way back in my first or second stream, but this thing, I was like, oh, dragons, I can kill dragons. This one was hard. This one used decaying rot or something on me, which killed me faster. He was hitting me faster. Anyways, he overpowered me, and I was like, you know what, maybe we won't take this on right now. And then I went to the castle, and this was very cool. Like, we had some really good music. There was some chanting. Everybody was there. Popman was there. I was talking to everybody, and they're like, are you ready for like the ultimate battle of this like Radahn? They really built him up. So I'm like, yeah, let's do this. Let's see what he's all about. And so, wait a minute. Before I did that, I didn't do that first. I'm sorry. Before going to Florida, I went to the academy to finish what I was doing there. So in Liurnia, I had not finished fighting the boss of the academy because I was lost and I didn't know where to go. So I went back and I saw this bridge in the area that I was lost at, and it's like a stairwell. It's not really a bridge. It's a stairwell that's disconnected, and you have to kind of like jump across some broken stuff to make it. I was like, oh, let's go there. And from there, I made it to a portal, which took me to where the Pope is usually, but this time the Pope wasn't there. Instead, the bell-bearing hunter showed up, messed me up, and just smacked me around. That is the theme of this week, smacking me around. I was like, oh, that's terrible. And I went back to fight him, and he was gone. It was just the Pope. I'm like, I'm not going to fight a Pope turtle. So it turns out he only shows up at night or something. Really not looking forward to having to kill that one. So anyways, kept exploring the castle. It was a pretty nice, fun, steady grind, and I made it to the room where Rennala is. This was the one character I was well aware would be here, would be like the queen of the land. I had heard so much about her. She was holding her egg, her amber egg. I was like, I know all about you. And she had all these kids around her, and they were all like, kill all the children. And so I, don't quote me on that, please. I killed I tried killing all the children, but I think they were respawning or something. And I kept running around in a circle. I'm just like, I'm not making progress. Something's missing. So I got a little bit more bold. Oh, and if I went to the center, all the kids would start like spewing fire at me. So that's why I was avoiding the center.
Okay.
But when I went back, that's when I noticed in the center, you got some kids that are chanting. I'm like, oh, this is like the Pope fight or the multi-priest fight in Dark Souls 3. So you kill the ones that are chanting, that breaks the orb around Rennala, she falls, you kill her, and then you go to the special world with her, and that's where you fight an amazing mage battle. I recognized so many spells. It was cool. She was using summons on me. I almost thought I didn't make it. And even at the end, the last thing she cast on me was she summoned a dragon to breathe fire as I was swinging my last slashes on her. And I killed her. And I'm glad because I was getting really low on life. So first attempt, Rennala, I beat Rennala. She didn't feel like, from what I understand, she should be the same difficulty as all the other demigods. Actually, they haven't given me that much trouble now that I think about it. This is the second demigod I killed. It wasn't too hard. So then from there, I went to Florida because I had no other place to go, and I was like, this is where the story's taking me. So enter Star Scourge Radahn. What a fight this is. There's so much to dissect. So one thing I don't like is the run up to him. Like when you actually go into his portal and you just have to run to him when he's taking shots at you. So I get on my horse and I run up, and it's just a matter of timing. And sometimes I miss the timing. I hate it because that costs me health flasks, basically. So he usually gets 3 to 4 attacks before I get in on him. And what I've been doing, what's been working good for me, is I stay on my horse and I go back and forth. And I kind of like ping him, run away, ping him, run away. And I do that until he's about half health. And then I've learned I need to get off my horse, because if I take him on in phase 2 on my horse, he actually like manages to kill my horse, I fall off the horse, and then he just bam bam and I'm dead, no iframes. It's really insulting and frustrating to die that way. So this fight, I think I spent an hour grinding it, trying, and in my early attempt I made it down to 1 hit. He was 1 hit away and I choked. And looking back at the footage, I thought I was out of stamina for some reason, or I thought I had to dodge. And after the hit that brought him to 1 last hit, I decided to roll twice for some reason. I don't know why. He was right there. If I had just swung 1 more time, he'd be dead and we wouldn't be talking about this anymore. But I rolled twice, which gave him enough time to fly up into the sky with a charged up attack. I couldn't reach him anymore, and he killed me. And I tried so hard for like the next hour to beat him, to get back to that point. And I couldn't do it. He's so fast, so aggressive, and you require such good timing. I think I made it honestly through luck. And if I made it through luck to that 1 hit, then maybe I don't deserve the kill, and I deserve all this practice to actually study and learn what to do. I understand that I can summon dudes across the battlefield, and it's supposed to be like an army taking on this ginormous dude who's on a ridiculously tiny horse. I don't know what's up with that horse, but that poor horse. But my pledge is to solo all the bosses, and I'm like, I'm gonna do this. And the fact that I got so close tells me I can do it. It's in me to do it. I just gotta dig deep, find that Soulsborne, like, I don't know, juju that I got, or that I developed, and just put it into practice. Just be patient, dodge the rolls, get the rhythm, get your hits, manage your stamina, manage your health, and he will fall. I just got to practice it more. But oh my God, it is so freaking hard. This is a really hard fight to solo. So this is my new wall for now. To take a break, I decided, well, you know what? I uncovered Atlas Plateau. Let's go see what's over there. Radahn's not going anywhere. We can always come back. Atlas Plateau, I met a lot of bosses. So I made it past, I headed towards the capital city. And on my way, I met an ancient dragon. I think it's called Lancex or something. Played with him a bit, and he flew away. Then I came across ruins where I met the demi-human Queen Gillica. Almost didn't catch her name because I killed her so fast. Literally 4 or 5 swings. I didn't even see what her attack was. She was dead, deleted, and I got something in there. I forgot what. And then finally made my way to this amazing city. I love the aesthetic. I love the stairs. I didn't go up the stairs. I went the back way. I didn't even see that there were 2 tree sentinels waiting at the top. And I made it into the city, and I went to the grace, and everyone's like, Jay, you got to go back. It's for your pledge. I was like, oh, what did I miss? And there I found my 2 tree sentinels. I thought there were just 2, but it turns out the fight is you're supposed to do 2 together. But what I did is I lured one of them. So I threw a dagger, pulled one in, played with him a bit, killed him after dying a few times. And then I went after the second one, killed him. And then that's when it said boss fell. Then I learned that it was 2 tree sentinels that count as a boss. After that, I was pretty much tired. Didn't want to go too much further into the city to explore. I was told to go check out a crater outside the city. That's where I found a falling star beast, which looks like part ant, part cow, it's an alien thing. This thing hurts me a lot, and I don't know how I'm going to kill this either. This thing's hard. I met so many things. I was kind of like tra-la-laing through the game the last 2 weeks. This past week, I've met, I think, 3 to 4 bosses that I was not able to kill. And I'm just like, oh my goodness, I think we're back to where the pain is. And I got to get good again because I ain't good. So we're back to that uncomfortable level. And that's what it is with these games. And that's why I didn't get too cocky before, because I knew this stage would come back. It's always highs and lows, and we're going to end on a really painful low that's then going to deliver a very amazing high. So I will continue exploring the city next week, and I will also be reattempting to fight Radahn. We'll see if I can break through that. And those are kind of the 2 paths I have ahead of me. So hopefully I'll see you on the next stream or on the next journal as I continue to slay all the bosses in this game. And until next time, keep it classy. Don't underestimate the word draconic, because I saw a draconic tree sentinel. I was like, tree sentinels, I can kill these easy.
No, you!
Welcome back, classy crew, to another Elden Ring journal update as I traverse through all of Elden Ring trying to slay every single boss in the game. I now have 47 bosses slain, 41 of which are unique. We are slowly making progress. 5 new bosses have been felled this past week, including Star Scourge Radahn. I am so happy I killed him. This past week, there was a lot that I could have done, a lot that I could have explored. The previous week, I had kind of ended on a sour note where there was just a lot of hard bosses everywhere. So this time, I was like, all right, we're near the great tree city, whatever, the capital city. Before we go into it, there was a bunch of like area around the city that I hadn't explored yet. So I was like, let's just chill and see what's outside the city first. And there I found quite a few new bosses and some nice things to pick up and stuff. For example, I found a dude on a bridge with a beautiful like sunflower mask or something. And he's just looking at a tree, he's just pointing at it. And I like walked around him. I was holding back not to hit him. Everyone's like, don't you dare hit him. But I'm like, oh, come on. He's kind of like lanky, creepy looking. And he's just pointing at this tree. He's doing nothing with his life. This looks like it could be part of a quest line. I don't know what to do with it yet. So I let him be. I didn't hit him. And then I made my way towards some windmills, saw some windmills. I was like, oh, I haven't seen some of those in a while. There were a lot of happy ladies. They were so happy. They were dancing, and I tried to dance with them, but they didn't want to dance with me. And so everybody was dancing. I was like, oh, this is such a happy place. I eventually found out that I think these are face scalpers or something, or skin grabbers. So they peel skin off people, from what I understand. That's not so cool. And apparently if you start hitting one of them, they don't want to dance anymore. They just want to murder you. So things escalate quite quickly in that village. Also in this village is where I came across the God Skin Apostle. This thing is like Kezu, a bipedal Kezu. So for those who don't play Monster Hunter, Kezu is basically a monster that looks like a dick. And this dude is a monster, a boss that looks like a monster that looks like a dick. So he's basically, I don't know what he does. He's got this really cool like scythe on him, but his whole body like extends into the Kezu like, and then he just kind of like wobbles around like one of those inflatable things that's like buy my product here. This guy was kind of hard. He killed me a few times. And I really loved the fire he did. He had like a white-black fire that he shoots at you. And I heard that this is a build that you can do for spells. I was like, well, this is way cooler than normal fire. So I'm all about learning more about what you can do with this fire and what other enemies use this fire in this game. But pretty much smacked him around and he died. Now, in this same area, I came across a tunnel called the Altus Tunnel. And there wasn't too much worth of note here except for the final boss. So at the end, there was a Crystallian spear and a Crystallian ring blade. I'd killed the ring blade before, but this is the first time I took on 2 different Crystallians together. And the spear guy was really rude. He just kept poking me in the face with his spear. Didn't like it. The ring blade I can take care of. Pulled out the whip. We all know how to deal with Crystallians. You just whip them, whip them, whip them. Now they're not too hard because they move quite slowly. So getting the ring blade away, killing that one, and then dealing with the spear was pretty straightforward. So that took me down to 2 new bosses of the night. The third is Wormface. This guy, oh my god, I hate this guy. So I'm in the forest, and there's a bunch of like creepy things that remind me of Titans from Attack on Titan. And I don't even know. At one point I'm walking around, and then something or someone vomits all over me, and I die. So that's the tone of this forest, where everybody has like acidic insta-death vomit, and everybody's sick in that forest. I don't know what they've been drinking, but so I explored the forest, and then I came across one of a bigger Titan who was huddled by the tree. I think he was eating the tree, and this is Wormface. And I was fighting him, and I was having a good time. Everything was going well, and I wasn't quite sure what this status effect that he was impacting on me was. I just knew it was bad, so I wasn't trying to let him hit me with it. But it turns out he was getting close to death, so I'm like, all right, this is where I just go crazy on him and just like finish him off. I'm just standing there and I'm hitting him, not realizing I'm in his AoE where he inflicts death on me. I don't even know what the status thing is, but it just instantly creates death. Doesn't matter how much life you have. A root grows out of you. You become a tree and you die. And that is the most bullshit thing I've ever seen. Like bullshit times 1,000. I hated that mechanic and he did it again after. I went in a bit more aggressively, and I guess I stood too long in his vomit again or something, and I just turned into a tree again. Instant death. It's the most unsatisfying way to die, and I hate it. Learned to deal with it, dodged it, killed him. Another boss down. Now, I eventually came across very close to the entrance to, I think it was like a side door to the city. There was a tree sentinel there, and I was like, oh, another one of these. I can dispatch this pretty easily. And this was a freaking draconic tree sentinel. The first round went so well, but it was so slow because I was on my horse and we were just trading blows, going back and forth. And he killed me towards the end because he got his stupid lightning out, and I don't know, I messed up. And it was so slow to knock away his health like that. I didn't want to try again on horse. I was like, oh, okay, I got to go back and just like do it hand to hand so I can do more damage and get the fight over with faster. But he has spells like crazy. He's casting fire, he's casting lightning on you, and the lightning is ridiculous. It was so hard to dodge. The fire I could get down. I eventually got the mechanic of you roll through the range fire, you hit him once, and then he does like a close fire, you get away from that. When he was actually doing fire, it was super easy to fight him. And then the lightning, he goes up and he shoots lightning, and you gotta like time that dodge, but then he just runs and hits you with lightning, and then there's lightning everywhere. That destroys me, and that was really hard to deal with. So I think I was fighting Draconic Tree Sentinel for a good hour before I finally slayed him. And then people said, oh, you missed something. Go like, just walk a little bit this way around the city. And I'm walking there, and out of nowhere, Margit friggin' shows up. He just strolls on by. He's like, hey, buddy, hey, how's it going? I want to fight? And I was like, didn't I kill you? Why are you back here? And so I'm like, all right, let's fight Margit again. He had no boss like health bar this time. But same moveset and everything, I just dealt more damage because I am now like 50 levels higher than the last time I fought him. So he went down pretty easy. And then with all that said, everyone was like, well, you're progressing well. It's time to go back to Radahn. I think I had increased 10 levels at this point. So I was like, okay, let's go see it. And also one of you gave me the tip to do the summon battle. Do the battle with all the summons and don't kill him just so you can see what the spectacle is. So I'm like, all right, we're going to go in. Let's summon everything. Let's see what this looks like. And it was pretty cool to see like all of the different soldiers run up to Radahn, but yeah, they get killed so fast, so easily. I probably could have killed Radahn on that attempt, but I'm like, no, I gotta let him kill me. This is not part of the pledge. My pledge is to kill every boss one-on-one. And so I let him kill me, but I think seeing him attack other like allies gave me some kind of insight, because I felt so much more comfortable. I was like, oh, those are his attacks. This is what I need to do. And it only took me 2 or 3 more tries of just, okay, he's coming here. We're going to dodge here. We're going to do this. And I stayed off my horse this time. And he, I killed him fairly easily. And I actually killed him with a blood proc at the end. So that died. He summoned a big comet from the sky, which crashed into Limgrave somewhere. So a bunch of lore came out of this. I learned that his little horse, he's not crushing the horse. He actually learned gravity magic, so he couldn't crush his horse. So despite his size, he's not applying all that pressure on his horse. So I'm like, oh, we're done. That is so sweet of you. This is a side of you I didn't realize until I killed you. And then I also learned he's the brother of another demigod I killed, and I'm basically learning that all of the bosses in this game are all tied to a big family drama. Everybody's related to somebody. Everybody hates everybody else. Everybody wants the Elden Ring or something. And I'm just killing the whole family because clearly this family couldn't get along. They made the world go to poo, and now I'm just cleaning up their mess. So where I'm at now, I'm exploring Limgrave a little bit more. I actually found near where the comet fell, there was a keep there that I had missed, of course, and there was a side quest. I met the guy who owns the keep, who had told me to clear it. Totally forgot about him. So I cleared the thing, brought him back. He's now, I'll make you Lord of Limgrave or something. I'm like, cool, I like that. And the other guy, Blythe, the wolf dude, he's like, I gotta go fight somebody. You go and explore this crater. So that quest is slowly continuing. And I started exploring the city a little bit, the capital city. I got killed and I didn't like it. It was kind of a bullshitty attack. But yeah, so I have the city to explore. I think I have a little bit more in Limgrave to explore. I don't know how to explore where the crater hit. I have that. Near Radon in his battle arena, I did find a cave there with superpowered dudes that just destroyed me, so that wasn't fun. And I'm also starting to look towards exploring Caelid, aka Florida. So I'm feeling a little bit more comfortable with where I'm at, that I can probably explore that region. And those are kind of the things I have next on my to-do list. So we can go explore Caelid a bit more. I can do the capital city, actually exploring inside the capital city, or go see the comet where Radon dropped onto the world. So those are the 3 things ahead of me. Maybe I'll see you as I explore those on stream, or I'll see you on the next journal as I recount my adventures. So until next time, keep it classy. I don't know if this is a hot take or not, but the royal capital in Elden Ring, it sucks. I'm just gonna say it sucks. I get lost. There's a bunch of bosses that aren't bosses, and there's nothing rewarding about it so far. Welcome back, classy crew, as I journey through Elden Ring to attempt to defeat every single boss in this game on my first playthrough. Last time, 47 bosses were slain. Today we're at 50. Not much progress was made this past week, at least I don't think so. Although 3 to 4 seems to be the average, so maybe I am progressing fine. But it didn't feel that way because of the stupid city. Friggin' Leyndell, the royal capital, I barely have any notes because there's no notes to write. So I've been running around in circles in the city, and there's nothing interesting about it. I was so excited to go to the capital city. You think this is the place where all the lore is going to happen, where, you know, it's the most developed part of this fantastical world. And I was super excited to see like what threads of lore would play into this, what bosses would be in here, how great it would be to see all the cities like in Dark Souls 1 and 3. The cities were beautiful. The Ice City was beautiful. There were very meaningful bosses there. In Dark Souls 1, I think the equivalent would be An Orlando, which was amazing. It was a very critical moment in the game. A very pivotal moment in the game too, where afterwards you kind of unlocked the end part of the game of going to the last bosses. But when it comes to Leyndell, and I have to say, I'm not done with this area. I've spent maybe 3 hours at this point, and it doesn't feel like anything's going to happen in the city because I've spent so much time in it and nothing's happened. Now, to make things even worse, this past week I had a plethora of technical issues, which turns out I don't think they were related to the game. So if you watch my stream, you'll see the frame rate has dropped like considerably throughout the whole game. But when we got to the royal capital and it started raining and stuff, everything went down to like 5 frames per second. It turns out, for some reason, my OBS was using all the GPU memory, and so I had to basically reset the whole PC. It fixed the problem, and then we were able to play after I also lowered some settings. Anyways, so my experience here has just been sour. Technical difficulties, getting lost, getting like one shot by random enemies, and just not being rewarded at any point. And when I say rewarded, I say that loosely. To me, in Elden Ring, a reward is coming across something cool. Something cool could be a boss. It could be a piece of lore. It could be an awesome item. It could be just a cool looking thing. But here, there's nothing. It's just a maze. I've come across a bunch of bosses I've killed before, and they're not bosses now. They're just general enemies. Like the Avatar, he just jumps out of nowhere. He's like, I'm not a boss anymore, but you know, it's the same boss fight. You just don't have the boss bar. And then there's like this big giant thing, which looks like it should be a boss. It's not. It's a mini boss. And I didn't kill that thing because why bother? It doesn't count towards my pledge. It's probably not going to drop anything interesting. And so, yeah, I still don't know where to go. I made it to this one point where I rode this like big wooden elevator up to the final tower, or I thought it was a final tower. I was like, finally progress. There I met a golem who turned out to be very easy. Again, not a boss. And up there was a chest, and there was a portal that took me literally to a dead end. It took me to a place in front of a door that is locked, and I couldn't even walk around or do anything. So I am absolutely frustrated with this part. This is the lowest point in the game for me because I don't know where to go in this city. This is the next logical place for me to be in the game as far as I know. And I'm just not progressing. I'm not finding what I need to do. I just keep running. I'm like, I've been here. I fought this guy. So sorry for the rant, but yeah, I'm not having a good time with the Royal Capital. On the flip side, I spent actually the other half of the night in Caelid again. So when I started the stream, I came across, I looked at my map. I was like, there's a map that can uncover this piece here in the north. Let's go figure out how to find that piece. So I kept teleporting to all of these different bonfire things, whatever they're called, Grace, to try and find it. And it took me a while to find the right path. But anyways, my first attempt took me to this tower with 2 golems in front and a super massive pot. I still don't understand the whole pot man thing. I'm curious to learn what is the history of these pot man, what is the culture and civilization of these pot man, because they really intrigue me. So anyways, we come across this big pot who grumbles, and he's massive. Like I love looking at this massive pot. And you have to fight these knights of the pot or something. The first one completely destroyed me. I learned that these are basically other player avatars that are getting summoned randomly. And the first one sucked because it was a dual katana wielder who could throw blood at me from afar. And if I got close, he just took my blood out of my body. It was the worst thing to fight ever, and I died very quickly. When I went back, the other 3 that I took on the second attempt were a lot more manageable, more within my level of comfort and skill. So that was not the way. That was basically a dead end. So I teleported back to this like fire chapel or something. It was a chapel that's on fire. There I came across my first boss of the night, which was a putrid avatar. I'm like, I fought so many of these. I've got this. I know how to do it. This one has Scarlet Rot, though. I did not know how to deal with that. And I just was like, okay, when he spits his rot stuff, I'll just book it out of there. And that's basically what I did. So it was a little bit longer of a fight. He had that extra attack of being able to put like basically the Scarlet Rot all in front of him, which gave less windows of opening. But other than that, he was pretty easy to kill. Through my teleportation magic and getting lost, I ended up back in the Celia Crystal Tunnel, which I got teleported here really early in my journey when I was in Limgrave, and I booked it out of there basically screaming because everything was so powerful. So I was back here, and now I'm actually properly geared. Things weren't killing me easily. I was a lot more like, I can take these on. So I went through the whole Celia Crystal Tunnel. There wasn't anything too much of note, but man, I was terrified to find. I was expecting another one of these crystal like people at the bottom as a boss, but no, it was a falling star beast. And the only other one that I met was the one outside the capital city, and that thing destroyed me. So now that we're in a confined space, I was like, oh my god. And it was pretty intense of a fight. This thing is fast, it's aggressive, but I think it has less HP and maybe deals less damage in this place compared to the one outside the capital city. So I did manage to kill it barely. So that was a tough fight. I'm really intrigued about these falling star beasts. There seems to be some lore between the stars and the world of Elden Ring, tied with Radahn. And I'd love to learn more about that because like these beasts look like they come from space. They look very different too in terms of aesthetic, and their names suggest that they come from space. So I'd really be curious to learn like where are they from, how did they get here, and what is their purpose? Like, now there are 2 that I found, and actually the one outside the city comes out of a crater, further like suggesting that this thing fell from the sky. So I'm really intrigued by the falling star beasts. So I got the map, I uncovered it, and I saw that there was a tower called the Divine Tower of Caelid. This thing I spent like an hour on. First of all, trying to figure out, okay, how do I get in the tower? So I kept running around, falling to gravity, falling off branches. It was not a fun time. Eventually found the path that takes me into the tower, and then I had to like Mario my way down, which was interesting. A bunch of not jump scares, but scares where you fall on a bridge and then the bridge collapses and you fall further and somehow gravity doesn't kill you there. All of that was, I was enjoying my time there. And made my way down to eventually another Godskins Apostle. I was not expecting a second one of these, but here we were. I think I was a little bit more, because I fought him before in the village, I was a lot more defensive in the sense of just let's not be too aggressive. He attacks usually in 2-3 combos, so let's dodge those, get in there, get in close when he like does the Kezu, and then get in far when he does the windmill thing. So it was a really tough fight. I got an adrenaline rush from this one. It came down very close to me dying, but I did kill him. And from there, I got one. So I learned that there's these legendary weapons in the game. So I got the Godslayer's Greatsword, which everybody was like, oh my god, it's so exciting. You got the great. And I was like, oh man, not another freaking Greatsword. In all of these Soulsborne games, I always end up with great swords. I don't want to use great swords games. Stop giving me great swords. Where the heck are my katanas? That's what I want to play with. So everyone's like, oh no, this is like cool. And if you remember, I was really impressed with the black and white flame from the first Godskin Apostle I met a few weeks ago. I was like, oh cool, I want to learn how to do that. Well, this weapon kind of does that. It's a great sword, but if you have enough faith, you get to basically set things on fire with the white and black fire, which is pretty cool. So with that, I was like, let's just let's do it. I'm not using this intelligence. Let's turn it into faith. And everyone's like, yeah, finally, he's doing the thing that we told him to do for 10 weeks. I got my faith up to 20, and I used the Godslayer's Greatsword on a few enemies in the royal capital. And I can't do it. It's a great sword. I just don't like holding my attack before unleashing it. I just want to go like I just want to swoosh through things. I don't want to be like boom, boom, boom. So I still haven't found anything that's better than the curved Bloodhound thing. I did level up my greatsword though. I put a lot of time and energy to actually make this thing kind of feasible with my build, and I just don't think it's for me. So I wasted a bunch of somber smithing stones, but it doesn't feel so bad because this is one of the legendary weapons, and now that I know that they're there, I'm like, okay, gotta get them all. Gotta find all these other legendary weapons. Where are they at? So that's where I am. Hopefully I make a breakthrough on this royal capital, because I am not enjoying this part of the game. And I need to I just want to get back to exploring the overworld. Not this congested, cramped city that nothing interesting happens and I keep having to run around and getting lost. I just hate it so much. So join me on stream. I'll probably get out of there, or maybe I'm going to go see, I hear there's a volcano I can explore. I would love to go see a volcano. So I might try to find my way there. Otherwise, I'll see you in the next journal. And until next time, keep it classy.
For months, I've been shunning faith builds, saying, no, I want to do dexterity and intelligence. That's exactly what I wanted for my build. Well, after 3 months, I haven't used any intelligence, and I'm like, you know what? I'm getting tired of shocked. I want to shock some people. Give me that faith build. Welcome back, Citrus Crew, to another Elden Ring journal as I progress through Elden Ring in my first playthrough to try and kill everything that I come across. Not everything that I come across. I want to kill every boss with no summons. That is my pledge. And so far, we are now at 58 bosses slain. Last week, there were 50, so I had a very productive week killing 8 bosses. A lot of them were reruns, if you will, not too many uniques. And this past week, I hung out mostly in Mount Gelmir, as well as I discovered the lost city of Nokron. I think it was lost. But let's talk about the builds, because this is something, well, I guess it's a pretty big pillar of the Elden Ring community. Now, I'm just scratching the surface around my faith build. So last time, I had found this legendary sword. Some say it's legendary, others say it isn't. I don't know. But it forced me to basically respec, get rid of all my intelligence, and put it into faith. And I haven't regretted it because I haven't really been using intelligence. And after finishing the whole Hogwarts part of the game, I pretty much saw what all the intelligence spells could do. And the fact that they're all blue kind of makes me a little blue. I just had no appetite for it. Sure, having swords hovering above your head is cool. Being able to like throw a pebble and have a bubble shield and all these things are cool. But it just doesn't feel Hey Jay. It doesn't feel
Disappointed you're still alive.
But with the Faith builds, I've started to really look at other monsters and I go, how do I do that? And they go, Faith. Oh, how do I do the fire? Faith. How do I shock Faith? And I was like, ah, shoot, I'm gonna have to go to Faith, aren't I? So anyways, last week I respect to get enough faith. I have 20 faith, so I could do the whoosh whoosh with the sword and get all the white fire everywhere. Didn't like that either because it was a strength build weapon. So I abandoned that. I was like, whatever. Now, the last week when I was in the capital city, I was getting ganked everywhere by freaking soldiers, and then they would buff themselves up through lightning, so I really got a negative time with lightning. But this week, I finally got the lightning power of my own. Someone just kind of like reminded me, hey, go to the Pope Turtle and get yourself some spells. I'm like, that's a good idea. Let's go see what I can buy. So I don't have a lot of faith yet. I only have 20, but I was able to buy a fire spell, which lets me cure poison and Scarlet Rot, the thing I've been looking for weeks. I'm like, oh, I had it this whole time. So I already have something that cures poison, but now I can cure Scarlet Rot on top by just like burning myself. Fantastic. And the other thing was the lightning one, where you can apply lightning to your sword. And oh my God, I love this thing. First of all, it looks cool. Second of all, I get to use my sword. I don't have to like aim things. I just buff up my sword with this stuff. So if I can get like some fire on that sword and other stuff, I'm going to start experimenting more. I actually got to kill the first boss I got to kill once I learned that spell was the Bell-Bearing Hunter. If you remember, I got destroyed by this guy weeks ago. Now I'm coming back. I'm like between level 71, 76 throughout this gameplay. And I died, of course, again. But when I went super aggressive on him and I just went like whoosh, whoosh, do my backflip, and I also had my lightning sword on, yeah, he pretty much died before he could attack me. So the Bell-Bearing Hunter died. But let's rewind a little bit and share my story about Mount Gelmir, because the city, the capital city, is a big no-no for me. I don't want to go back in there. I lost my appetite for it. I heard from all of you that there's a lot of great things. There's bosses, there's stuff to find, there's a well that I'm supposed to fall into. And I hear you, but I needed to cleanse the palate a little bit. I needed to feel something else other than just despair. So I went out into the mountains. Let's go get lost in the mountains on a wilderness tour. And it turns out the mountain's name is Gelmir. I learned that there is a hero who was also named Gelmir. Some say the mountain was named after him, such as me. Some say the hero was named after the mountain, which I think is silly. So exploring the mountain, the first thing that caught me off guard is this trolling move where I saw a developer message and they're like, follow the stones. I was like, okay, here's a stone. Here's another little shiny stone. Here's a stone. And then I look over the ledge and I was like, look at all those shinies down there, until a familiar voice comes up. He's like, well, looky here. And then he just kicks me down. Frickin' patches. They just couldn't resist I thought we were done with this guy. We saw him in Limgrave. We punished him there, but here he is with his signature kick to the butt and sending you over the ledge. Now, to make it even more spicy, I got another Dark Souls 1 PTSD moment, because when I landed at the bottom, I was surrounded by basilisks. No! And if you guys were around when I was playing Dark Souls 1, I fell into that pit of basilisks in the sewers and got scarred. That thing terrified. The basilisks terrified me. The fact that they can like petrify you and kill you. Oh boy, that was my first experience of having a status ailment that can kill you if it builds up. So, whew, I was stressing when I saw those basilisks. Like, oh, kill them all. Anyways, so down there, I came across a cave. It was called the Seedwater Cave. It was fairly, there was poison at the bottom, of course. Made my way to the bosses, which were 2 Kindred Rots. These were new bosses to me, but they're basically enemies in other cave systems. So being a bit aggressive on them, rolling through their attacks, I got through, killed them. Kept exploring the mountains, made it to some ruins, and here there was another Tibia Mariner. This one had a little bit more fight to him. He would summon this like massive skeleton and stuff, which was intimidating. He's always a good time to beat up in his boat, though. He doesn't really do much. He's just like, I don't know, he's just pedaling away, and I'm just smacking on him and like, I'm in your boat, what you gonna do now? And then I killed him. So that was another boss. That was 2 bosses plus the bell bearing. That's 3 bosses. And I also found another catacomb in that area. And through that, I got to an Erdtree Burial Watchdog, which I believe this is my 3rd one. This one had lightning on its tail, so I guess like the flavor of this region is lightning, and now I'm part of it too, so it's okay. He was pretty, you know, I know the moveset of an Erdtree Burial Watchdog, so it wasn't too bad. This was like one of the first bosses I fought. And then I made it to a castle. I'm not sure what the castle name was. It was a small castle. In there was a like Smoo character with a big hammer and like fire coming out of his head. Very cool armor, very cool hammer, very cool enemy. I killed him. I got the hammer. I'm never going to wield this thing. So moved on, found Gelmir's Hero's Grave, and I was really unpleasantly surprised that there are more of these Hero's Graves, because we did the first one with the chariot, and this is another one with chariot, but they added lava to it. I was like, oh my, can you make it worse, please?
Believe.
So this one, I was really worried that that it would just be worse than the first one I did. Honestly, though, it wasn't too bad. I did get hit. I think it's because they nerfed the chariot, so I was able to get hit a few times. It was kind of cool trying to figure out, like, oh, you have to jump over the lava to like get to the safe place. And eventually, it was just all lava, and I was like, how do I do this? And I found like a ledge that you can drop off, and it felt like I was like so smart in figuring stuff out. And I found these secret chambers, which took me to a path to the rafters, which let me jump down on the chariot to ride it through the lava. That felt like, you know, a 200 IQ moment. It was amazing. It was really rewarding. And through one of those back rooms, I came across a Bloodhound Knight, which I didn't even realize until I killed and picked up his armor. I'm like, oh, this is the armor that matches my weapon. That's so cool. And then I found another chunk of armor, which was from Gelmir, the hero. So I'm like, making the lore come together. I was like, this is the dude who is the mount. I'm going to believe that the mountain was named after him. And he got killed by a Bloodhound Knight, which was like an elite assassin. And I'm an elite assassin because I can't even say the word. And then down there, we came across the boss. I was expecting another one of those like putrid trees or whatever. It turns out it was a red wolf of the champion. Was not expecting that. I thought that was a one-off boss. Turns out he shows up multiple times. So he shows up here, and then I saw him again later in Nokron as a common enemy. And I'm just like, come on, we're done with dogs. Stop it. So cleared that part, and then I eventually made it to another catacomb. Found another demi-human Queen Margit. These things are so easy. I don't get damage. I don't even know what they do for an attack, and I don't want to know. I just hit until it's dead, and that's it. It did drop a jar cannon, which is like this massive cannon that you put like an artillery bolt in, and you just go like boom. I might try to use that someday because it's a really cool looking weapon, but I don't do range in these games, so I don't know how that's gonna go. So I made it to the top of the mountain. I saw there's like a manor off that I want to get to, and I was trying to get to the manor the whole time. I never did, but I did make it to the top of a mountain where there was another falling star beast waiting for me, and this thing destroyed me. Like, this was the most aggressive one. So there's the one outside the capital, which still lives. There's the one that I killed inside the cave, and now there's this one. So I left this one. He just killed me too many times. And that's when I went off on my side journey to get my lightning and to eventually go to Nokron. So yeah, I went to where the Radon meteor hit, made my way down, discovered Nokron. I was expecting more from the city, and maybe I should just stop expecting things because so far I'm kind of disappointed. It's almost exactly the same as the underwater part we were at where we revived the moose. And here you get to revive another moose, the regal ancestor spirit. And I'm just like, why are you giving me this like kind of dull gameplay again, which is, oh, find the torch, light the torch. And it's the same enemies and it's the same boss, and it just feels repetitive, and I don't understand why. And there was one cool enemy down here, which was called the Mimic Tier, and freaking chat trolly. They're like, oh, you're about to face the weakest, like most miserable boss ever. This guy's a chump. Don't worry. If you die to this, it's an embarrassment. So I'm like, okay, what am I going to fight here? That's so bad and weak. And then I encounter a character who's me. The Mimic Tier is the player. And so I'm like, oh, you freaking trolly chat. You're like going to knock me like that? And anyways, the Mimic Tier was kind of difficult because it was me. And I have some decent gear and stuff. And so I was seeing how to play optimally through the AI because I was like, oh my God, that's how I can play? Yeah, I'm probably never going to play that well. So I killed the Mimic Tier. That was another boss. And I ended the stream after the Ancestral Spirit was done. It was, again, a beautiful fight. I love the music of the Regal Ancestor Spirit. But I'm kind of stuck in Nokron where I don't really know or have an idea of where to go from this point on.
I'm just not sure where to go. It's a nice town. It's better than the capital city, but yeah, it's a little like, it's just kind of a floating in the galaxy kind of city. So it's weird. I still need to make it to the manor. So I'm going to go back to Mount Gilmere and try to get into that. Cause I just kind of gave up after the Falling Star Beast, but there was a lot of other paths I could have went to. So next week or today, when this video drops, I will probably be trying to enter the manor and see what goes on in there. I think there's another demigod in there. But there's also Nokron, which is continuing the story of that other demigod that I'm allied with. So those are my options. And then I also have the capital city, but I'm not touching that for another while. I'd rather do these other 2 quests for now. So I'll keep exploring for that, and I'll let you know how it goes next week. So hopefully I see you in that journal or the next stream. And until next time, keep it classy. Marika's tits, you must be hungry for another journal, but I've got you. Join me as we go into the depths of Nokron, discover the manor in the volcano, and most importantly of all, finally get my first katana. Yes! Welcome back, classy crew, to another Elden Ring journal as I journey through Elden Ring to kill every single boss by myself with no summons. There hasn't been a lot of boss slaying. I kind of been failing on that, but this week, we focused more on exploration. There could have been more slaying, maybe if I got this katana at the beginning of the stream instead of the end of the stream, but alas, we got it at the end, and I got stuck on some stupid gargoyles, which I'm going to get into. So we've got some Nokron business to talk about, some Volcano Manor business, which is potentially becoming my favorite area of the entire game so far. So I got to talk about Nokron, so that's where I left off. We had just killed the moose last time. And I figured there wasn't that much left to explore, but I knew that there was more. I didn't know where it was. So starting the game, I actually accidentally teleported back to the beginning of Nokron, which was a happy little accident, because trying to find my way back to where I was set me on the trail of where I needed to go. I found a bunch of other, what do you call it? The Lost Graces, which actually helped me fill in all the pockets. And I found it over a cliff. I was like, hey, what's down there? That looks like a city. Turns out I think this is the city of Nokron. Actually, they call it the Knight's Sacred Ground, and there's a big statue of a big old scary giant thing. I thought it was going to come to life, but I'm like, no way am I supposed to kill this thing. It was a really cool area to explore. Reminded me a lot about older Dark Souls games. And compared to the capital city, this was way more my jam. It felt like there was some platforming, there was mystery, there was things that suggested lore, like there's all these people who are stuck in the walls, and like you can see something went down here, and it's like, who's this big statue? Who is worshiping this? What is this massive sphere? Oh, the sphere. This thing, I thought it was part of the decor, so I was killing everyone else, and out of nowhere, the sphere attacks me. I was like, of course a sphere would attack me in Elden Ring. So it was just a really good time. There were unfortunately no bosses, unless I missed it. If I missed it, please tell me, because I gotta go back there and finish them off. But kept going, found the aqueducts. And in here, oh, before the aqueducts, I found another little thing, area. There was no boss. There was nothing really useful besides a spell that lets me go like flare. And I just like tossed like pain in front of me. And there I met a very angry moose lady who just slaps you. Like you hit it and she doesn't care. She's like, I'm a poise lady, and she slaps you. So I killed her, and then I got the mask, which lets me sparkle pain everywhere. So from there, I went into the aqueducts, and there were some scary knights. I was like, what are the capital knights doing here? From afar, I thought they were the same knights I was fighting in the capital city. So I let the one that was scouting and all that, guarding, I left him alone. But there was one overlooking the aqueduct on his own. I could come up from the back. So I'm like, let's see how much damage I do here. And so I attacked him, and he attacked me back. And for the most part, I was like, okay, he's not taking a lot of damage. Oh, he hits hard. And when I went back to heal, that's when I saw a very familiar move, because he stabbed me like across the universe, and he landed the hit. I was like, this feels very familiar. And I was like, is this? And then my memory went through. I was like, wait, is this a Crucible Knight? And upon like saying that, he pretty much sprouted his wings and went into the air. I was like, whoa, no. And I thought I would have myself. I'm like, I'm out of here. Go through the aqueducts. And that's where I came across a boss called the Valiant Gargoyle, which is the proper boss of what I met in the capital city. So I met him without the boss bar, and I has the boss bar. So I got a little excited. I'm like, this is where I'm supposed to meet the gargoyle the first time. Let's go. Let's beat him. Oh! This walled me. This gargoyle fight walled me so hard.
What is that?
It's bullshit. I hate it. I didn't win. Spoilers, I didn't win. I spent an hour fighting them, and I just hate this fight because, well, I can't summon because of my own stupid pledge. But then it's okay. His moveset is actually good. I got to appreciate the moveset. I'm cool with the big axe gargoyle. Axe bro, I got you. But they've got this stupid puke poison everywhere. Oh, I hate that move. I died to poison so many times in this fight because it's not just it'd be one thing if it was an AoE poison, which it seems to be, but it's an AoE poison that like stretches really far. So eventually, as I was getting excited that I was knocking down his health, a second gargoyle showed up. I was like, oh, frick. This is, and I died. But the worst is the second gargoyle can poison you, and it's really hard to keep both of them on screen. So if you're focused too much on one, you gotta listen to the other, and you're like, is that boy puking over there? Because if he is, you can bet you're gonna be dead very soon. Because this poison not just poisons you, but it also hits you. Like, it hurts you just being in the poison cloud. And so you're dodging poison clouds, 2 poison clouds eventually. You're dodging a big axe man, you're dodging a twin blade user, and it's just pain, 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 pain. The best I made it through was I actually did kill one gargoyle, but then I had no idea what the moveset of the second one was, so I didn't really know how to deal with them, and I died. I tried so many things. I tried to go hard with the Bloodhound blade as I usually do. I tried jumping attacks, only jumping attacks. I tried the big legendary sword with the white flame. I tried whipping, and I just couldn't make it through. I made it where I killed the first gargoyle maybe 2-3 times. That was progress. But then I'm like, oh, I probably have to invest another hour or 2 just to kill the second one. So after a while, I'm like, oh, I'm tired of this. I'm not ready for the end game grind of this game, which it's gonna happen. I mean, I'm at 60 monsters, 60 bosses slain. I think there's 165, which means like when we get to those final 20, 30, I expect they're going to be very hard. So I said, screw this, we got other things to do. So I went to Leonine of all places because someone reminded me, hey, remember that medallion that you're supposed to look for? I'm like, oh yeah, let's go see that. So I found the lady, and I found the guy who's cooking shrimps and who has the famous expression, Marika's tits, you must be hungry. Love that. I giggled so much. So I learned that the medallion, the other half of the medallion I need, is in the north part of the capital, like the capital city north of that. It's in an area I've never even been to. So I'm like, ah, great. And while I was venturing Leonine a bit, I found a few new areas of grace that I didn't find. And I found a lady who was like very hunch. And she gave me she made me go get the Marika's tits dudes. That's how I met him, through the girl. And the girl, anyway, ends up giving me an invitation to the manor. I was like, oh, this is perfect, because that's where I want to go. I want to go to the manor. So I expect I was supposed to follow her like through my progression and make it to the manor, but I didn't. Because when I went to the manor, she was already there, and she's like, oh, you made it here without my invitation. I'm like, no, I got your invitation right here. So anyways, it was a little bit of desyncing the quest, but made it to the manor because I really wanted to get the map of the volcano area, and that was near the manor. So I got that by going past the beast, the Stormveil beast, whatever. It's still there. It still destroys me. I tried it on the horse. Terrible advice. Whoever gave me that advice last week. I still died. I got better at rolling. I made it down to his second phase, and the first phase was actually a lot more comfortable. Now that after all that rolling through the gargoyles, I was good with the beast. But then phase 2, he pulled out some heavy bullshit, and I was like, nope, not dealing with this. He killed me with I don't know what, gravity, a freaking Kamehameha. There was like 20 spells. So I kept going, made it to the manor. Best place ever. This place is awesome. First of all, it's tight, it's small, and it's classy. I like that. Second part, you get to join like a super secret club where you get bounties. It's like being part of the bounties club. And so I went off and I killed people, and then I got rewarded for it. It was awesome. And I didn't even realize until a little bit later, I got a new whip. I got a katana. Like the quests were cool. It was cool to kill people, and don't quote that out of context. And afterwards, I also discovered a secret room. So there's a secret path with secret tunnels that then takes you to like a whole courtyard of the manor. I was like, oh, this is a dungeon. I'm going to save that for my next stream. So I'm going to explore the dungeon. But so far, I've only done the quest thing. I met Patch. Patch is here now. He gave me, I think, the fire whip. And I learned that the lady that I keep talking to, she reports to the demigod, not Rurikon. So I'm going to be looking to kill this demigod, but it sounds like he's a rebel. So I don't know if I want to kill him or join him, because he's kind of doing the same thing I think Rennie's doing, where she's not in with the cool kids. She's trying to do her own club, and it sounds like this other demigod in the volcano is also trying to do his cool thing. So really looking forward to seeing what that's about.
while I was slaying the bounties, I did come across the old Altus tunnel, and that's where I found the stone digger troll. So that is another boss that I actually did end up killing. And honestly, there were 2 bosses, and I don't know what the other one was because I overlooked it. I marked it as Valiant Gargoyle, but no, I didn't kill that boss. So I'm not sure what the other boss count was, but it was a repeat. It was another boss. It was not a unique, so it wasn't notable enough to make it to my notes. So in the end, I got to play with the fire whips, and I'm dual wielding whips. I got normal whip, fire whip. Fire whip does magma everywhere. Looks cool. I buffed it up, and I got the freaking serpent blade. I didn't even realize the serpent blade was a katana until someone's like, what do you mean you don't have a katana? You got one right there. I was like, what? You just got one? So I pulled it out. I was like, oh, and I went training, and it feels so good because you move it like a katana, and I feel like a samurai. Now I got to get some really nice armor. I don't know how I'm going to do with either of these weapons, but they are both within the way I wanted to play this game. So I'm so excited because I've been playing with the same weapon for 2-3 months now. Now it's going to change. I'm going to do the dual whips. I'm going to do the serpent blade, and I'm going to learn how to use these in battle. So the gameplay is going to change a lot for me. I'm really excited for that. So that's where we are. A lot of progress and discovery, some growth as a player, but man, some freaking hard bosses. Oh, dual whip on the Starfallen Beast should be good. I'm going to go try that next time. So I'll see you maybe on that stream or on the next journal. And until next time, keep it classy.
Elden Ring is really turning painful. In fact, all the areas I have to go to is now just pain. So all that said, the royal capital, I used to complain on it, looking pretty good now. No! Welcome back, Classy Crew, to my Elden Ring journey as I traverse through Elden Ring on a quest to slay all bosses and document my journey here. Last week, I left off on, I'm heading into the Volcano Manor. It's going to be a good time. And then I had to nope my way out of there pretty hard. So instead, I spent most of my time in Lanedale, the royal capital, again. But I have to say, I have some nice things to say about it. I think I discovered the nice parts of the capital. I actually encountered bosses, good bosses, fantastic bosses. I uncovered some lore. I uncovered some freaking fantastic weapons. So for everything that I've pretty much hated on the last time, I think I just was lost. And I did share that in my criticism of Lanedale. I said, I'm sure there's some good stuff in this city. There has to be. I just haven't found it yet. But in proper journal format, I gotta walk you through chronologically as to what the journey was. So let's start in Volcano Manor. What happened there? I mean, there was so much pain. Last time, I just discovered a katana. I got a new whip, so I can dual whip. I was like, all right, new area, new weapons, let's go. So I went out with my katana, so excited. I went to Wooshy Woosh, and then there was no health, like no damage being done with it. So I was like, ooh, this hurts. And every monster was hurting me really bad, and my katana was pretty much useless. Now, I did not upgrade it all the way because I ran out of smithing stones level 4. And so it was a little bit nerfed in the sense that maybe it needs to be higher level. So quickly switched out to the whips.
That didn't really help out in this area either.
So I literally spent like 20 minutes. I was dying in there so much. I'm like, I'm out. So I was like, all right, let's go check up on Rennie and see what's going on there. So it did move the quest forward. She was all like, oh, good, you got it. Great. Now I can go on my dark path and do some stuff. I was like, but she gave me a carrion inverted statue, which instantly I was like, oh, this lets us go to the tower that I can inverse because I couldn't get up there before. So I'm talking about the carrion study hall. So I was excited because now a new path opened up. So I went to the hall, put the sand glass on there, reversed the tower, and instantly got molested by some frickin' hairy hands. So this tower, I underestimated it because I went up the tower like many levels ago, many streams ago, and I figured, oh, it's the same tower. We're just flipping it. How hard can it be? Oh, man, what? The hands were okay because now I was using my double whips, and then I had a fire whip, and they're weak to fire whips because they would just like burn and like, but there was a mage amongst them, and he was the worst because he was just sniping me from afar. And he was so annoying, and he was hurting me a lot with his spells. So I died a ton of times to either that mage or his hand crew. But eventually I did make it through. Made it to the foothill of the Divine Tower of Lernia. So I'm like, oh, this must be the tower for Rennie because every demigod gets its own tower. And on my way there, I came across a Godskin noble, a big chunky boy. Oh, I gotta say, when I see a big chunky boy coming at me, like I instantly smile. I just love the design and the mechanics of a chunky boy. They're just pleasant to fight, and this one was no exception. He even like leans into his chunky status and rolls. He's like puff, first he can actually hit you by puffing, which is insulting. And then he rolls around. I'm just like, what's happening here? What am I doing? And he's just rolling, and then I think he comes out of it with an attack. I don't think that ever landed on me. But yeah, he killed me a few times. For the most part, it was a fun fight. He had the cool like white fire thing going. He had the disgusting face flaps, so I didn't like that he's covered in skin. But it's how Godskins roll. Yeah. But anyways, the Godskin noble fell. I was able to get into the tower, and there I found Ranni's corpse. And I got a little bit of lore. I also picked up the curse mark of death, which looks pretty important to this whole story. Don't know what it is, but I learned that Ranni is either a twin or was fighting a twin, or that anyway, there were two people that were fighting, from what I understand. One of them lost their body, which I assume is Ranni because her corpse is there, and the other one lost their soul, and I don't know who that is, but that tells me that there is a body of some kind somewhere. And now I know a lot of you are probably going to call me out for not understanding lore. That's fair. You can call me out all you like. I am slowly learning and trying to absorb what the heck's going on in this world. So with that chapter closed, I was like, okay, where next to? Gargoyles in the Aqueduct? No. Again, Caleb? No. So I guess that leaves me with, and the manor, we're not doing the manor. So I went back to the royal capital, Lanedale. I was like, let's give this a second chance. Maybe there's going to be some good stuff in here. And actually, it was the gargoyles. I was like, I'm not going to do 2 gargoyles at the aqueduct, but I know a place where I can beat up on 1 gargoyle, and I'm pretty confident I can kill a gargoyle now. Where's my potion? So I went to the city just to spank a gargoyle, and spank him I did. And I didn't even realize he was guarding the pathway to a tree, and this tree kind of takes you up the city like it's a route. And I was like, oh, that's clearly a path. And so I went up there, and there was a coliseum. I killed some gladiators, and then I kept making my way up, and boom, boss time, Godfrey, first Elden Lord. I was like, that's pretty important. Isn't this the dad of all these demigods I'm slaying? So yeah, I was not expecting such an important fight, not even being prefaced with a cutscene. It's just you walk into this boy's room and he's like, hey, it's Godfrey, I'm here to smack you. And a fun fight that was. He smacked me too pretty hard. He hits hard, he winds up hard, but like he's not chunky this way. He's like chunky on the chest. So like, but chunky boy with heart attacks like a knight. I like those bosses too. So this was a fun one. Had fun figuring out his pattern. Slayed him, and then tippy-toed a little bit more north where I found Morgott, the Omen King, or I don't know if this is I think this is the true identity of Margit. And I didn't even realize there were different names until I did a Google search of my previous video. I was like, oh, why did I call him Margit? I'm an idiot. And then I was like, wait, is it Margit or Morgott? And they're like, it's the same person. And so I don't know why he's using 2 names. It'd be like if I called myself, like one personality was Jason and then the other one was Justin. Why would you make your other identity so close to your first one? Like, if anything, I should call myself Dave or something. But anyways, so Morgott was there, and he was way more critical to the lore that I thought. Like, I can't say I grasped it all again, but like the fact that it sounds like he's the last guardian preventing the Tarnish from getting the Elden Ring, because whatever, we're trying to get into this tree, the Erd tree, and he's the last guardian. But at the same time, it sounds like he wants to go in the tree, and he's like, I can't get in because the roots. And I'm like, well, we could work together. But then he doesn't want to because he'd rather kill me. Super fun fight. I said Margit was such a fantastic fight. He was my first wall in the game. And here with Morgott, it's taken to the next level. And I say it's a great fight in the sense that it's a dance. I say this Monster Hunter and I say it again for Morgott. It's a dance because the intensity and the speed is so fast. You have your opening to dodge and you have your opening to stab. And you can say that all the fights are like that. But I feel with this fight, it's done in such a fluid way. That's why it feels like a dance. When Morgott attacks you, he's coming at you fast with a lot of moves, and that's your key of like dodge, dodge, attack. Dodge, 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 attack. And you have to get into that dance, and as soon as you lose that rhythm, you're dead. And he changes the rhythm up too on you. So overall, it was just a really fun fight, and I think the same thing happened to me with Morgott as it did with Margit. I don't remember 100%, but I swear Margit and I killed each other at the same time. And can you believe that it actually happened with Morgott, where it got so close, I slayed him, but he killed me. So we were literally going toe to toe and killed each other. But luckily I'm tarnished, so I came back to life. He didn't. And so the game let me progress. I'm so thankful for that. I'm like, oh my God, if I would have had to restart again, that would have been so demoralizing, because I was trying to land that last hit, and he killed me. So fun fight, but yeah, now I feel I've completed the first half of the story. I feel the story has pretty much said, great, you've reached the city, you've reached the Erd tree, you've set out on what you were supposed to do, but now you need to get inside the tree, and this means we have a whole new quest. And you know, my lady girl who shows up at the campfire, she too is like, oh, I thought you could have gone in, but now we gotta go to the forbidden place and create the first cardinal sin by burning the tree. I'm like, that sounds like a big deal, but okay, I'm in. Let's do it. And so now we got to go to some unknown place to get a very big fire from a mountaintop and bring it back and burn the tree. What could go wrong? I'm sure everything will be fine. A few other things I found in the city before we go off into the Forbidden Lands. So I found a place called the Fortified Manor, which is a complete replica of the Grand Order, the hub. And there were so many cool items in there. I'm just like, what does this mean? Why is there a replica of this area of the capital city? So now there's some threads happening. I was like, okay, there's some storytelling happening here, but I'm not understanding it, but maybe I will eventually. And then the chat went crazy to guide me to get this weapon called the Bolt of Grandsax. And I was like, guys, I don't use lance. Why do you want me to do this so much? And so I went through the trouble of getting the lance, and then I didn't even have enough faith or something, or I forget, arcane. I don't know what I was missing, but I couldn't even wield it. We had to like get a rune arc and all these things to actually buff my stats so I could. And then I'm poking. I'm like, it's a lance. I don't like poking. And they're like, push L2. And then I like throw the lance, and it just like goes across the screen, across the world. And I was like, oh, and then they're all like relieved that I actually got to see what they were talking about. So the Bolt of Grandsax is a freaking awesome range weapon. I don't know if I would use it as a melee weapon. I don't even know if I would use it as a range weapon because it's a heavy weapon and I can't use it with my other weapons. But cool to see that I have that ability, and if it comes in handy, maybe I'll try it. Maybe this is the key to fighting the two gargoyles. I don't know. Like the other gargoyle shows up, I'll just throw the spear of the Bolt of Grandsax at him and sack it. So now that I've got some new instructions, we're going into a new part of the world. So I went to the capital outskirts, which took me to the Forbidden Lands. And here I came across some weird bosses. Everything went dark, and I fought some Fell Twins. Super strange boss. I have no idea why we have a random boss fight here. I don't know why everything's dark and why there's no music, but it was cool, it was fun, and it was super easy. I have my whips, and these big boys, again, the chunky boys, love the chunky boys, and they're coming in, and I'm just like, it was really weird though. The AI didn't have them attack me together. There was only one attacking me aggressively, so I killed him, and then the other one finally showed up, and I'm like, okay, I'll kill you. So it wasn't much of a twin fight. It was more of me massacring a twin at a time. So now we've got these unknown regions called the Forbidden Lands ahead of us as one choice. I've still got the gargoyles in the aqueduct, which I owe a visit. And then there is Caelid, which I feel I've explored most of it, but I know that there's a dragon there. There's a dude who still wants me to bring him some rot, who's pretty sad because I haven't visited him in a while. He's like, no, we won't make that joke. I think that there's more to explore in Caelid that I may have missed there because I've been afraid of that place for so long. I've avoided it. There's that mage town that I completely did not explore. So we're going to have to go back there. Maybe Caelid is next on the menu, but I've also got a lot to do in the Forbidden Lands and to progress the story and see where that's going. So if you want to join me, hopefully you'll see me on stream, which is every Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time over on the Twitch channel. And otherwise, I will see you in the next journal. Until next time, keep it classy. The gargoyles suck. I thought I would only have to fight them once, but they put a gargoyle here, a gargoyle there. Literally all over this stupid world are stupid gargoyles. Welcome back, Classy Crew, to my Elden Ring adventure as I update you on my journey to slay all bosses with no summons. It is my first playthrough, and for some reason I decided to do this, but I should probably change the pledge to slay all gargoyles because it's turning out that there's just gargoyles all over this stupid map. So I met my first real gargoyle was in the capital city, and it was an optional boss. It wasn't even a boss. I'm like, where's my potion? And then I adventured a little bit and came across a nice gargoyle in the aqueduct, which was a fair fight until he came up with a buddy, and then they just bullshitted all that poison onto me. If you want my thoughts on that, go check out the last journal. And now, since then, I've come across a gargoyle in Caelid. I've come across a gargoyle in the Forgotten Lands. Gargoyles are absolutely horrendous. I hate them. They're hard to fight, and I'm learning that I'm not the only one because I'm usually, when I get beaten up in these games, the chat, my Twitch chat is pretty empathetic. No, they're actually not empathetic. They're very trolly. They're like, oh, you suck, Jay, you're bad. What are you doing? And they're just piling on the negativity. And then there's a few voices in there that are like, but when it comes to the gargoyles, I'm not hearing that from chat. They're all like, yeah, Yeah, I hate those. I hate those gargoyles. Those gargoyles are bullshit. So I feel this is something that we can all agree on, that gargoyles are just absolute trash. Now, are they trash because they're poorly designed? No, I'm just speaking from a very emotional place that I just hate them because they keep hurting me. Now, that said, I killed 3 gargoyles. So, take that. So this past week, I have done a lot of slaying. There are 7 bosses that I have found and slain, bringing our total count of felled bosses to 70. I've explored Caelid in a lot more detail. I've gone around and knocked off a few bosses I came across previously. I've explored the Forbidden Lands only to nope out of there so fast because that place hurts. And finally, I found a big snake. I mean, it looks like a dick. I don't know. Some people don't see it, but I saw that. I was like... So let me walk you through how this went for me. The first thing was, okay, let's look at the map. What should I do? Where should I go? Last time I opened up the way to the Forbidden Lands, but I'm like, I don't feel like I want to go there. I feel like there's a lot I miss. And Caelid specifically is an area where I've been avoiding it because it just kind of scarred me at the beginning of my journey. I was like, nope, I don't want to go there. So I went back and I was like, oh yeah, there's the death root guy. We got a bunch of death root to give him. So I went there, gave him the death root. He gave me a bunch of things, including bestial vitality, which is basically a spell which lets me heal my HP as I go. And it was all good until I walked away from him about to leave, noticed that the thing that's standing outside is actually a gargoyle, the Black Blade Kindred. And I was planning, I was scheming, I'm like, okay, how am I going to take this gargoyle? I can probably take him from the back. And then all I hear is like, boom, boom, boom. I was like, oh, what is this? What is this? I turn around to find this massive death root guy just like going berserk on me. And I'm like, whoa, my God, what? So he's destroying everything and I'm just trying to dodge. And my heart is like, pretty much leaping out of my chest at this point because I was not expecting this thing to move. I thought he was an innocent NPC who just wanted death root, but now he's berserk, he's frenzied. I gave him too much death root and he looks at me and he's like, oh, that's a fine piece of death root right there. So now that I know that he's a threat, I GTFO out of his room very fast. Luckily the doors hold him in. I tried to cheese him, but it didn't work. He could still reach me even though I had my whips. I went after the Black Blade Kindred and he deletes my health with the press of a button. So I was like, nope, I'm not ready for this. I don't want to do this. So I kept going and exploring this region, which I learned is the Dragon Barrow or something, or Burrow. And there I came across another putrid avatar. Not the first time I come across these, so boom, boom, deleted that. And then I came across with a castle. I was like, oh, cool, what's in this castle? And I got my health. I came across some vampires that just sucked me to death so fast. Like, usually when these things latch onto you, it just kind of like, your health goes like chunk, chunk, chunk. But in this case, it just goes and you're dead. Outside this castle, I came across a massive dragon corpse. I didn't even think it was a corpse at first. I thought it was part of the decor until I got close to it and it was breathing. And then I hit it and I saw like low HP. I was like, oh no, what is this? And so I kept wailing on it, and then the whole chat got a little upset about this because I was wailing on it for a while and I didn't realize my bleed proc was taking effect and like was taking big chunks of health off of this thing. So I'm like, oh, I can kill this thing. So I was going away at it and they're like, no, you're doing it wrong. You have to go around the face and you have to kill it there. So I was like, okay, let's see what's going on. Let's see what's going on there. So in front of the face was 7 little black dragons that also delete my HP with one hit. I was like, you guys are dumb. Why am I going to fight this dragon in the front where there's all of this pain when I can just keep smacking it in the back and winning that way? And so I learned afterwards that the chat was just trying to show me the mechanic of this fight, which is for every time you slay the black dragons, you get some HP removed from the big white one. But I'm like, oh, cool mechanic. I don't need that though. I got my bleed weapon and I deleted him that way. And when he died, all the other black dragons died. And I got another dragon heart, but otherwise nothing really exciting out of that. So it was a bit of a buzzkill because the chat was really upset with how I did it. And I was just like, well, I got nothing out of this. So off we go. The Celia, Town of Sorcery, which is a place I completely overlooked the first time I came here because I was super underleveled. But before I went in there, I found a Everjail, and there I found our boy Hughes, who was a battle mage, and he also got deleted fast. So another boss on the counter. I didn't have much to say. He had some pretty hard-hitting spells, but as most mages do, they hit hard, but then they fall pretty fast afterwards to my sword. In the Town of Sorcery, I've learned what I needed to do. I was a lot more leveled up so I could do everything. So I lit all the torches at the top of the town, came across a dude who's like, oh, my daughter or something, this girl, she's got like scarlet rot. We need a gold needle to save her. So I went off into the swamp and we explored it until I came across Commander O'Neill, which had a super epic song. Pretty fun fight. And I got him on my first try, and he drops the golden needle, which lets you heal Millicent, which is the one with the Scarlet Rot, and then she gives you something. I think it starts her quest line or something. I don't know. She said she'd do something, but I don't know what she's doing. So someone's gonna have to help me out with that. From there, what else was there? Oh, there was another boss in that area that I had completely missed previously, and that's where we found the Nox Swordstress and the Nox Monk. Interesting duo. I was definitely way over leveled for this part, and they just fell really hard, but it looked like they had some cool mechanics. Afterwards, I was like, oh, well, where do we go now? Because I feel like I didn't want to explore Dragon Barrow much more because I feel really underleveled and underprepared for that. And the rest of Caelid has been pretty much explored for the most part. I don't feel like there's a major area missing, so I was like, okay, what else can we do? Now, the Falling Star Beast has always been one that I want to go back and fight, who is outside the capital city. So I went back with my double whips because I figured whips are more effective on stone boys. And yeah, it was a good fight. This one was way more like keeping me on my toes. I wasn't overpowered. He wasn't overpowered. I almost died at the end. He was like about to hit me, and I luckily panic screamed out of there and was able to whip him back. So I killed the Falling Star Beast, another one for the counter. And in this area, there was also a cave I hadn't explored where I got a bunch of stones to help upgrade my stone level 4 and 5, I think. Actually, I think I got the bell bearing, which lets me buy smithing stone 4 and 5. So unlocking that so I can upgrade more goodies. And there was an Onyx Lord, which also these cave bosses are not usually very, like, they don't stand out much. It was a unique boss for me. Cool design, but ultimately fell pretty quick. So from there, I was like, okay, let's progress the story. Let's move things forward. I feel like I've cleaned up a lot of things I had left behind. Now there's a lot of other stuff. And so to the Forbidden Lands I went. Everything's full of snow. It's hard to see. And here there's like little gargoyle things that just jump you. And I'm like, oh, it's kind of annoying. They've got like the stomp thing, and there's like wind that comes at you, and it hurts you so much. Those guys, I got over it. Like, I found a way to fight them, but it really got, like, the bullshit meter just, like, went to the top when I found my first ruins, and it was pretty empty. I was like, okay, what's going on here? And there were these ice dudes, and I fought these guys in the jail in the Southern Peninsula way early on in my playthrough, but these guys are on a whole other level. I can barely hurt them, and they just destroy me. So that's my first impression of the Forbidden Lands, and it is not nice. I also came across another one of those knights, not the night knights, but like a knight that comes out at night. And I was doing okay. I was gonna kill him until the little imp dudes ganked me, and I lost. And then it was daytime, so the night knight didn't show up anymore. As I made my way to the lift here, that's where I came across another gargoyle, the Black Blade Kindred, but this one was a lot easier than the one that I met in Caelid, luckily. Still pretty intense fight. I lost maybe once or twice, but I was able to maneuver. Like, dealing with one of these is a lot more manageable than dealing with two of them that are spewing poison. Also, the poison thing seems very unique to the duo in the Aqueduct, which is the move I actually hate the most. If it wasn't for that poison, I might not hate them as much, but oh man, I hate that poison attack. So anyways, I didn't really explore Forbidden Lands because I was just getting destroyed, but someone reminded me I did have a quest in the Forbidden Lands to hunt down a bounty on Juno Hoslov. He's a whip boy. He was a fantastic fight to fight. I really enjoyed it. And his reward for killing him, well, you get his armor, but when you bring back the bounty, I got a new whip, and it is nice. It is a whip with like chains on it. It replaced my old like leather whip, so now I've got like a chain whip and a fire whip, and I'm just whipping everything. It feels good. So I went back to the manor. I'm like, all right, who are we gonna whip in here? And because I complete all the bounties, I could actually go now to the God-Devouring Serpent, or Rykard, I think his name is. So another demigod has been unlocked for me. And this fight was really rough at first because I picked up the weapon when I came in. I swung it a few times. I'm like, oh, I don't like this. And so I went back to my whips and my Bloodhound sword, and I tried fighting Rykard a few times. I was like, oof, I'm barely doing damage on this boy. What's going on? And I died a few times, and people were like, oh my goodness, Jay, like, use the freaking weapon they gave you in the boss fight. I'm like, okay, but this thing looks like huge garbage. And so I realized it's when you start, like, you actually initiate the fight, you get this massive, like, wind blast out of the weapon, which reaches Rykard. You don't have to wait for him to come to you. And I'm like, are you serious? Oh! And that's when he like inverts himself and turns himself into a very dick-like monster, which just everything about him was disgusting. And I was in so much shock at what he looked like and the fact that this fight wasn't over. I died. And then I'm like, that's it. We're calling it a night. So that's what I have left next. Rykard is probably going to go down. I'm pretty sure a few more rounds with him. I've upgraded that weapon to the max of what I could upgrade it, so I can do a lot of damage. And then after that, I'm probably going to explore a little bit more of Limgrave. I heard there's some areas I missed. I might go back to those stupid gargoyles, because right now the Forbidden Lands really feel forbidden to me because damn, everything hurts in there. So I'm going to buff up a little bit more. I'm at level 90 now, so I went up 6 more levels, getting close to that level 100. And I'm at 70 bosses felled, 59 of which are unique, so we're getting very close. We're getting somewhat close to that 100 mark. I think there's 165 or something like that, or 145. There's a lot of bosses to go. So I am far from completing this journey, but hopefully you will stick around as I continue progressing. I might see you on stream or on the next journal, and until next time, keep it classy. Well, another Elden Ring demigod has been slain, and I have to say this one looks like a big dick. Welcome back, classy crew, to another journal in my journey to fell all bosses in Elden Ring. This past week, I have felled 4 new bosses, bringing our total count to 74, and there are still many, many bosses left. But another demigod has been felled. As you saw last week, I had just gone to Rykard, made it to phase 2, and I was like, nope, I am not fighting with this lava dick. And some of you are like, what dick? I don't see a dick. But like, come on, look how phallic-y this thing is. Now, before going back and fighting him directly, I decided to take the long route, explore Volcano Manor, and I did that not immediately. I did a little bit of cleanup in Limgrave as I realized that there was a lot of stuff missing there. I found another little catacomb, which included the Erdtree Burial Watchdog, which I fought many times before, but hey, another one for the counter. And then I ended up going back to Lanedale to go find the sewers, which I've heard so many of you mention that I had missed. Now, I think there's still some stuff left for me to find in Limgrave. I'm not quite sure where it is. I feel like my map is getting pretty full. But yeah, I found a bunch of new grace sites and all of that, so it's always fun to fill in the map. Now, the sewers of Lanedale, these things were kind of hard to find because nobody really... I told Chad, don't tell me where to go, so I knew that it must be in, like, okay, it's probably in this, like, part of town that I didn't go, which kind of looked a little rough underneath where the big dragon crashed. So I explored, found some aqueduct-ish kind of places that weren't quite the sewers, but it looked like it was a precursor to the sewers. And here I found the freaking hands that I hate. Before, I didn't think Lanedale had hands in it, but now I found where they are. And they're not just the little tiny hands, but there's a big freaking sucker of a hand that's just hanging on the wall waiting for me to go and pick up the shiny so he can fall on me. And I think he not carded, sorry, wrong game. So I kept exploring, came across a nice Crucible Knight, which I have to say, I'm enjoying fighting these things. They seem to have a reputation in the community at being a little bit OP or to strike fear in hearts of many players. I'm definitely fearful of them, but I do enjoy fighting them. I think that they have very epic moves. They punish very hard, especially healing. Also, to be fair, I heard that they nerfed them from before I started playing, so apparently they were much harder. Whatever they were, it sounds like they were bullshit before. Now they are nice, perfect, comfy fights. No! So I eventually, through journeying, found a whole bunch of new areas in Lanedale I had not seen before, which is always fun to find some new areas. And I came across the sewers finally, which this place absolutely sucks. I hate the sewers. The first enemy I came across is a big chunky boy who punished me, and he took my lunch money. So I have no more money for lunch, and he also made me question my life decisions. Like, why did I even go down here? I knew that it was only going to be pain, and it only proved right. So I ran in the other direction from him, only to find two more chunkies. I was like, oh, I'm not doing this. So I ran past the chunkies, and I came across a catacomb in this area. So in there was also another chunky, and he was even worse because he had the black magic, the black flame stuff. He destroyed me. So I had to avoid a lot of the chunkies to explore, and I did make it through this catacomb, which I'm quite proud of. Made it to a boss, actually, which is the Esgar Priest of Blood. And the first time I met this guy, he had some Capra Demon bullshit vibes around. First, he's got 2 dogs, and I entered the room. I'm like, oh, what's going on here? And after exclaiming, what is going on here? I was dead. He bled me so fast. It wasn't even, I didn't even conceive what happened. I walked in, I was like, oh, okay, we've got 2 dogs and a guy, and then, whoa, But the second time, after knowing what to do, I'm like, all right, we gotta go in there, we gotta kill the dogs. So I basically ran around, distanced myself from him and the dogs. He closes the gap fast. He has this cloud of blood that chases you, that bleeds you as well. He was ready for blood, and he knew how to use his blood techniques, but managed to kill him. So that's another one on the boss counter. And then I kept exploring mostly through running because everything here was pretty hard to kill. And I gave up. I gave up on the swords as soon as I got surprise groped by a big fat hand. It was just well hit. Like there's not many jump scares in Elden Ring, in my opinion. I have not jump scared many times, but this thing caught me completely off guard. I was in an area, I thought I was safe. I saw a shiny. It was a big open space. I'm like, there's no way I'm gonna get ambushed. I've never seen them though bury a freaking enemy in the ground. I couldn't even see it, so I went to grab it, and out of the ground came my worst nightmare. A hand grabbed me and then touched me, and I noped 30,000 runes. I'm like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't want to do this again. So I'm out. From there, I was like, well, okay, I guess I should go and clean up what I need to do in the volcano manor. So back I went, and there I did a lot of exploration. Some good stuff came from exploring. I'm so happy because I came across a Somber Smithing Stone 7, which is something that I've been looking for a long time because I've been missing this. This has been preventing me from upgrading my Bloodhound, my sword, for the longest time. So I was so happy because I got stuck on a boss in a church, which is another Godskin Noble. I fought this before, but this guy was hitting me a lot harder. So I was able to level up my sword, I think, to the final. I'm missing basically one level, a unique item. So I went 7, 8, 9, and I increased my attack by like 100 or 150 raw damage. It's kind of disgusting. So now I'm just like, time to like punish everything that has screwed me over before, including the Godskin Noble. I'm done. I also explored, found a lava salamander in the bottom. I was kind of disappointed this wasn't a boss. Oh, speaking of bosses that aren't bosses, in Lanedale I came across one of those like snake things in the sand, which is like a tree. I fought that before, but not as a common enemy. So another stupid hidden, like a boss that's not a boss in Lanedale. I hate how they're just throwing these massive epic bosses and not giving you a health bar. It's just like, what's the point? What's the point? I know, it's the item drop. So yeah, I killed this lava salamander, and then I eventually made my way to Rykard, Lord of Blasphemy, which is probably one of the best demigod fights ever. Like, they are really nailing these fights to be epic. I love the unique mechanic of this one. I love the fact that you are constantly seeing the demigod. You are constantly seeing his attack. They're really like big, shiny things. And you've got like this specific way of attacking with the wind sword thing. And you have a few variations that I learned that you can do. You can charge it up, you can like whoosh on the left and right, or you can poke for faster damage. It was just really cool to do. Dodging, I eventually learned the timing of like how he thrusts left and then he like hits the ground and then thrusts right. Like getting that timing and rolling, so satisfying. And after a few tries, I slayed Rykard, Lord of Blasphemy. And so that pretty much finished all of the stuff that I had to do in Volcano Manor. Moved a bunch of side quests forward, including the Snake Lady. So she wanted to be killed, and I was like, no. And then I had a lot of guidance from chat, but I basically finished her side quest, I think. She rewarded me with a talisman that increases damage taken. That's all it does. So thank you for the most useless item in the game. Terrible quest. I don't know why everybody loves that quest so much. And then I also found the Queen of the Manor, or whatever, the Lady of the Manor. She is like trying to eat all of Rykard's head. It's kind of gross. So yeah, there wasn't a lot of progress, I feel, from a boss standpoint, but a lot more exploration this past week. So now 74 bosses total, 61 of which are uniques. I think there are about 110 uniques, which was my original pledge. And I'm now at level 98, so I'm about to hit triple digits. I think I need to be about level 150, I heard, which is what like the end game recommended level is from most of the community. So that's where I'm at. This next week, I'm not quite sure where I'm going to head out. There's a lot to explore, but I just don't know where to go. So I guess the world is my oyster. I'm just going to go back. I think there's a dragon in Caelid that I missed out on, that I ran into and then ran away from in the southern part. So I might go fight him again, because that's a boss I know that exists that I ran away from. And then, yeah, we're just going to go, I guess, the Forbidden Lands. I could go take another crack at that, so I might go check that out. So I will see you on the next journal or the next stream, and until next time, Keep it classy. Ever since I met my first Godskin Apostle, I never thought I'd have to fight him again, but then I met him again, and then a noble, and then both of them. Welcome back, Classy Crew, to another Elden Ring journal as I journey through this game for the first time, trying to slay every single boss without using any summons because we got to keep it spicy. I have to say, this past week has been my most productive week ever in counting down some bosses. I started the week at 74 bosses slain. Now we are at 83. I knocked down 9, mostly because I went back to some older regions and I cleared out some areas that I hadn't done before. Now I have progressed a little bit into the Forgotten regions, and this is where, or the Forbidden, whatever it is, I'm in the snow zone. I'm in Canada, and I've met some horrors here, including some Godskin bullshit and some great things like a beautiful fire giant, which I'm going to be sharing my impressions of. Now, the Godskin Apostle, these guys have been the bane of my existence since I think I first met them in Leonine, in the windmill village, which was thematic. It was fair. I'm like, okay, here's a bunch of witch ladies who love to like take your skin and wear it and dance around with it. That's all. Okay, we got a Godskin Apostle. All right, this is a pretty tough boss. Got some cool things. He's got a little kazoo thing going. For those who don't know, that's a monster from Monster Hunter who looks like a... I was like, all right, good fight. We can close this chapter and move on. And then I'm like, this has to be the end of these guys. Like, I usually like fighting on the chunky boys. I think I've shared this in a previous journal, but the Godskin Noble is so fast and aggressive. He doesn't fit the definition of chunky boys. He's chunky, but he's not slow and sluggish. He's like, and then when you get to the halfway point, he starts roly-polying all around you. And I have to say, I didn't know how to deal with that until recently. So the roly-polies were a bane of my existence, but now I figured out how to do it. But then I made it to the Volcano Manor where I found a bullshitty noble, because now the arena was a little bit smaller and this one just hit a heck of a lot harder. So this one really scarred me, and I think this just happened like a week or two ago. So I've got Godskin flavor in my mouth, which I'm like, I've had enough. But now, as part of my journeying through the Forbidden Lands, I came across it was a snail cave. So I already know the gimmick of the snail. You kill the snail, everything else dies. You don't want to fight anything else. I encountered this in Leonine with a Crucible Knight for the first time. I killed the Crucible Knight, and then I saw the snail show up, and I was like, oh, the snail was here the whole time. So in this cave, when I made it to the final boss, it was a Godskin Apostle, and I knew the gimmick. So I was like, where's the snail? So I was like wailing literally in the open everywhere because I thought you could hit the snail even if it doesn't show itself. Now, I don't think that's true because I slash my weapon everywhere and I never hit a snail. So I'm like, oh, you actually have to kill the boss to unveil the snail to then kill the snail before he resummons the boss. I did the Godskin Apostle. These things I've kind of gotten comfortable with. They telegraph pretty good. And if you stay close, you avoid most of their nasty attacks, especially his long flaily body one. What I wasn't ready for, though, was a secondary Godskin Noble to follow up immediately after that, which now I have to stretch out my resources of drinks, of healing drinks, across 2 Godskin jerks. And this one, the arena is so small, so when he starts rolling, it just hurts so much more. Oh my goodness, I was panicking so much. But what I learned is that when he rolls, you just got to run and keep his feet in front of you. So as long as you're running, so you're both basically running in circle like idiots. But yeah, so I killed those. Then the snail showed up. Oh my goodness, when that snail showed up. I have to say though, this cave was great because I found my first samurai armor, which is something I've been looking for in this game for a long time. So now I've got samurai armor. I've also found 3 new katanas. I've got so many katanas. It's kind of crazy. This past week, I found the Moonveil katana. I found the Nagakiba, which is like a super long one. I found the Uchigata, oh my goodness, and the legendary Rivers of Blood. Now I have to say, I've been having so much fun with my current weapon. I don't even know if I want to play with katanas anymore. And I know if I do, my chat's all going to be like, oh, he's not really playing the game. He's just weaving through it. So I have them, but I don't have as much appetite to use them. But the samurai armor, oh yeah, I'm totally decked out in samurai armor with a stupid hat on top. So anyways, before all this bullshit, I went back to Caelid and I found a bunch of stuff there that I didn't find before. There was a whole area I didn't explore, so I found a fort called Fort Jail. Nothing too exciting here. I found that dragon that I was scared of way back called the Decaying Zyke, and that thing was a decent challenge, and it fell, so I got myself another dragon heart. Found another, what do you call those things? The catacomb, where I found 2 Erdtree burial watchdogs, one with a scepter, one with a sword. At this point, honestly, all these bosses are just falling easily because I'm level 100.
I found a magma worm, and this is how I got my Moonveil. So there's kind of like a link between Limgrave, a cave between Limgrave and Caelid. And there's a magma worm here, which I've now fought twice already, like that type of boss. So that wasn't too bad. I was surprised how chunky his health was, considering my level of weapon and my level of character. But I had to hit on him quite a bit. Anyways, he drops the Moonveil, which apparently is an amazing weapon, but it's an intelligence katana, and I don't have a lot of intelligence. So after that, I think I've exhausted. I don't even know if there's anything left to do in Caelid outside of Dragon Barrow. I feel I've exhausted everything I need to do there. If I've missed anything, please let me know. But otherwise, I went to Limgrave and I went up the river where Patches was, and I found a bunch of other caves and other bosses, including a Grave Warden duelist. He was, again, this is starting area game, so he got killed in like 4 hits. I found a Guardian Golem, and I found a Black Knife Assassin, which I'm curious about the lore here, because when you enter, he's already at half health, which is really interesting. I didn't even get to really understand what the boss is. I walked in, I whipped him 3 times, he was dead. I think I might be missing 1 or 2 things in Limgrave, but I was satisfied exploring the river, so I moved on to Lerna, and I discovered a whole underground system with ants. I didn't even, I completely missed this whole section, but it's the Ainsel River, and people were like, get ready to get creeped out. I was like, oh no, don't tell me we're going into a spider nest. But luckily it was an ant nest. I'm okay with ants. Yeah, they're a little creepy, but they're nothing compared to the freaking big hairy hands. So exploring that, I came across the Dragonkin Soldier of Noxtella, which was a pretty epic fight. Had a good time with him. There was this big beast moth thing hanging from the ceiling in one place. I was trying to get to it. I have no idea how to get to it. People said it was parkour, but I couldn't connect I couldn't even see where I needed to go. I spent a lot of time trying to figure it out. Couldn't figure it out. So maybe one day I'll come back to, I don't even know what I would come back with. Maybe it's accessible through a different area, because there was kind of like a platform behind him. So I think I have to find a way to get around and come through there. And once I've exhausted that, I finally went back to progressing the story, going to Forbidden Lands, because everything was so easy at this point. I'm like, okay, I probably should go into the territory where I'm going to get challenged. And here I found a new map. So pretty much all of the continent has now been revealed. I have one map, I think, that's missing in the top left. And this is where I found that cave with the stupid godskin apostle and noble. Found the samurai armor. Also came across a new dragon. Every time I slay a dragon, there's a new one that shows up. So here I found the Borealis of the freezing fog. So I went a little bit too far into the ice lake. Everything kind of got foggy. I was like, oh no. I tried hitting it. I do 100 damage on him. So I'm like, no. Anyway, so I found a jail that there was a Roundtable Night Vike that people told me was the the character on the cover. And I was a little disappointed by how fast he fell. He didn't stand out much as a boss. He was it felt more like one of those invaders, and he was pretty easy to die. So I kept going up, and I was really, really disappointed into the Land of Giants to find a giant hand. They just keep making these things bigger and grow. They're not grosser, they're just bigger, and by being bigger they're grosser. So now there is a giant hand on this mountain, which I'm not even gonna get close to. And I've also come across a church which had the Bloody Finger of Okina. So now I finally have the legendary Rivers of Blood weapon, which is the katana, which inflicts pretty much bleed on everybody, and you can even shoot bleed stuff. Again, I know that this is the weapon everybody used to pretty much make the game easy mode. I don't want to do that yet. I'm not banning myself from using it. I will probably use it if I come across a boss that's just absolute bullshit. And finally, I didn't explore much of the Forbidden Lands, much to chat. They're like, you're not exploring anything. I'm like, I don't want to explore this place. Everything is terrifying. And it just reminds me of the winter of Canada, which again is super depressing. So I'm like, nope, I'm going to book it to the top and get my flame. And that's where I came across the Fire Giant, which I have to say, fantastic fight. I love these big epic fights. I love giants. And just the fight of the mechanics of this fight are good. I almost slayed him. I was not optimal, but he was maybe 3 hits away, and then I panicked and I didn't understand the fight properly. I didn't know that his fire orb follows you and blows up at a certain range. I thought it was on a timer. Had I known that would happen, I could have been a little bit more strategic in making the fire thing blow up away from his feet, coming back, beating his feet. In phase 2, I kept slaying his feet, which is not his weak point. I knew it's not his weak point, but I was panicking so much I couldn't really figure out where I had to hit him. And I didn't want to be near his arms because they're all on fire. So when he was on all fours, I was avoiding that. I was pretty much just hanging out under his crotch and just beating on whatever was in that area.
And it was progressing the fight. And then sometimes he'd roll, but he would miss me with the rolls. So I'm like, this is a safe comfort place. It felt like I was kind of cheesing the fight, but I was okay with it because it's a fire giant and he was killing me a lot. So next time I think I will be a little bit more bold and try to understand the fight. This was at the end of stream, so I'm like, yeah, if I kill it, it's cool. If not, it's not the worst thing in the world. I can always come back to it. I did pretty much beeline it the Forbidden Land, so there's a bunch of other stuff I want to explore here too. I think there's a castle that I told everybody I'd go explore, and I kept exploring everything else except the castle. And then there's also another castle in near the Volcano Manor, which is in the Poison Land. So I have 2 castles to explore if the fire giant is too much for me to take on, because right now he's blocking my story progression. So yeah, I'll probably do those 2 castles, go back to Fire Giant, and keep cleaning things up. Where I'm at in my pledge, so 83 monsters have been slain. I'm not going to really keep track of the uniques anymore. I think I'm at 69 unique, and I'm at 102 in terms of levels. So I didn't level up too much. I suspect it's going to slow down now, or maybe it's because I spent so much time in the easy zones that I didn't level up. Either way, good progress, feels really rewarding. We're getting close to the end game. Getting close to having to like get a little bit smarter with my boss fights. So looking forward to seeing what is beyond the fire giant. Join me if you can on stream. Otherwise, I will see you on the next journal. And until next time, keep it classy. Friends, I thought I had the Elden Ring map figured out, but nope. I found another unknown region called the Deep Root Depths. This place is spicy. Welcome back, classy crew, to my suffering of Elden Ring as I go through this whole world trying to kill everything that's trying to kill me. And by that, I mean all the bosses. I pledge to kill them all with no summons. Why did I do such a thing? Because I'm bored with life and needed some kind of reason to exist and put my... Anyways, so this past week, I discovered the Deep Root Depths, which was an entire new region, and I'm happy to say I learned that there were 3 bosses in there, and all 3 bosses are now deceased. I have felled them all. But let me take you back, because if you joined me last journal, you'll know that I came up against this big fire giant, and I kind of left him to toast a little bit so that I could take him out this week. And take him out I did. So I went back to the fire giant because some people are like, oh, just give it another try. I wasn't going to try right away. And I went back, and I have to say, I really love this fire giant. A lot of you have said, I don't like it or I like it. The comments were pretty divisive in the last video when I mentioned him. And it seems that the community is split. They either love the giant or they don't love the giant. And honestly, I'm in the camp that loves the giant. I don't understand the people that do not love it. I think it's because of his big HP pool or because for some reason he keeps rolling away from you. In my case, in my fights, he rolls, but he doesn't roll a lot. So I wonder if it has something to do with positioning or the type of weapon you use. The first half, I think, is the best part of his fight, where you have to like hit key spots versus his ankles and everything. Everything until he rips off his foot is a pretty good time. Once the foot comes off, it's not such a good time. Now, last time I was banging between his thighs and his groin, hoping to like just fell him that way, and it didn't work out. I was close. This time, I figured I would take the Chad approach and not go between his legs, but instead stay near his arms or his big flashy chest. And I have to say, I was kind of disappointed. I was jumping, I was trying to hit like the tassels around his arms and his hands and his glowy parts, and it didn't seem to do anything. So I don't know if I was actually hitting it and it was doing damage that I just wasn't noticing, or if I just didn't hit it in the right place. Either way, it was a little bit of a grind to do that second phase. However, I was more aware of his attacks. I was able to roll away from his 2 big flaming balls. Pretty straightforward fight, very satisfying. He fell down, and now I can go and grab the fire to burn the tree to bring this whole game to an end. At least that's how I understand it. But everyone's like, nope. You can't go get the fire because apparently that locks me out of parts of the world, and we have a pledge to fell all bosses to do, and that is, I think it's about 100, and I keep changing the number every week. I think it's 145 bosses total in the game. Maybe it's 165. I don't know. I also started wearing this new style, so I put back the turtle shell on me. Now that I have my samurai armor, I can put on a little bit more weight, and the turtle shell helps with my dexterity. So I am now the Teenage Mutant Samurai Turtle. Doesn't quite have the same ring. So off I went to some castles. I wanted to do the one in the swamp and the one in the snow. But anyways, I did go to the one in the swamp called the Shaded Castle. This one was pretty comfortable. I was definitely over leveled for it, but I'm okay with that. It makes exploring that much more cushy for me. In this castle, I met Patches, which I thought died. He gave me every indication that he died. He's like, oh, I can't go on. Go on without me. He gives me a weapon. I'm like, are you dead? And I wanted to check, and I could have punched him, but instead I slashed my big sword at him and killed him for real. So Patches is dead. I'm a little bit satisfied. I'm a little bit happy with that because, you know, he kicked me over the ledge. but on the other hand, I'm like, I probably didn't want him dead. So Patches is gone, unfortunately. And the boss in this castle is the Elimer of the Briar. We've seen this guy before. He was a big troublemaker because he throws his sword, and so he's got the melee sword attacks. But then if you get too far, he does the whole "I'm going to throw my magic sword at you," which is just going to dance around you and kill you. He was quite hard to beat. I can't imagine fighting him at a lower level. I am really happy I came at him at the level I am. He was a pretty good challenge. You have to roll and do a lot of dodging, and it's a pretty tight quarter. But he fell, and so that took us to a second boss of the stream done. So after this, I went to the Forbidden Lands because I'd finished with my shaded castle, and I was like, all right, let's go see what the castle in the Forbidden Lands is in the snow. I got a little sidetracked, and I saw some ruins. There I met a jellyfish who was lonely looking for her sister. Luckily, I had the summon that I picked up way back in the early game. So I summoned the jellyfish. The sisters were happy. They went to space or something. And down into the caves I went to pick up some item that I would probably never use because I only use one weapon in this game. Which actually brings me to another point. I learned that the community seems for the most part to try a lot of weapons, and I noticed this is very different than how I like to play. I'm a comfort type player. I don't know if there's a word for that. I'm going to call them comfy players, where when I grab something that works, I don't like to deviate too much because it works. Why would I fix something that's not broken? And so you'll see in most of my gameplay, I'm playing with the same weapon over and over. I do try like the other weapons to see how they work, but nothing really pulls me away. I have a ton of katanas, and they just can't pull me away from my big, great damage buster sword. But I asked in chat how other people played, and it sounds like most people circulate several weapons throughout their first playthrough, which to me is just such a different experience from how I do. I can't imagine playing that way. It gives me anxiety. I would maybe do it in New Game Plus where I like force myself to learn a new weapon. But for the sake of this playthrough, I'm just happy with what I have. I know the moveset, I know how to play, it's comfortable, I enjoy playing with it, so I'm going to keep doing it that way. So anyway, while I was on my way to the snow castle, I also came across a Deathrite bird, which is a pretty big boss, which destroyed me. He was pecking me hard with his head, and he was casting some shadow flame on me. I tried 2-3 times, I just couldn't even get this guy to his half health, so I'm like, I'm going to come back to you. I'm going to go see what my new weapons and stuff are. Maybe I can level something up. So back to the round table I went, and I discovered that I have the beard whip, the giant's beard. You can whip it. Way better fire whip than the other thing I have. Instead of just dropping freaking magma all around me and being completely useless, this one sets things on fire. So I'm like, yes, please level that up. So now I have my fire whip and my the other one that causes bleed. So we're in good shape with our whips. And thinking about this, I was like, oh, who else needs revenge? Because I was just like on a high of killing things. I'm like, twin gargoyles, let's go. You remember the twin gargoyles I complained about 2-3 weeks ago? We went back and we got promptly smacked. But then I went back again and
oh, that's such bullshit.
They were a lot more manageable now that I had more health and was able to do more damage on them. I felled both of them, which was finally wall conquered. I found a coffin, jumped in there. We went flying in a coffin. It's kind of weird what this game does all of a sudden. And that took us to Deep-Root Depths, the whole point of this video, which I hope you're still watching if you clicked on it because of the title. So Deep-Root Depths has a lot of pain to offer. It's located right beneath the capital city, and my goodness, I was excited to explore this thing. I was like, oh, there's ants, but it's not just ants. It's ants with like metal faces that bully you off the ledges. There's flying ants that bully you off the ledges. There's snipers that bully you off the edges. I was trying to explore it. I was trying to like go up trees only to get shot off the branch and die, or go up tree and have basilisks jump all over me. And I actually didn't die to a basilisk. I'm pretty proud of that. But I had gargoyles that were spewing flames on me, causing me to die. I would roll off somewhere and die. It was just a constant fight for my life against gravity. And I died so many times. It was so frustrating. But amongst the dying, I came across a Crucible Knight, Siluria, which is one of the harder Crucible Knights I've come across so far. I actually enjoy the Crucible Knights. I love dodging their patterns. And yes, they hit hard, but I feel they're so predictable. They're really rewarding to fight. I really enjoyed it. So I killed that one.
Yeah.
And then I went up the trees after a lot of searching in the area. And here I came across Fia, our girl who likes to hug, the one that showed us the true warmth of humanity. And we got her whole quest. So first she dropped in some champions. I killed all the champions. They were pretty much sword fodder. And then we learned how she wanted to lay. Oh, I'm gonna mess up the lore so bad right now, so pardon me. But long story short, I think she wanted to have a baby with Godric or something. I gave her like half a rune. I think she put it inside herself, and then she went to bed. And then I went in her dreams, where I fought a big dragon called the Lich Dragon Fortisax. Everything was electrified, myself included. There was some heavy metal playing or something. I killed everything. We woke up. Everything was good. I came back. Freaking D was there. Killed Fia. And I'm like, what the heck? And then I killed D, and then Fia was dead, and everybody was sad. And that is the story of Elden Ring. And that's where we are this week. So now I am at 89 bosses done, 73 uniques, level 106. I don't know where I have to go next. But I can't go get my big flame because I have all these other bosses. So I'm going to have to ask chat to guide me. Oh, I'm going to go to the castle in the freaking snow. The place I keep saying I'm not going to go to, and I keep forgetting to. So next week, I got to go get the Deathrite Bird, who's kind of guarding the city or the castle in the snow. And then we'll finally go see what's up in the snow castle and what's good. If you liked any of this and you want to see more Elden Ring journals, I document my whole thing, so be sure to check out one of the other journals, which I will post somewhere around me. I will see you either there or in the next journal. And until next time, keep it classy. Almost exactly 5 months to this day, I set out on my quest to slay every boss in Elden Ring without using any secrets. This past week, I just passed 100 bosses, and I have to say, as I look back on my journey so far, I feel kind of empty. Welcome back, Classic Crew. If this is your first time here, this is one journal in a multi-series of journals where I document my whole journey through video games, specifically on this channel, Soulsborne. So I've already done Dark Souls, Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, and Elden Ring is my latest challenge, where I set off to fight and defeat all 165 bosses in this game. So this past week, I just slayed 100 bosses. And as I've been documenting my whole journey through this, I've really started reflecting on how this has compared with my other journeys. Now, it's definitely been my longest one so far, and it's different because Elden Ring has been an open world experience compared to the other ones. Now, the reason that I feel empty is I'm realizing there was a mistake in my pledge. So when I set out my pledge to kill all bosses, I did it in order to see what all the challenges were that the game had to offer. I didn't want to leave any stone unturned in terms of challenges. I did this for Bloodborne, and I really enjoyed it because I didn't enjoy the punishment, but I enjoyed the fact that fighting every boss in Bloodborne forced me to go against all the encounters that game had to offer. And when I beat it, I really felt like I could say I completed this game. With Elden Ring, I'm realizing as I hit my 100 boss threshold that this game was not designed for you to do all the bosses in your first playthrough. The game was designed for you to make your way through the story, play this game however you want, and we all play it very differently. Myself, I'm just out here trying to find my way through and find bosses and kill things and just have my fun going through it. But the reason my pledge is maybe not the best one for my first playthrough is it's getting a little monotonous just trying to find these bosses. A lot of these bosses are meant to be found through, a certain path. You're not supposed to necessarily fight, let's say, I don't know, for example, a Deathbird. There could be maybe a dozen Deathbird in this game. You're not meant to go and seek out all 12 or however many Deathbirds there are, just fight them over and over again. Sure, you're going to come across duplicates sometimes, but when you're doing every single boss, you're coming across all the bosses once. More than once, you're going to come across them many times. And then when you're going to be backtracking like what I did last week to really start knocking off all the bosses, you're going to be so over leveled, you're just going to be kind of going through the actions and the bosses aren't really going to leave any kind of impression on you. So that is the downside. The plus side is I am getting what I wanted in the sense of exploring. Because I pledged every boss, I now have to go through every nook and cranny and find them with the help of my chat. And that has led to some incredible discoveries I would have otherwise have missed. Going on side quests, discovering these NPCs, storylines and all of that. These things I would have probably missed if I hadn't. So there's definitely a pro of being a completionist, quote unquote, and because I'm not really a completionist. So as I look back on my journey, I really set off with that hype to get those adrenaline rushes from the boss fights like I do in Monster Hunter or in Bloodborne. But right now, especially last week, it's either this boss is too hard or this boss is too easy, and I don't feel like there's really that much story being built for most of these bosses. The story bosses, absolutely, there's a whole like story built around them. They become epic boss fights, but those are few and far between. So even though you have this massive land with a lot of bosses, it's maybe a dozen or two that are really these iconic bosses, like what you would find in Dark Souls or Bloodborne. Not that I'm saying it's necessarily wrong. I would rather have a massive world to explore with a lot of kind of more minor bosses and just a few iconic bosses. I think that is the way to do it, but I think it's better experience. You just go in blind. It's a very tough game, I think, to experience for the first time as a streamer. Not that I regret any of the decisions I take, just as I reflect on it, this is where I'm at. Now, bear with me as I guide you through what I did in this past week in terms of updates. So first order of business, went back to Limgrave, cleared out a bunch of stuff I was missing, such as a Night Rider, Deathbird. You'll notice that these are bosses that only come out at night. So because I was hardly ever exploring at night for whatever reason, I missed a lot of these bosses because I didn't know that they only came out at night. Miranda Blossom, that was at the end of a cave that I completely missed. Bell-bearing Hunter, I'm kind of glad I missed him because he would have destroyed me. Another Deathbird, and the Demi-Human Chief, which this one I feel was a very important boss. That this is one of those examples I'm happy I forced myself to find it, because you find this boss by going into a cave that takes you under the sea, that takes you to that island, which I was like, how do I go there? Like 20 streams ago, I was wondering how to go there. And on that island is a dragon shrine where you can get some arcane spells. So that would have been really cool to find in the beginning of the game, but I missed out on it. Now, another thing I realized is this whole time I've been slowly shifting to faith. This whole time I've just been using whatever like thing to cast on my left hand, on my offhand. I didn't realize I didn't really take the time to look at the other items I could use, and I found that the gravel stone seal is more efficient to cast lightning spells, which is what I really like doing. So now I'm actually starting to take my faith builds a little bit more seriously, and hopefully it's going to lead to better results of using faith incantations or spells, whatever they're called. I also finally put the Rot Eater guy down, who taught him a lesson because he was being mean to me. But anyways, he taught me a new spell too, where I can chuck a boulder across the room to people.
That's pretty cool.
That has been super fun to do. Even though it's so ineffective, I just really enjoy it. Now I know that I could put in my offhand something that puts my beast spells more powerful, but it's more the novelty of throwing a rock at people that I like than actually it's how efficient it is at reducing their health pool. From there, though, I went to the manor because I want to continue her quests. Oh boy, what's her name? So she's been busy eating the Together snake's head. And I found something. Oh, Patch, after I beat up Patch, he gave me this thing to give to her, which reminds her that, hey, you used to be a dancer. And she saw it, she's like, I don't care. I just want to eat this big snake head. And I was like, all right, you do you. And for some reason, she died. And then her knight showed up, and then we had to dance with him. So beat him. Also found a random magma worm down here around the manor, not in the manor, but outside. This one was actually quite hard to fight, but he fell because it's like my fourth magma worm at this point. It's just like, another one of these. And down there, I also found, like down the path, I found a demi-human Queen Maggie, which this one gave me a little bit of trouble, but I was able to slay it. So it was just a little area in the mountains I had not finished exploring yet. From this, I went out to clean up a few other places. So the Altus Plateau, there was a jail there that I had overlooked. And in there was the weirdest boss. There was Godfrey the Grafted, who is like a knockoff Walmart version of Godfrey. I think it's Godfrey. Yeah, Godfrey? I don't know. But this guy was basically a knockoff Godfrey. I killed him. He wasn't very special. From there wasn't much more, so I went to Kaled. There I found another Deathrite bird. I did not kill it. Deathrite birds are freaking my bane, but I did kill the Knight's Cavalry, which was nearby, and I found a Crucible Knight and a Mistbegone Warrior that are paired, and I fought them together, and they both died. Also did some cleanup in Liurnia. So there I found out that they took over the castle. One of my NPCs, the girl with the bird, she's there with the other guy that I freed his keep, and they're all like, we will now rule Limgrave. I'm like, okay, cool, you do you. In Liurnia, found Jarburg, which is a really cool town of Potmans. So that was a nice discovery. Also continued Hieda's questline, which taught me that there is this whole place with the Eye of Sauron, and you can get a whole different flavor of curse. Did not like that. Oh, and then around this point, I also learned after chat was like, you should really start dual wielding. So I have 2 great swords now. So now I'm doing more damage, I suspect, with my 2 great swords. It looks dumb. I don't like what it looks like, but hey, if it does more damage, I'll roll with it. And then finally went to the Forbidden Lands. By the way, I keep saying I'm going to go to this castle. I think it's called Castle Sol. 3 weeks now, I'm like, I'm going to go here. I start the stream, I'm going to go here. I'm going to explore it today. And I'm like, oh, what's this? What's this? 3 weeks of just being sidetracked and forgetting to go to Castle Sol because there's so many other shinies in this game. And then finally, in the Forbidden Lands, I met Shabiri, who was a really cool Ronin who was kind of sulking and sounding really cool. So I killed him and I took his drip because I wanted to look and sound cool. So now I've got a very nice Ronin set. The important part though of last week, so a lot of it was just kind of like searching for missing bosses, but I did progress Ranni's quest because I think that there's a boss here that I can miss, and it was also something I want to do to continue all the NPC quests. So somehow I ended up in Noxella City and I found a Ranni doll. So Ranni has been shrunken into a doll who now talks to me, which is kind of weird. And from Noxella City, I was able to kind of kill the 2 beasts that were hanging in the waterways or something. So that was a nice revenge on them. And I died at the end to a stupid baleful shadow. He was literally 1 hit away. I knocked him down. His health should have been out, but somehow he rose back up. And I went to give him a final blow. Somehow it went through him. It didn't connect, didn't count. And then he wombo comboed me to death. And that's how we ended the stream. It was terrible. So Noxella City is what I have left. I think if I continue exploring here, I'm going to finish Ranni's quest, which will unlock, I think, the final optional boss that I could potentially miss in the game. And then we're going to eventually go to freaking Castle Sol, see what's in there. And I will be continuing the story. I know I'm getting close, so the giant is done. I'm going to get the flame to go burn the tree, and then I have to go and seek out. Before the game ends, which is, I feel it's soon, I have to go out and find the remaining 65 bosses that are out there. I suspect out of those 65, maybe 10 are going to be hard, and the other 55 are like, ugh, just clear them to get them out of the way, put them on the counter, and off we go. So that's where we are. If you are looking at playing this game for the first time, I really do recommend go at it blind. Like don't impose any kind of predisposed like thing that, oh, I have to kill everything or everything. Your first playthrough, just play at it however you would naturally, and then second playthrough, that's where you should make a spicy pledge of any flavor that you want. So that's my advice to you. I will otherwise see you on stream. Join me there at twitch.tv/HJOfficial or on the next journal, which will be Journal 20 next time. And until next time, keep it classy. Can you believe they made an entire lake of rot in Elden Ring? Like, how much do they hate players? Welcome back, Classy Crew, to my Elden Ring journals as I try to fight or find and kill all bosses in this game. We are now in the final countdown, and now I am counting them down from 65 monsters. 5 were felled last week, which were actually quite unique, which is good because in my last journal I was complaining about repetition. Now there are 60 left, but let me recount my adventures in the Lake of Rot for you and the bosses that entailed. So I did finish Ranni's quest, which is why I ended up in the Lake of Rot. So ended up in a place that was a little hellish. Everything was red. The water was red. The sky was red. I was even red. And then I died when I was 2 red. So the Lake of Rot was super intimidating at first. I'm like, no way am I going to explore this thing. And people were like, oh, there's so much to explore. I'm like, no. The thing that made it bearable is the fact that it is so well designed. I have to say, Elden Ring, you give me the bullshit, but you also give me some appreciation for good game design. The fact that you have all these little islands that you can actually run to, and the length of time it takes you to get the rot status is like barely. If you run it and you're efficient, you will actually avoid rot by running island to island, assuming you can heal the rot off of you at every island. So that part I loved. Now, the other part I loved is the fact that there are these switches which make these massive pillars come out of the lake. That mechanic, I love that too. Where I started getting worried was the fact that there was a boss that was clearly there. I raised some platforms around him. I was like, oh no, I don't want to fight a boss in the Lake of Rot. That sounds terrible. And so, of course, a Dragonkin soldier was the boss there. And I did not go and fight it in its territory. Instead, I lured it onto my platform and fought it there.
What's happening?
I kept exploring. Actually, I feel I did a good job of exploring the Lake of Rot. I found this one dude who was walking around like a Chad in the lake. I was going to leave him alone, but the chat was like, go get him. You got to go kill him. I'm like, all right, let's go kill him. He fell pretty fast. And he gave me an item which lets me resist the rot like just like 1% more. I really don't think it was worth picking up, but hey, it made the chat happy. So we kept going, and there was a waterfall. So I made my way down. I loved exploring this place, and I went to the waterfall where there were shinies. And I was like, this is clearly a trap, but I was not ready to see that there was this massive tree beast, and I've killed this before. I forgot what they're called. This one was not a boss. It was just an enemy, and I'm just like, and I'm literally running just here like, and I could see enemies getting like tossed aside and dying, and I'm getting the runes, and this guy was hitting me sometimes, so I'm just trying to like run to safety. I could see this temple. I'm like, just go into the temple, run away from this guy. There I found a chest with something in it that I probably won't use. So I kept exploring, and I eventually made it to the boss of this zone called Astel, Natural Born of the Void. This is one of the optional bosses I could have missed, but now I am good. Apparently I saw a comment saying that this is what Radahn was holding back, which I'm not sure I understand that, because I know Radahn was holding back the stars or something, but I don't think this is the thing that fell to... Oh, I guess it could be the thing that fell. I just completely forgot. This is... Oh my goodness, yeah, because I've been exploring down where the meteor fell for the longest time. I totally forgot that I've been going down this hole. Anyways, it died. No, it's not that simple. This boss was super intimidating, had a really long tail. It had these like bright orange spots, which I thought for sure meant that's what I had to hit. And maybe it is, but I didn't see it react to my hit. So I just stuck in its face after I realized, oh, the face is the weak point. This is what I got to hit. And you just have to deal with its gravity thing. So it was pretty easy once I actually took the time to study the boss and figure out what to do. The one attack I couldn't figure out how to avoid is when it tosses you up into the air with gravity. Everything else, it projects pretty well. It's just a matter of dodging, like its sweep, and then it has a bunch of bombs. And then there's also the ripple gravity, which you just roll away from when you come back and just attack it in the head. It was a pretty good boss once I understood the fight. As most boss fights go, you know, once you understand it, it's fun. So after that, I kept going. I ended up now taking, I think, an elevator that took me above the Albanoric village area. So I'm in Learn of the Lake, an area that I couldn't get to in the bottom left of the map. I've always wanted to be there, so now I can finally get here. And here there was some interesting fights. There was a glintstone dragon Ajula, which was fun. I had a good time with the dragon. People say I'm not efficient with it, with killing dragons, but this one fell. And then there was kind of this temple that was falling apart with a hole underneath it. And when I went there, I discovered Ranni's corpse next to some finger corpse. So some bad stuff went down. I think this is where Ranni met her end. I mean, I know this is where Ranni met her end, but it's okay. We saved her because we put a ring on her finger. Apparently putting rings on fingers is how you save people in this world. Why does no one come and put a ring on me in that game? So yeah, she's all happy. And I guess she's my waifu now legitimately, because I think that was a wedding. And it was a kind of a nice wedding, because instead of resulting in death, it resulted in revival. What a twist. And then I kept exploring this little area, and I came across a jail, and inside that jail was Lecto, Black Knife Ringleader, the most bullshit of boss. I did not finish killing this boss. So Electo I tried 2-3 times. She uses daggers like crazy. She's just like cha-cha-cha-cha-cha, and then you like jump away and she just jumps at you, and then boom, and then cha-cha-cha-cha. Like there is no breathing room. I tried with my dual swords. I tried with my whips. The whips were good because it was interrupting her, but she got me anyways. So I'm not sure if I should go with the whips, which interrupt, or the swords, which give more damage, therefore shortening the fight faster. I'll have to come back to this. This one is going to be one of those fights which I'm not going to like. I'm just not going to like it because it was a skill issue. Like the reason I lost was not because I'm not leveled enough or anything. It's just a skill issue. I can't put it all together. It's hard. So from there, I went back to Ranni's tower to see what's up there. There was a new bonfire or grace, which I got. And then Blade was pissed off. He went like crazy for some reason. I think he got possessed. Anyways, I had to fight Blade, killed him, got his armor, and then went to see the other minion of Ranni. I think his name is Jin or something. The blacksmith. So sad, so sad. So I talked to him. He was pretty happy. And then I came back and reloaded the screen, and he died. He died to some stupid dagger-wielding dudes who set it on fire. I absolutely hate those guys, and I hate them more now because they killed my big friendly giant. So those guys suck. After that, I finally, after a month of saying I would do it, I finally made it to Castle Sol. And this castle was interesting. It was very comfortable. I really enjoy exploring castles in this game. And I got killed by a random knight who went crazy. He had the red eyes and he just he destroyed me. But the castle was nice, short, easy, like not easy, but comfortable to explore. And then when I got to the final boss, which is Commander Neal, I don't know how to pronounce his name. They called him the Chad of Chads. And I was like, I will take the title of Chad of Chad by killing the Chad of Chads. This guy intimidated me so much. I was really like, it's one of those fights where I was just so overwhelmed by his power. I'm just like, how am I going to do this? So he summons 2 knights, which those knights were giving me troubles in the castle. The first time I died, because I was just like, what's going on? Like he does a tornado, this guy's attacking you, this guy's attacking you, you're just dead because I don't know what's going on. So second time I'm like, all right, we're going to go take out his guards and then we're going to deal with the captain. So I killed the 2 knights fairly easily, and then the commander like powered up and he's like, tornado, electricity, death. So I was like, okay, new plan. Let's kill 1 knight because I figured killing both knights enrages him. So I kept 1 knight. I killed the one that's fast and gets in my face a lot. Kept the other one, which tends to be more of a, I think he's a shield and spear dude. And it worked out great. It was so easy to now attack Commander Neal while avoiding his knight. But what I didn't know is that once you hit half health with him, he goes on that anger buff anyways, and the other knight just disappears. So you're back to square one. So I just got good. I learned his pattern. I learned how to dodge, and it was one of the most satisfying fights of the night. I had such a great time with the commander. It started off with like bullshit, but it ended with like a nice, beautiful dance. This is the kind of boss fights I live for. Like, this is the good stuff. So after that, I got a half medallion, which matched with another half I got somewhere for the Haligtree. And I went back and I found the hidden path to the Haligtree, which is a whole other area. Through there, I came across a stray mimic tier boss, which was the 5th boss of the night, and killed him because it's basically me and I know how I fight. And then we made it to the consecrated snowfield, got my final map. I have the whole map finally laid out for the world. And this place sucks like donkey fur. First, you can't see, you're in a blizzard. So I was following like these lights. I tried catching a ride on one of those wagons that get pulled by trolls, but it was too slow. So I kept going back, eventually made it out of the blizzard. Wasn't too bad. What was bad is when I got to this town, it looked like a ghost town. It's called Ordina. This is where I ended my stream, and I am not looking forward to going back. This town is quiet because the enemies are invisible and they just kill you. You're just walking and all of a sudden, someone backstabs you and you're just like, what? This sucks. This just sucks. What are we doing here? And I've heard tales that the Haligtree is a frustrating area of the map, so I have no idea where I'm going. I think there's a boss called Miquella or something at the Haligtree, if I remember. So there's like 3 demigods left. So that's where I'm at. 60 bosses left. I could probably wrap up the story in a stream if I wanted to. I feel I'm that close to the end, maybe 2 streams. But we got some bosses to hunt, some levels to get, and some legacies to make. So I will see you there. If you haven't seen the last journal, be sure to catch up on that. And otherwise, I will see you on the stream or that next journal. And until next time, keep it classy. Haligtree, more like how hard can it be? I'm sorry, sir. Welcome back, Classy Tarnish, to another journal as I go through Elden Ring trying to defeat every single boss in the game. 56 remain as I enter the Haligtree area. This place, I heard a lot of horror stories. Everybody was saying that this was a really difficult optional endgame area, and usually FromSoft optional endgame areas means... Oh, him. That's not the guy from the beginning, right? That's a new guy. The secret like snow path to that place heading there was pretty depressing. The town before the Haligtree. What? That place sucked so much. I think I shared more about that on the last journal. Those stupid assassins that I couldn't see. I fixed that problem by holding onto a torch that lets me see them, but they're still disgustingly fast in combo. It's basically the enemy that I couldn't kill in the jail, the Ever Jail, that was a boss, and now there's 3 of them here that luckily they don't attack you all at once. Man, these things are just so hard. They're just like jumping away, you try to whoosh, and then you... Whoa! They just whoosh faster, and then they jump on you, and then they freaking stab you in the back, and it's just... horrendous, terrible feeling. So I made it through all of that, made it to the Haligtree, and I have to say, I was quite surprised at how comfortable the Haligtree is. And I state that with the asterisk that I'm not done the area. So I have to say, upon entering the area, all I see is I'm on a branch. It really kind of reminded me of this is going to sound weird, but like a Disney Mickey Mouse game. And I say that because it reminded me a lot of like these old, like maybe it's Castle of Illusion, or I feel like Disney games just take place in trees a lot. And this felt like a 3D platformer from the old days, just with more depth. There wasn't too much that I was worried about. I could tell the enemies in this area were designed to push you off the tree. And I was like, oh, okay, you're putting all these little like bubble boys and these little ants. I know what you're up to. The bubble boys can attack you from pretty much everywhere and bubble you off the tree, whereas the ants are just creepy. I know the strategy here. I'm not gonna tango and dance with these. Sure, I'll knock some bubbles here and there, some bubble boys. How did I not call them bubble boys before this? It's all about, let's explore, but let's not dwell too much on the combat, because the combat here is the trap. Now you might be saying, oh, you're just running through the game. That's not the way it's played. I will say running is a very valid strategic option that should not be used throughout all of the game, but there are certain sections that you should do it. If anything, our boy Joseph Joestar in JoJo's Great Adventure taught us that the art of running away is a very valid strategy when it comes to combat. He did it. It is Joseph, right? Made it through the tree to make it to like kind of a little bit more of like ruins or city built in the tree, and I really like that part. And when I say it's easy, so yeah, the gravity was a problem that was nullified by just not fighting, and then the enemies would pretty much fall to 1 or 2 hits. At this point, I'm between level 111 and level 118, so I don't know if I'm over leveled for this area or what. There are some enemies with the freaking red eyes that will kind of mess you up if you're not careful, but for the most part, everything else dies fairly quick, so it's quite comfortable. And I was enjoying actually exploring this part. And then everything leads to, I was very surprised to find Loretta, the Knight of the Haligtree here, because I was like, didn't I kill this? And everyone's like, this is the real one. I was like, oh, I guess the last one we fought was kind of a phantom. Throwback to the whole Phantom Ganon fight from Ocarina of Time, which is like, is it really Ganon? So this was the real Loretta. I can't really say anything bad about it. If I died, it was a skill issue. I think Loretta is a very fair and fun, balanced fight. There's no bullshittery in her. She's intense. She's probably the best boss fight on a horse, if I think about it. And she's just casting lots of spells. It's all about rolling the spells, dodging her combos, and her tail, like not tails, but her tells. The tells are very nice. You can see what's coming, which is why I say if you die, it's oftentimes your fault. So we tangoed with Loretta a few times, killed her, which opened up the next section, which is the city. I don't know what it's called. I call it the city of Haligtree. And I really like this city. This is how I think you should design a city. And I know this one's kind of specific because it's built around the root of a tree, but I really enjoyed this city more than the capital city, because I still get the beautiful architecture of a city, the massiveness of it, even though it's less massive than the capital city. But it's so much more comfortable and less daunting to explore. I can see that I can jump on roofs here, that I can go down these paths that maybe I shouldn't be going. It just felt like I had freedom while still having enough linearity that I'm not confused. Whereas in the capital city, I'm going up and down elevators, I'm going in circles. I'm like, wasn't I here before? What the heck am I doing? It was just a less enjoyable experience. And maybe it's because I was low leveled, or just, I don't know. Maybe it's just, I'll say it's because I was low leveled. So for the most part, that was also comfortable, killing the guards, exploring, see what's going on. Everything was a good time until I made it to the bottom of that place. And there are these like little screamer bloodborne creatures that are just like, and then they just scream off camera. And you're like, ah! There was some bullshittery with some snipers. I'm okay with like that level of, like, if you're going to give me a nice, comfortable time and then you're going to throw in some bullshit near the gates, I'm cool with that. I think they hit me once and I survived. I was like, nope. I see what's going on here. They're guarding that. I'm not supposed to go through this way. So I found eventually another way to get behind them. Ouch. I could kill the snipers, and I was like, that's genius. I like that. I really like what they did there. And then from there, I kept going through the city. It just keeps getting darker and darker as I go. And I think, or I know, that there is a demigod at the bottom of these routes. And I think, based on what everyone has been hinting and suggesting, it is the famous Lady of Rot, Malenia. From what I hear, the hardest boss of the game is waiting for me at the bottom of this tree, which is not someone I want to be fighting yet. I was expecting a demigod called Miquella, who I don't know what that is. And this area is called Miquella's Haligtree, so why wouldn't Miquella be at the bottom of this tree? So anyways, I'm probably just a few steps away from seeing what's at the bottom, but the chat was very ominous as I was getting closer, making their oohs and their ahs, and they're like, so I think a lot of pain is waiting for me on the next stream, which you can catch on Twitch if you're catching this on the day the video has dropped over at twitch.tv/VGOfficial. But anyways, other than that, before I went through the Haligtree, I did do a little bit of cleanup stuff. So I was in this place called, and I'm probably going to bastardize this name, the Yellow Annex Tunnel, or the Yellow, we're going to say with yellow. Very disappointed to find Astel Stars of Darkness still alive in here. This is BS. If you're gonna put a very thematic, unique boss in the game, you can't just reuse it in a cave. It makes it so it just takes away from the uniqueness. And this is one of the complaints I will have about Elden Ring. Doubling your boss is fine, tripling your boss is fine, but when you start doubling your uniques, that's where I draw the line. That you just shouldn't do that. You should give it a different name or something. Also, I'm bitter because I couldn't kill it. So maybe it's the bitterness. I killed the first Astel just fine in Rennie's just fine. I mean, it took me a few tries. This one though is way bullshittier. It hits you harder, first of all. And second, it's got a scary grab. It'll just disappear and then you're like, where did it go? Ah! Damn it. Okay. So that's, oh my God. I fought it a few times. I got very close to killing it. I was like a hit or two, got greedy and died. And I went back, people noticed that my Flask of Wonders physique had not been really changed up since Limgrave. And they're like, oh, you should use these orbs. Turns out I didn't have these specific orbs that they were mentioning because I didn't go to the Limgrave tree, Haligtree, I think it's called, no, Erdtree. And so I went there and I got 2 new balls that let me break enemy stances and boost my charge attack. Now I had to go test it because I'm like, do I even use charge attacks? And I went and tested these new Wonders Physique files on some bosses I had left in the world. The first was the Black Blade Kindred Gargoyle. He was much more comfortable. Now I was dealing some respectable damage on him. I was fighting him in the stairs, which gave me an advantage. I had the high ground. Haha, Gargoyle. I have the high ground. Anyways, I killed him quite comfortably. It was a really fun fight. And then I went after another boss I had left to rot called the Full-Grown Falling Star Beast in the Volcano Manor area. He was also challenging, but I was much more on par with him at this point. Killed him. Turns out the attacks I thought were charge attacks were not charge attacks, which is why I removed that ball. And then I went back into the path to the Haligtree, which is that snowy area, and there was a putrid avatar there. So 56 bosses are left. Some pretty mean ones coming up. And I just like, if I could knock down half of these just like that, just like, let's get rid of the fluff. Let's start talking about the serious business of who these serious bosses are. I know I've left a good half a dozen bosses out in the world that I just like, I'll come back to this later. But then there's like another 50 or so that are out there that I don't know. I don't know what they've got waiting for me. So join me on stream as I discover what other horrors are in this land, or on the next journal as I continue my journey to complete killing all the bosses in this game. Until next time. Oh, and by the way, check out this journal if you haven't. I will be sharing some other experiences I had at that point in the game. Until next time, keep it classy. Well, fellow viewers, I've met Malenia, and I have to say, I love everything about except the waterfowl dance.
Blade of Miquella.
Welcome back, Classy Tarnish, to another journal as I journey through Elden Ring to find and defeat every boss in the game. Last time I left you, there were 56 bosses left. Today there are 47, and a big milestone has been achieved this past week as I have made it to the bottom of the Haligtree and met Malenia, the Blade of Miquella. I think that's what it is. I died 50 times to Malenia and she is not dead. I haven't even unlocked phase 2. So that's how much difficulty I'm having with Malenia. But let's talk about all the good stuff. I have to say, as a boss, I was expecting this most supreme upper tier of BS with Malenia. And I am really not frustrated with this boss at all. This is like the sweetest, most concentrated like delicacy you could possibly have. Her voice acting is beautiful. Her design and her drip is the best in the game. She's got like these armored like toes and armored arms. Everything is cool. Her dance, her fight is just so beautiful. It's perfect. I have figured out how to dodge most of her phase 1 attacks, except the waterfowl dance. I think that's what it's called. That thing, I think I know what I'm supposed to do, but I just can't pull it off. So when it comes at you, I think you're supposed to, like, just before she launches with like shh at you, you're supposed to roll forward, and then you're supposed to roll like 2-3 more times because she keeps coming at you. It happens so fast, I don't really know how to do it, and that is the only thing I will say is kind of BS at this point, because what the heck? How is a player... Everything else, though, is great. There's this move where she kicks, I roll, I hit her. There's a move where she like goes whoosh, and then she goes up into the air. That comboed! There's just so many moments and tells which are perfect, and the window to like roll or to do your move is very narrow, but it's there. And when you're in the zone, it's just like, I see it, I roll, I hit her, I see it. Ah! And when you like get into that rhythm, it's just so satisfying. And then you drop a beat and you're just like, oh no, I'm not ready.
I am Malenia.
Another thing that freaking spikes my adrenaline and scares me is her grab. That thing is Alt F4 right there. If Alt F4 had a physical move, it would be this. Her grab, where she just decides, I'm done with you, leaps across pretty much everywhere, grabs you, and then just like, oh!
I am Malenia.
Everything else, really, that's all I can talk about, because I haven't seen what the second half is. I've made it to about just maybe like 60% of her health, and it's just, I can't get into that I just don't know how to dodge the waterfowl thing. I've run away from it once. I thought that was the legit way to dodge it. And then she hit me the second time I tried to run away, because she just keeps coming and coming and coming. She also has a healing thing that sometimes when she hits you, she heals. So that's like an added level of punishment of, oh, you're not good enough, I'm going to heal back now. By the way, I've been doing this at about a level, somewhere between level, I think 118 is where I started the stream, finished at 124. So I was probably fighting her at level 118. I really don't think more levels are going to help me here. I could be level 200. It wouldn't help me, because I have to get better at dodging her. I've died 50 times to her, and I still, like, I got fairly comfortable with her opening moves, but it's that waterfowl dance. If I can get over that, I think I will be in the clear. I have no idea what her phase 2 thing is. I have no idea what the rest of the fight is. I can only assume it's more intense and intimidating, but I really want to get that first half done. And when it compares to all of the other Soulsborne bosses I fought, I have to say I really enjoy it. It's just so nice, and it's not like the Orphan of Kos, I think is his name, from Bloodborne, where, if I recall, he like yells and he just gets more intense. It's actually similar to the Orphan, where you have the dance where you have to see his tail and you have to like dodge, hit, but his phase 2 just gets a little bullshittery. I don't like that. Every other boss, there's some level of frustration aspect to it. In this one, I feel they just balanced it right, where it's the right level of difficulty, the right level of precision, and the right level of reward, that when the player gets it and starts putting it together, you're like, oh, this is kind of easy. And then you like miss a beat and then you fail. So it requires a lot of precision, a lot of concentration, and a lot of studying, but it is by far one of my favorite fights, probably my favorite fight in Elden Ring when it comes to difficult fights. And I'm really looking forward to overcoming this challenge. So I spent about 90 minutes on her, and then I'm like, okay, that's enough. We got like 50 other bosses to go find. Let's go like bring this list down. And every stream, I'm just gonna do maybe a good hour or 2 of practice on Malenia, and sooner or later, she has to fall. I have to get good enough, because she might be undefeated, never lost a battle, but I get stronger every time I lose a battle. Afterwards, I was like, well, what else is left to explore? And everyone reminded me about the sewers, those sewers that I abandoned because I got groped horribly in there. I was like, oh, not the sewers. There was a lot in there. So I went back, I got lost a ton. I freed a dung eater in there. I don't know. Oh yeah, now he's waiting for me outside the inner wall or something. I saw it. He left me a note. He's like, come meet me here and I'm going to eat your entrails. And I was like,
That's not very nice.
I got lost in the pipe maze for the longest time. Even at one point, I didn't even see that there was a hole in the pipe, but I saw the slug at the ceiling. I'm like, haha, slug, you're not going to drop on me. I'm jumping to like hit the slug, only to find out that there's a hole behind me. And it was like one of those almost like the Wile E. Coyote cartoons from Looney Tunes, where he falls off, like runs off the whatever, except I didn't have that cartoon reaction because I fell immediately into a big dark room, which scared me, legit scared me. But I persevered, made it through the pipe maze, unlocked a bunch of shortcuts, and finally came to the boss at the bottom of this disgusting place called Mog, the Omen. Now, the name was confusing me because I felt like this guy could be related to Margit in some ways, because I think Margit, or is it Margot? Well, there's both of them. One of them is the Fell Omen. This one is the Omen. What is the difference between a Fell Omen and an Omen? But they don't really look alike, so I don't know if they're related or not. I was expecting him to be a little bit easier based on just me being over leveled. He put up a good fight, and then when I realized his mechanic of, he just throws like magic blood stuff at you. Okay, well, or burning blood. We'll just dodge that, go in there and kill him. After that, I thought I was done with the sewers until someone told me, no, touch the altar. And then the altar opened into a secret room, which took me to the pit. And this pit has a boss called Gravity, and it is hard to fight this thing. Fight by like platforming your way down this massive pit. I died quite a bit of times. It required so much precision on where to fall, but I finally made my way down there. I got to speak with Malenia at the pit. She's like, stop doing this, don't go down this pit. But I'm like, well, I gotta see this counter go down or I'm gonna get depressed. And I also met Hyetta, who is the girl who's been eating eyeballs this whole time. So I've made it to the end of her quest line, and she's like, get naked and go through that door. I was like, what should I do? And Melena's like, don't you dare go through that door. And so I'm like, oh man, I have a choice to make. And so I looked at chat. I was like, chat, what should I do? And then they went on emote only. So I was left by myself with one of the hardest decisions I've had to do in this game. Do I listen to the eyeball eating lady, or do I listen to my lovely, maiden? And so opened the door to see a big fiery 3-fingered hand, and he groped me hard and set me on fire. And the whole chat seemed very upset about that decision. So Malenia is pissed at me. She's like, you're on your own. I'm not going to help you. In fact, I'm going to kill you if you ever become the lord of whatever that I'm trying to be. So I'm like, great. Now I'm properly maidenless. But then Hyetta was all like, oh, right, you're the lord of chaos. I'm all about you. I'm like, yay, I have a new maiden. And then she set herself on fire, and then I was maidenless again. So, oh man, this game is hard. In this same room, I found another hidden room that had a chest, and behind that chest is another hidden wall that takes you to the Undercity. So literally, the sewers just keeps going down, down, down. You go down so far, you make it all the way to the top of the trees that are underneath in that underground area. So I didn't like that area. I explored it a bit. I fell to gravity a few times. I was like, I'm done. Is there a boss here? Everyone said no. I'm like, okay, I'm not exploring this. So at this point, I have been through a lot of emotional damage. I've got Malenia, who has humbled me terribly. I have a sewer that has made me feel very stinky, and I have made unwise choices because now apparently I have locked myself to a very bad ending of the game, which upsets me a little. I do hear that there's a way to reverse it that is quite convoluted, so I might try doing that because it does involve something about defeating Malenia as far as I know. But otherwise, in terms of other bosses, just for sake of being thorough, I went to Liurnia. I've killed 3 other bosses there, including a Clean Rot Knight, which was in a cave I had not seen. Very surprised to see they would have one of these enemies in Liurnia. I do like when they put these like later endgame characters or enemies as bosses in the earlier area, because I'm like, oh, what's he doing here? Why has he ventured here? And I'm like, I'm building already like my whole story around this guy of, oh, he probably left the Haligtree to like go do something, and he ended up in Liurnia, and of course in Liurnia he's like boss level, and I'm like, that's just so cool. I like that kind of storytelling. Also here, found another death bird. I hate these things. Even worse, I found a death right bird, which is even worse, and I killed both of them. So Liurnia, you are free of death birds. Those things suck. Then I went to Altus because there were more death birds to be had. Killed that one. I think all the death birds are dead, but there are 2 death right birds, one in the snow area, one in Caelid, that are still waiting for me. In Altus, also found a bell-bearing hunter. Again, he was pretty challenging, but I got him killed. And then found a black knife assassin outside of this kind of huge tower where there's someone like holding a lady. That thing died pretty easily. I think inside that tower was an ancient hero of Zamor. Again, another duplicate that we have killed. And then in that plateau area, there's lightning, and there you can once again fight the ancient dragon Lanciax, which I fought in the dream of Fia, I think is her name. So I was surprised to see that dragon there again. So he has been felled, which takes us now to 47 bosses are left. and a very difficult one known as Malenia. So off the top of my head, I think I have 5 or 6 now, probably 6 bosses I've seen and walked away from, leaving about 40 unfound bosses. My chat and community has been fantastic in helping me build a list of what's left. Next stream will be big because I will be collecting the flame from the top of the mountain to burn the tree, and then we're going on a boss hunt. We're gonna get this counter down to maybe 30, maybe 25. I'm gonna go on a rampage and kill all the bosses I have missed with the help of the community in the chat. So hopefully I will see you there on stream, in the Discord, wherever, on the next journal. And until next time, keep it classy. All of you warned me, oh ho ho, you haven't truly met the Godskin Pain yet. Welcome back, Classy Crew, to my Elden Ring journals as I try to complete the game by fighting every boss without any summons. I'm happy to say there are now 37 bosses left. I went out on a little bit of a rampage last week, took out 10 of them, 10 of the easy ones. I have progressed a little bit on Malenia,
of Miquella.
and I have met another wall, which is Godskin Duo. I'm at the point where I'm running out of paths to go that I can progress, and I'm running just into pain walls. So many pain walls. So let's talk about Malenia. That's where I left off last week. I got her down to about 80% of her health of phase 1. I don't think a phase 2 has happened yet. So some of the new tactics I tried, I switched out my 2 great swords for whips, and I have to say the whips are working pretty well. They're doing a similar amount of damage on her. It's giving me more range with her, and I can just control the fight a little bit better. Oh, no, she's like screwed. I've also got rid of all of my armor so that I could unlock the light rolls and get a little bit more iframes. And I have to say, it's not as big of a deal as I thought it would be to not have armor, because I can still take the same amount of hits as if I did have armor, oddly enough. And I've been really now practicing to try to get the timing of her waterfall dance down so I can get the waterfall dance taken care of. And I have to say, I did dodge it perfectly one time, followed by not so perfect the second time.
I am Malenia.
But another thing I learned is that you can throw pots of frost pots at her when she does it to interrupt her. I haven't gone around to trying this, but I have found, after trying to fight her in here, I found where that cookbook is, so I can now make the frost pots, and that's what I'm going to try on my next attempt on her to see if I can actually break through this Malenia wall. Although there's a phase 2 waiting for me, so after giving up on Malenia, I'm like, all right, let's feel good about ourselves. Let's go on a boss rush. And I'm going to go through what all those were before we got into Farum Azula. So yes, I did burn the tree, and then I ended up in Farum Azula, which I have no idea what that is. But first, the bosses. So quick update, I went back. I think I'm done with Limgrave for good now. There was a knight cavalry there. Went and found him, killed him. Then I found a Black Knife Assassin cave or something. Luckily, this one was easy. There was a Black Knife Assassin and a Cemetery Shade in there. Both are dead. Went to a jail near the manor, the Liurnia Manor, which I had completely missed. There was an Onyx Lord in there. That thing's dead. Went back to Dragon Barrow. There was Grail, a flying dragon on the bridge. I didn't realize that was a boss, but yeah, he died. And on another bridge, there was a Knight Cavalry there. It also died. Then I went over to another cave in this area, which had bears in it, a really mean bear in there. And at the bottom, there was Beastman of Farum Azula, which now I'm understanding is linking to this region I just unlocked. And I was like, what is Farum Azula? What happened here? Why is there a massive tornado here? Kept looking for catacombs in, I believe it was Caelid and stuff. Found the one with clean rot knights. So when you kill one, another one shows up from the clean rot pool, or not clean rot, from the rot pool. It was a pretty cool entrance. They both died. And then there was another one with the Cemetery Shade, and finally another catacomb with a putrid tree spirit, which I hate these. So that is how I got my counter from 47 down to 37 bosses left. We're getting there. We're getting there. There's still 8 bosses out there that I have on my list that I know of, but I was not able to defeat yet. So there's at least 8 that I know of. The good thing is in Caelid, I did come across a samurai armor, a new one. It's like more dark instead of the white one that I got before. Really like this one. It's my new outfit. It's what I'm wearing. And so that all takes us back to crumbling Farum Azula and where the Godskin stupid duo live. And I don't understand. Here's some criticism I'm going to throw at Elden Ring, because I'm happy to throw some criticism when it's due. This whole point, the last couple months, I've just been on this quest to burn the tree. It's like, go get the fire at the top of the mountain and burn the tree. I was like, cool, I have a goal, I have a purpose, I know what I'm doing. And before that, it was like, go to the capital. Like, I always had a goal. What happened here confuses me, and it's getting into the cryptic stuff of FromSoft, which I don't like. So I went to the forge. I touched the fire. I didn't even touch the fire. What did I do? I listened to the fire. I got caught on fire, and then I fell into the fire, and then I woke up in Farum Azula, and the tree is burning. How does any of that make sense? Why are these things that I'd be good? Like, why did I want to be on fire myself? Why does falling into the forge take me to Farum Azula? What the heck is Farum Azula? And why are there 2 Godskin duos here? We are done with these things. They were not supposed to be so intertwined in the lore of this game. They're literally everywhere. What the heck did these dudes do? They stripped skin and became popular, and I hate it. Another thing I don't like about the Crumbling Farum Azula, there's a lot of dragons, and there's one that I fought. So there was a lightning one. I'm like, I'm not fighting this. Screw this. Like, it's not a boss. What am I going to get? Then I made it to like an arena that looked like a secret area. And I'm like, okay, there's clearly a boss here. Picked up a useless thing. A white dragon showed up. Not a boss. Fought it. Killed it. What is the point? That is so unrewarding. What are you doing? And then I made my way just before the Godskin duo. There are these knights which are so painful. They just hurt you so much. And there's a whole point where I was trying to find a bonfire or grace site near the Godskin duo because people told me there was one on the bottom floor. And it was like one of those comedic sketches where I'm just like running up and down stairs trying to dodge, and like all these knights are chasing me. And I'm just like, don't hit me, don't hit me. Where's the bonfire?
Oh! Damn you all!
So I only got about 2 attempts on the Godskin duo, and I have to say, nothing surprises me here besides it's 2 of them. Even when I was at the top before entering the room, before knowing the Godskin duos were there, I was like, oh, this room looks very familiar. This looks like the room that Ornstein and Smo from Dark Souls 1. I'm like, this room with the pillars, it looks like that. And I knew Godskin duo were in this game because when I put out my Godskin hate video a couple weeks ago, people thought I was fighting Godskin duo, but no, it turns out I hated them before even fighting this thing. So the room, everything, like the moves of these 2 are the same from what I can tell so far. So I can't really hate on the facts on their moves because I've already done that in another video. I can only hate on the fact that there's 2 of them in a room. So it's all about crowd control. I'm using the same strategy as Ornstein and Smoo, and using the pillars to divide them. With that, I was able to kill the skinny one. I got the fat guy down to half his health. Then he started rolling. No, he revived his dude, and then he started rolling on me. And you guys know I'm weak to rolls, so I died to that, unfortunately. But the boss bar was down to the halfway point, so I consider that a success. I think as long as they don't unleash more bullshit moves or do like a Ornstein smoothing where they like merge together and become like the Godskin BS fest, I think we'll be okay. But I'm pretty sure Elden Ring is going to do some massive BS thing and call it like the Godskin, I don't know, dragon. Watch it be a dragon that shoots lightning and worms. So that's what I'm going to focus on. I got to get through the Godskin duo to progress the story. I got to get through Malenia to move my counters. And I got all these other stupid bosses I have to kill because I pledged to do it. So that's where I'm at. I'm in a world of pain, but hopefully I will progress soon. And hopefully I will see you on the next stream or on the next journal. And be sure to check out my Godskin journal on why I hated them before I met the duo. Otherwise, I will see you next time. And until then, keep it classy. This Elden Ring endgame is really challenging my resolve. Between Godskin duo, Beast Clergyman, Sir Gideon, Godfrey Malenia, like holy heck, stop putting walls.
What the frick is this?
Welcome back, classy crew. I have been busy whittling away my list of bosses. So last time I was walled on Godskin duo. I'm happy to say they're dead. Both of them, no more freaking Godskin duos. There better not be a triple Godskin duo or I will lose it. And I'm making progress towards the endgame, boss after boss, Beast Clergyman, Sir Gideon, and Godfrey. What is this? What is this? What is this? Whoa. Godfrey took my lunch money, and you know what? It's okay. You enjoy that. And then if I don't want to go that way, I have Malenia, who's also been on my back for the past 3-4 weeks, and I cannot take down. But I'm happy to say I am at least making progress on my walls. I am whittling away, and I've also cleaned out like 15 other bosses on the list. So let me share all this with you. I'd also love to hear what you think is harder out of these 5 last endgame bosses. I know that there's one more after Godfrey, and then we're done. Credits roll, but it doesn't matter because my pledge is to complete every single boss with no summons. So last time there were 37 bosses, now there are 19. The Godskin duo is done, finished, and oh my goodness, this one took me probably an hour, but I have to say, with even an hour of Godskin duo, it didn't traumatize me as much as other bosses. I always felt it was achievable, and I was trying different strategies. What really gets me in the Godskin duos is the roll.
Oh, come on.
Now, I was told if you go on the pillar, you're safe. And then one time he did roll, and I was there, and I was watching him roll, and I was like, you can't do anything because I'm on the pillar. And I got curious. My little curious brain was like,
I am invincible. Can I hit him?
And the strategy that ended up working for me is because I have so much trouble with rolling, the rolly guy, I just focused on the skinny dude and I just killed him and killed him and killed him. And he keeps being revived, but it doesn't matter because it all counts toward the same boss health bar. So I killed the skinny guy like 3-4 times. And then it was just me and the chunky guy. He did revive the skinny guy, but I'm like, oh, there's so little health left. And I jumped up with my flaming sword and came down on him and made fire go everywhere, and he died. In hindsight, that was very risky because I thought that gives me iframes doing that jump. So I did it because I thought it would protect me. And the chat was like, you don't have iframes when you do that. You could have died there. I was like, oh, I'm glad I don't exist in that timeline because in this one, we won. I came across this like kind of ladder pathway where a draconian sentinel was. I was like, whoop.
I was watching the horse. Oh my goodness.
And I got killed eventually. I'm just like, I'm not doing enough damage on this guy. This will take forever. And he doesn't have a health bar, like a boss health bar. So it doesn't matter. Why don't we just try to run by him? In fact, if you run by him, he doesn't even hit you, attack you. He doesn't do anything. He's too slow. So off I went to the next boss room where the beast clergyman of all things was here. Was not expecting to see him outside of his little chapel area. And aggressive he is here. Really intimidating, really hard to fight. I found a good strategy for him, which is you hide behind the pillars, you let him wail, and as soon as he's done throwing his rock, you pop out from the pillar, you jump, you hit him, you go back behind the pillar, you play like tag, hide, and then after he throws his rock, you rinse and repeat. It's a pretty solid way to kill him without taking too much damage. And then he turns into freaking Malekith. Cool name, by the way. But it's just so big and like intimidating, although less intimidating than the beast clergyman. Because it's just like big, powerful attacks. And I've actually learned being close to Malekith somehow makes you dodge naturally most of his attacks. I think he's just like really raw, like intimidating power. So as long as you roll close to him, you can dodge most stuff, except for I think one attack, which you have to roll away from. And so Malekith died fairly easy after maybe like 4 or 5 tries. After that, I went back to... I got out of Fire Room thing. I guess I unsealed death or whatever I was there for. Now I'm back in Lindell. The tree is burning everywhere and there's ash all over the sky. So I really messed up the world. And I figured, let's go see what else we can do. So I went and found the Dung Eater. Because I remember he challenged me. He said, come and meet me outside the moat and we're going to have a fight. There, I did not find the Dung Eater. I found my shrimp boy, the guy who says, hey, Malika's tits. Like that guy. So he's there cooking some crabs. Oh, he's like my favorite dude in the whole franchise, which is, of course, why the game decides to kill him after. I have to say, shrimp guy, way better than Patches. Don't argue with me. It's just... You're not going to convince me. Patch is a dick. He kicks you when he has the chance, when you're down. Shrimp guy gives you freaking shrimp. He warns you about the Dung Eater. You respawn, you get back there, and then the Dung Eater freaking defiled them, which is not cool. So I killed the Dung Eater. I didn't really kill the Dung Eater. I fought the Dung Eater, and a crab. Such justice. Dung Eater attacks Crabman and gets defiled himself by a massive crab. I love it. And he got a tree grown through him because he got death blighted. It was the best way to kill the Dung Eater. We defiled the Dung Eater. And then after that, I went back on track into the Lindell to see what's going on in here. Sir Gideon was there and he's all like, you can't be the Elden Lord. I'm like, oh! So something happened in my first round that I thought I wasn't supposed to fight him. So when he was talking, I wasn't attacking, which was a mistake because that's when you get the most opening. I died to him, and having to go back into the room and run from across the room leaves you susceptible to all his attacks, something you don't have to experience the very first time you fight him. And so I struggled hard against Gideon because his spells were just eating me alive. And so I had to keep running back at him and just he is a menace at a distance. So the fact that I lost my chance to do so much damage on him when I was close in the first encounter made that really hard, and people were laughing at me because I can see that Gideon's not supposed to be hard. But man, I was struggling to hit him and he was just destroying me. But he fell, which opened the way to the next area. We're right at the foot of the tree, and this guy Godfrey comes out with like a freaking stand of like a lion or something. Godfrey is so intimidating. I just don't know. I can tell that there's a phase 2 because of his lion on his back. I can't even get to it. It's going to be some next level Nameless King BS because I can tell I can dodge his attacks, but when you mess up, you're pretty much dead. It requires a lot of precision, and it's going to be hard. So I tried a few times, and I was like, nope, let's go back to Malenia. I have some tricks I want to try on her. So I went back, and I learned that she is weak to pot of cold pots when she's about to do her waterfowl dance. So I made a bunch of those, went in to try it, only to find out you have to pretty much pull out your pot right away when she jumps because your guy's like, where's my pot? Where's my pot? Gonna throw the pot. It turned out to be pretty useless to me, and I was like, this ain't gonna work. So I stayed naked, and I was like, let's keep practicing evade. And somebody taught me, they're like, look, you want to run away from the first 2. You want to roll towards her on the 3rd one, and then just roll away on the 4th one. I've gotten to the point where I can actually reliably dodge waterfowl dance, as assuming I am not locked in an animation when she starts it. That's the only caveat. So I have to be very careful when she gets to health, when her health diminishes so much that she can execute it. Because if I decide to attack at the wrong time and she jumps up, I'm just like, well, I'm dead because I have no time to run away. So it's a very careful game of watching what she's doing, whipping. It does, like, it puts you on edge. But I'm so glad I figured out how to deal with waterfowl dance to some degree. The next thing is, once I figured that out, I was like, this is just taking so long to like watch her, observe her, hit her. I wasn't doing enough damage. I'm like, I understand what I need to do. Can we just make this go faster? And so I went and got my 2 whips and I converted them to bleed. I got rid of my fire whip, brought another whip, put a bleed mechanic on it. And then I completely respec, got rid of all my faith, put it on arcane. And so we can do bleed now, which does take her health down a lot faster. It doesn't really it makes the fight a little easier, but it doesn't trivialize it. I still need to know how to dodge her attacks, when to attack. So to me, some people are saying it's hacks. I'm like, no, this is not cheese. This is... So I actually did make it to phase 2 with Malenia using this once, and then more BS came out. She's like, wujja, 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 and then just attacking me from everything, and she got naked, and then there were butterflies attacking me, and I died, and I was like, nope. You're going in the... No. Just no. I've dealt with too much BS tonight. I'm not doing you. And then I had another stream because I found this amazing boss sheet because I don't know what bosses are left in the world. So I went on Reddit. I found this boss sheet, which hopefully is on screen. You can find this in my Discord. I've pinned it to the Elden Ring channel if you want to use it. It's a checklist of all 165 bosses with health bar in the game by region. This was fantastic. So I went through the list, found everything I was missing, and I decided, you know what? I think that there's a lot of like easy bosses. Let's just go clean them up. And that's where I just went like crazy and knocked them out. So to be thorough in my journals, I'm going to name them all, but they're all repeats and I killed them all very easily. So in Liurnia, we had Crystallian Duo, dead. Frenzied Duelist, dead. Came across some Mad Pumpkin Heads, dead. I had to do Selin's side quest. So I actually did all of her side quests, which is quite interesting. And through that, I came across the Crystallian Trio in Caelid, dead. That was kind of challenging though. The Deathrite Bird, dead. The Black Knife Assassin. This was actually kind of hard. This one had, because I didn't have my torch to see it, so I had to look in the water to see where its steps were. It was kind of cool, but otherwise don't like Black Knife Assassins, so that died. In that same cave, we had the Necromancer Garrus. Oh my god, he died so fast, but I found a nice cloak near him, so that was nice. Went to another cave, got the Misbegotten and the Perfumer combo. They died. Another Night Cavalry in the mountain. That died. Omen Killer in Miranda. That died. Sanguine Noble. That died. An ulcerated tree spirit somewhere in the mountain. That was scary, but it died. Abductor Virgins. These things were such BS. I had to go to Hogwarts, the castle, go into the basement under a wheel, let a virgin kill me inside it, and then I end up in the volcano mountain where I have to like traverse and do some hip hopping to fight 2 virgins here, which is such the most diluted, convoluted way to have a boss fight. Anyways, they died. Then I went back to Lanedale, found the Crucible Knight Ordovis with the Crucible Knight, and I found the Grave Warden Duelist, which, by the way, some of these caves were awesome. One of them was like a prison, and you had to find like the switch to open all the jail cells. So with that, my final boss count is 19. There are about 10 bosses, which I will be cleaning up very easily. They're all mostly duplicates in the later regions of the game, so they're going to be a bit harder. And there's pretty much 9 bosses left, which I think are going to be walls for me, most of which I have already come across. I'm getting close to finishing this pledge. I think I can finish it by Christmas. Let me get this counter down to single digits, and then we're going to whittle away at these walls and crush them and finish this pledge. I'll see you on the next journal or on the stream, and until next time, keep it classy. I'll be honest, I have no idea how some of you play these games or beat them, and that's what I always think before I make major breakthroughs and I become one of you. But right now, I'm in the really end game of Elden Ring. There's only 11 bosses left, and I'm just... And yes, I've met Mog. Welcome back, classy crew. It's been a while. After the punishment that I've taken from Malenia for a while, I decided I needed a vacation. I left the country for a few weeks, found my center after meditating in the mountains for many weeks, and came back to take on Malenia.
Oh, my timing.
And then I was like, well, let's see if I can find another boss. And I found Mog.
Oh, that catch.
And then I was like, okay, what else is there? And then there was the Lord Placidusax or something, which is like the Lord of Dragons.
How do you dodge that?
So I'm cornered right now between not just a hard place and a wall, I think is what the expression goes. I'm stuck between a Malenia, a Mog, a Placidusax, and a Godfrey. Now, quick update since the last journal. I did bring my total boss count from 19 to 11, and I am running out of little stragglers to pick off to make me feel good. Out of those stragglers since my last journal, the Knight Cavalry in the Snowfield is dead. The Dual Knights from the Snowfield there's 2 Knight Cavalries together. They're dead. The Borealis Dragon in the Snowfield is dead.
Done.
The Ancient Hero of Zamor, also in the Snowfield, is dead. Cool dungeon, by the way. The Deathrite Bird, that thing that kept killing me in the Snowfield, that died. And the Erdtree Avatar, as well as an ulcerated tree. Wait, no, those are different. Erdtree Avatar is the big chunky guy. He died in the Snowfield. The ulcerated tree spirit is also dead.
No!
I've completely cleared the Snowfield, leaving me with just the endgame content. So 4 of these I told you are pretty much hard places, leaving me with 7, which are still going to be difficult. I think one of them is that weird like monster from space, Estelle, I think it's called. So anyways, I came back to the Malenia fight fresh, and I have to say, phase 1, I've got it pretty locked down. I'm using my whips, and they're blood whips, and it takes out Malenia pretty good, pretty fast, and I'm quite comfortable. And a lot of times I can actually do it flawlessly. Not consistently, but close. Where I'm struggling is phase 2. And one of the kind of discoveries I had is phase 2 is so much faster pace. My whips are not as effective because there's a big like animation windup to hit Malenia, and it's so like the window to punish her in phase 2 is so much shorter. That animation becomes a problem, and I recognized after a while, wait a minute, these whips are great for phase 1, but they're not really good for phase 2. The punish windows are so much smaller, and the damage it does to Malenia is just not worth it. It's going to take me 10-20 minutes, and being in an arena with her and being that good at dodging her it just puts a lot of pressure on me. So I decided I needed to expand my strategy and do something else. Now, I didn't want to fully respec my character yet. Right now I'm pretty much dexterity and arcane, and so I looked to katanas because I've been avoiding them mostly because people said they're kind of BS, but I was like, you know, at this point, I don't care. I'm getting punished so much. I need any tool I can get. And so I reached out. And by the way, for those who may not be aware, my pledge is to kill all the bosses with no summons. So the summon route is not available to me. So I took out 2 katanas. I eventually went with the Uchigatana, I think it's how you pronounce it, and the Rivers of Blood. And I know Rivers of Blood is considered like the big hack weapon. I think it's been significantly nerfed
So because I haven't used these katanas in the game so far, like I've used great swords, whips, I'm comfortable with those. I don't know the moveset of katanas. So I tried with Malenia and I was doing worse naturally. So I left, I'm like, let's go do something else. And I went to Alecto, another boss I've been stuck on and that I hate. And I got punished a bit, but I stuck to it. And I eventually learned jumping with the katanas on Alecto was quite effective because they are faster, less animation time. And thanks to chat, I learned that how to dodge her BS move where she jumps on you and then just does like all of this damage and kills you. You basically have to remove your lock from her and run away, and it makes it so much easier. So thanks to Alecto, I got a little bit better. By the way, Alecto is dead, so that's off my list. And I figured, let's go see what this Mog's about. So I was guided to the portal, which took me to this new underworld map. And that was a good like little area with mobs that give a lot of runes. It was great to try out the swords, and I did for the most part until these mobs started ganking me, and I was like,
Holy frick, man.
made it to Mog. And Mog does not look like a boss that should be hard. He's slower than Malenia. He's like slow. He's a big target. His tails are big, like you can really see him coming. But for some reason, I don't know if it's because I got configured to like Malenia's speed, I kept rolling just before he would throw down his axe or whatever it is. And I kept getting caught by his stupid big rolls because he held it up just long enough. And I was so used to a faster paced fight, I kept getting hit by this thing. And it was so frustrating. But I did get a little bit better, but still he's hitting me a lot. It's a super messy fight. If he's not hitting you, he's throwing fire, he's throwing spit, and then there's fire from the spit, and then you're bleeding and there's blood everywhere. It's such a like visually unpleasant fight because there's constant pain on the ground, constant pain around him. It's just everywhere. I've tried switching between the whips and the katanas on him. I do think the katanas are better for me. I got him down to half health, and then he pulls out this huge BS where he's surrounded with these rings of blood, and then he's like, nihil, whatever that means, and he pulls all the blood out of you, and he heals himself. So that's basically like 3 potions. That's some like Eschaton Judgment business for all my Monster Hunter viewers there. It's just so I'm like, well, I waste 3 potions making it through this. There's got to be a way around it. Some people have suggested that there's an item somewhere like shackles somewhere, and that there's a tier somewhere that can really help me with this fight. They didn't want to tell me what it's about. If I get so frustrated, I'm eventually going to look it up because it sounds like there's some hacks to get through this fight. So that one I'm going to come back to. I was basically unable to. I would love to try this fight with my great swords, but the thing is, I don't want to respec right now just to do great swords. I can't really respec until I finish Malenia, which is like my whole build is to kill her with what I have, which means all these other bosses I listed earlier, I had to do them all with whips because I can't pull out my great swords anymore with the current specs I have. So I decided, or I was guided to go see the Lord of Dragons to see what that was about. I only tried him once, and I was super tired and super demoralized. I got him to half health. He's pretty impressive. I feel if I went in a little bit more fresh, I could probably take him on. I was at the point where I was just not able to appreciate the game anymore. I was just frustrated. I was defeated because I couldn't make progress anywhere. Like, this is just really hard. I need some time off, so I'm going to take like, my little week off. And I think when I go back into it, it's going to be very different. Now that I can focus on my katana playstyle, I think with Malenia, it's a mindset thing. It's not so much skill. I can dodge her. I know her moves. I know the patterns. I just need the patience. Phase 1, no problem. It's phase 2. I have to just accept phase 2 is a longer fight than phase 1. And I just have to get used to dodging more, being patient, and punishing her in very specific moments. And I've studied a few other videos of the fight and how people do it. And I think I can eventually get to Malenia. I just need to go in calm, collected, and super patient. She will fall. Mog will fall in time. Godfrey, I got to get back to on that horse and figure out what it's like. So the mindset needs to change. Oh, because I'm so spec'd and arcane, I also might want to, I'm going to dabble in the spells, just see what the dragon spells are, if there's anything there of value to me. Because I've been avoiding spells because I'm not a spell user. I don't usually use them. So I got to check out that. And I'm at about a level 135. Someone did suggest I grind out some levels, and they gave me a really good indication of kind of what my specs are. And I realized, okay, I can get my arcane up like a whole other 20 points. I can get my dexterity, not my dexterity, my endurance up like another 30. It's at like 20 or 25. So there's a lot of room for my character to grow if I just grind it out. I think I'm going to try to push my level from 135 to something crazy like, let's go to 150. Let's go to 200. Let's just max it out. I'm in the end game. I need everything I can on my side to get through these walls because I'm not a pro player or anything. I'm a casual average Joe and I am struggling. So I got to get through this with my pledges conditions. So join me on the next stream. I'm still going to try to kill Malenia, try to get this boss count from 11 down to single digits. We're almost there. I could potentially finish this before the end of the year. Just got to keep trying and just not give up. I'll see you on the next journal or on the next stream. And until next time, keep it classy.
The fallen leaves tell a story.
I am Jay of Hay, completer of pledges. And Malenia has tasted defeat.
Oh, that was so easy.
Welcome back, Classic Crew. I'm happy to say for the first time on this channel, pledge complete. I have successfully found and defeated all 165 bosses in Elden Ring without using any summons. I made this pledge so long ago. I think it was April when I made this pledge. The last time I left you, there were 11 bosses, but I have to say, once one wall fell, it was a domino effect and everything fell. So I actually snuck in 2 streams to get to this point, but let me recount. First up, Malenia. I've tried so many different ways to beat this one. So many different weapons, so many different strategies. And what ended up working was my original strategy of the whips. I went back and I just put on as much armor as I could. Oh, I lied. I grinded a few more levels. So I actually grinded about 10 levels, which brought me up to I believe the late 140s or so, about 148. And I maxed up my whips all the way, which was like 1 extra level for each of them. And I went at it, and phase 1 Malenia, I had pretty down. I could consistently get to phase 2. It was phase 2 I didn't understand. And I ditched the swords. I didn't ditch the bleed. I kept the bleed on the whips. But phase 2, the biggest challenge was I was scared. And I shared this in the last journal where I just need to be comfortable, to observe her, and to just, you know, you get comfortable and you dodge and you hit. And that's exactly what I did. I started seeing the patterns. Your brain just like learns. And I learned too, I noticed that my whips were interrupting her. So sometimes she'd like charge up and come with a stab and I just like whip and it would stop her. I was like, oh, that's new. So I kept slowly getting more and more aggressive with my playstyle until eventually she went down and I started getting so comfortable with all of her attacks. Like the waterfowl dance, man, that thing's easy to dodge. And watch, the editor's probably going to show you the time I got hit with it. Most of the time I can hit the waterfowl, I can dodge the waterfowl dance. Every other thing I can, for the most part, dodge. The Valkyrie one is probably the one I have the least practice with, which is when she like spawns clones and kills you with that. So I'm glad she didn't do that too often. I've also learned, because I used to run away so much, that would have her charge and do these big attacks on me. If you fight in closer proximity to her, she doesn't use those attacks as much. She'll try to kick you, she'll whoosh her sword at you, and those are a lot more manageable to dodge. And so it all came together. I didn't get too greedy. I saw the opportunity. I'm like, nope, just take your time. Dodge this, hit this, dodge this, jump and whip and finish her off.
Ha! Oh, so clean.
So with Malenia down, I was like, all right, who's next? Let's go after Mog.
I was really expecting to do more damage there.
Now with Malenia dead, I could go back to my OG strength dexterity build, get my 2 great swords out, the ones I've been using for most of my playthrough, and get back to jumping and smacking. And I have to say, it took me a few tries to get back into the routine of kind of waiting for the big damage to happen. But once I got into the flow, these other bosses, they all fell easily. Estelle, Stars of Darkness, biggest bullshit ever. I hate this thing more than Malenia. In fact, I don't even hate Malenia. I actually enjoy Malenia. For the record, I do not hate Malenia. She's a fun fight. I do think she's fair, actually. And come at me if you think she's bullshit or anything. She is a fantastic fight. I love her. Estelle, however, is garbage. The camera work on this thing is garbage. I hate fighting it. I just didn't have a good time, so
I hate that. I hate that. That's instant death, isn't it?
Then I went to the Deathrite Bird, which is in the Forgotten Snowlands or whatever. This thing surprisingly fell down pretty fast, but what was near it was this like walking mausoleum which shoots projectile stars or whatever at you. That thing was hard to get close to and was deadly. One of those hits It's about half my life. In that same area, there was another Great Worm left. I think his name was Great Worm Theodorus, or Teo as I call him. He was also, you know, he's a big chunky boy, so it was pretty easy to just dodge him, smack him a few times, and repeat. Then near there was a cave, and there was a misbegotten warrior in there. Not much to say about that too, other than the cave sucked. There were some enemies that were just destroying me constantly. So I'm like, screw this. I'm going to run to the boss and kill the misbegotten warrior. Then there was another cave not too far in that area, which held a putrid grave warden duelist, which died so easily. But the cave itself was BS. There were things that could like 1 to 2 hit me, 2 shot me. There were these like walls that were freezing me. It was just... The level I hated. The boss was nice and cushy. I'm nice and easy. And then I was like, oh man, I'm running out of like, fluffer bosses before I have to go back to Mog or Godfrey. Let's go see the bell-bearing hunter. And I must have been so freaking lucky here. I just went crazy on him. He just he summons, and I just like took out half his health just by wailing on him before he even attacks. He starts attacking. I just start doing my jump attack, and the jump attacks have iframes, which somehow protected me enough for me to kill the bell-bearing hunter on the first try of that stream. Then there was Placid Dusek. So that was an amazing fight. It wasn't too hard once you figure out where you need to dodge. The first phase is you just stick close to him and you get out of the lightning, which easier said than done. And the second phase is when it's really cool because he gets this like really cool teleportation ability, and it's a spectacle fight. A lot of people call it a spectacle, and I agree with them. It's just like, oh, what's happening? And there's like these red clouds popping, and all of a sudden he just comes out and manifests, and then he just swipes you. The swipe is I found it really easy to dodge, but it was just so cool to see like such a huge arena, a huge dragon, and him just coming at you and swiping and teleporting everywhere. I did enjoy that fight as well. And it didn't give me too much problems. So from there, I was left with Godfrey, Mog, and the boss at the end. So Mog I despise, so I decided to focus on Godfrey. And I made it to phase 2 of Godfrey, which was such a nice surprise. I eventually got into the flow of how to fight him with his axe. Very like strong, powerful, and I could see it. And once I got into the dodging timing of him, it just felt so rewarding. He's like whoosh whoosh, and I'm like, oh,
I thought it was gonna swing, not stab.
so when he finally I knew he had a phase 2, and people said it was something about a stand, so I figured it would be like the fight in Bloodborne with the Pope where he summons a stand, which I hate that fight, by the way. So I was really dreading phase 2, but I was so shocked in a positive way that he takes the lion on his shoulder. He's like, get out of here. And he tosses his axe aside. I'm like, oh, he's coming at me barehanded. And he comes at you as Horhalu. I think that's how it's pronounced. And he just punches you and he kicks you. And the first fight I had with him, he destroyed me and he killed me with a power bomb. And I was laughing the whole time because I was so entertained. I was like, I don't care. I don't care that you are beating me. Please punch me harder. It felt like such a twist. And it was pure like strength that was beating me that I couldn't be mad at it. I just was so pleased at seeing this display of strength, even though it was my body, my virtual body taking all the pain.
Oh no! I can't even hate that, but it hurts so much.
I love this boss design. I love what they did with him. And even when you die to him, at least in phase 1, you know, he doesn't piss on you. He doesn't laugh at you. He's like, you fought honorably. You don't warrant the strength. A crown warrants strength, and you did not warrant it. And it's not like he's not being cheeky. He's just being real. He's like, I'm strong. I got the crown. Where's your strength? Show me your strength, and you get the crown. And then I beat him.
Yes, I got it. Oh, it wasn't clean, but I got it. I'll take it.
So there was no way I was going to go and finish the game without finishing my business with Mog. So I went back to Mog. I did, since the last time, get the tier that lets me basically face tank or not get hit by his like kneel. That's what he says, not kneel. So I was able to get through that, but I was still dying like crazy to his phase 2. I just could not get the timing to phase 2 down. And after I finally did beat him, people say I still didn't learn anything. Apparently I was trading blows with him. Whatever. I hate that fight too, just because it's so messy. Everywhere you step, you're either on fire, bleeding, and you're trying to find a place to stand and look, and he just flies at you and he's stabbing you and he's making you kneel everywhere. Oh! Then I got to see what's inside the tree. Much to my surprise, there was the queen, Marika, who was also the guy, Radagon. So these were names I was really like paying attention to many journals ago. So I was really shocked to see both of them there, and both of them as the same body. I was a little confused with what's going on there. I'll need to look up some lore videos. But anyways, let's talk about the fight. This fight, most like epic music. And I know it's the menu music, but it's not just the menu music. It is a little bit resynced to be more epic, and it really hits in a good, positive way. Awesome arena, and at first, again, I was getting punished, but I was laughing because it was warranted. I didn't know what I was doing, and I was just in awe of this endgame boss. I'm like, well done. This is a good endgame boss. I eventually got more comfortable with the timing, learned when to dodge, when to roll. It all comes down to timing, really. All these like good bosses are mostly rhythm design. You learn when to hold, when to roll, when to attack, and through trial and error it happened. I did get to display to everyone that yes, Radagon does grab. A lot of people didn't know that he grabbed you with your hammer. So once again, I displayed that move for the chat to see a few times, just in case they missed it the first time. So we learned that Radagon grabbed. And I eventually got into the flow, killed him, unlocked the Elden Beast, which is the final boss of the game. And this thing was majestic. I died to it a few times. What really threw me off is when it would fly and it would start like shooting needles at you. I tried to outrun it, couldn't dodge it. Or I tried to dodge it, couldn't dodge it. Turns out you have to run it, but I don't know. When he swung his sword, I could dodge that easily. When he swung it and there was like an energy beam coming out of it, I dodged that pretty comfortably. And everything else just kind of came together. He had this big like ring thing, which was confusing and hitting me a lot at the beginning, but I learned you can roll through it or you can jump over it. So the Elden Beast was slain. All the bosses were slain, and there I was, and I was like, do I become the Lord of Chaos, or I think I am. Do I unleash the Lord of Chaos, or do I heal myself and get a good ending? And in true, proper, chaotic nature, I was like, screw it. Let's burn the world. And so I got the chaotic god ending. I think it's called the Lord of Chaos. And it was quite disappointing. I just basically set everything aflame, which that was disappointing, but I was and then we got Torrent. We saw that I also killed Torrent, which was sad. But we got the other lady, my first maiden, who is like on a revenge quest for me. And I thought that was cool. Seeing that clip where she's just like, I will find you and I will kill you. And then there was a secret boss that was only available to me as a streamer. So after everything was said and done, the chat was like, we are next. And so I got to go back to Limgrave. I pulled a finger that lets me summon adversaries, and basically a bunch of people from chat logged in, not just to show their drip, but we did duels, and I learned that you don't heal during duels. I made that mistake in my first duel, but afterwards we had this whole thing. We would summon a member of chat, we'd bow, and then we'd go at it. And I was doing pretty good against chat. I think in the first sets, I was winning most of them. I lost to a few of them. You guys know who you are, and the editor's probably going to display who I lost to. And then as people started seeing my one-trick pony of jump smash or using my like anime maneuver, I started losing more because I was just pure strength, whereas they were kind of doing some more fancy stuff with magic and everything. And I was just showing like, no, all strength. This is how you do it. Died to the blood. And then I went to the Coliseum to try the new content with some of the members of chat. So you go into the Coliseum. We were 6 players. It was a free-for-all. It was pretty fun because not everybody just jumped on me, which is what I was expecting. Everybody was kind of going at it in their own way. Like you basically attack whoever's next to you. There was no alliances. It was awesome. And there was one, I don't know who it was, but there was someone in there who was a creeper. His name was Creeper, and they were all like painted green, and their only attack was to run at people and blow up. I was like, how is this doable? How did they do that? So that was the final chapters of my journal, and this is where we are now. Elden Ring is under my belt. How does it compare to all the other games? I definitely preferred it a lot more than Bloodborne. I have to say, I liked it more than all of the Soulsborne. It's better, way better than Dark Souls 1, which I didn't really enjoy that much. But there's still so much I don't know about it. I still actually don't know what it's like to fight with summons. I don't know what it's like to really use too many spells because none of them really drew me in. I'd have to force myself to play with spells to really appreciate it. And I just want to say in hindsight, like some people are saying, oh, maybe you shouldn't have done the pledge without summons. Looking back, I have zero regrets. Zero regrets. I did not want to play with summons to get a certain experience, and I'm so happy I did because I got exactly what I wanted. A lot of these fights like Malenia, let's talk Malenia. I know I could have summoned, and I've seen other strategy where people summon, and having a summon lets the boss, it takes some aggro off of you so that you can get a few more free hits in and do a little bit more damage on the boss. So it helps you finish the fights faster, but it removes that pressure that I was looking for to really learn how to fight bosses. I could not have defeated Malenia if I did not learn all of her movesets. Same thing with Godfrey or some of these other like main bosses. Having to go at them solo forced me to learn how to play them, how to dodge, how to find the openings. And some people can do that with the summons, but I would have leaned way too much on the summons as a handicap had I not done this. So I'm really glad I did this pledge. It was not as bad as I thought it would be. Malenia was a wall, and I was expecting it to be a wall, and I would have been really disappointed if she wasn't a wall. So everything played out pretty nice. Honestly, if there's one thing I'd say I'm disappointed in is I was hoping Elden Ring would have had more of its story would have been less abstract than say Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne. It's the same construct. The story is as cryptic as all the other games, which is good for the fan base. But for me, going into this game, which seemed to have more mainstream appeal, I had R.R. Martin writing it. I thought that there would have been a little bit more story given to the players who aren't into the cryptic stuff. And that's just a disappointment. I'm not going to knock the game for it because it is that kind of game and there is an audience for that. And now I have to go and see all the other endings and read the lore and learn about it so I can appreciate it more. Will I return to the land between? I definitely think I will. I mean, to go back and experience it with all the knowledge I've accumulated is something I want to do. I even want to do that with Dark Souls 1. These are games that just attract you to go back because once you've learned them, it's like, okay, let me see you again now that I know what's what and what's going to happen. And let me try these new things. These games have that appeal, which is why I will be playing them again somehow. But for now, I'll leave it at that. I might do a full review of Elden Ring, looking at the whole game as a whole from my experience, but this is the end of my journal, the end of my journey, the end of my pledge. And what's next for this channel? Well, I will be announcing my next pledge. It might not be a game you expect. In the meantime, I'm going to be moving some of my old videos that are on HeyJ from my Dark Souls 1, 3, and Bloodborne journeys. I'm going to move those over here, and otherwise I'm going to get ready for my next pledge of this channel as I finish my other 2022 pledges from other content. So hopefully I'll see you on those next journals. Let me know in the comments below if you have suggestions or ideas on what you would like to see on this channel for next game journey. It has to be something hard where I die a lot. And otherwise, I will see you on the next stream, on the next video, or anywhere else in the HeyJ world. Until then, keep it classy.